Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Did I get a countdown yet?
Yes.
I'm on. Seamlessly. Good morning and welcome. This is the hybrid commission meeting of October 18th, 2023. We are in the Miami Beach Convention Center, for those of you wandering around City Hall. I'm going to ask the city clerk to please provide Zoom information to the world.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the temporary commission chamber located at Miami Beach Convention Center, 1901 Convention Center Drive, meeting rooms 222 through 225, Miami Beach, Florida 33139. The public is encouraged to attend the meeting virtually. However, members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comment in person may appear at the temporary commission chamber at the Miami Beach Convention Center. To participate or provide comment virtually during the commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us or by phone at 305-224-1968. The toll-free number is 888-475-4499. Again, the toll-free number is 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Again, the webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app or press *9 on the phone to raise their hand. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Rafael. Okay, so what we're going to do now is for 30 minutes, and it is 8:50 till 9:20, we're going to have the Sutnick Citizens Forum. Anybody who wants to speak may speak it. Please queue yourself up at the two podiums here or online. Rafael, our wonderful clerk, will be calling on you and also letting you know when your time is up politely and then with close of the microphone. So let's begin.
Good morning. We'll start with the podium. State your name, please.
My name is Sarah de los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association President. I am here to actually the opposition of the ordinance R5K, who has been on the dock since March 9th until today. 19 meetings in which the commissioners should have been waste the commissioners' time, plus the fact that you could have been spending more time and more important things that the city has instead of the ambient entertainment that all the associations have said and they're opposed to, and they do not want the ambient entertainment. So either withdraw it or call it and call the vote today, so this way we don't have to go on the 20th meeting on this item. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. We're next going to go virtually. Our first virtual caller is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, please go ahead.
Good morning. Johan Moore from Meridian Court Community. I want to begin by thanking our city manager, Alina Hudak, and city staffer, Jason Green, for their prompt reply this weekend to my request for information. MCC opposes any statement that does not acknowledge the 75 years of Palestinian suffering since the Nakba in any statements you choose to make, which are, of course, both within your right and statements as such we encourage. But we also encourage consistency on the part of commissioners who think such statements are inappropriate. MCC is opposed to misappropriation of public funds for ideological purposes and to show favoritism, and it urges the commission to review the current Miami Beach regulation, which permits no foreign bond purchases except Israel bonds. MCC supports forthright embrace of a refugee resettlement fund for both Palestinian and Jewish refugees, as well as, in the interest of fairness, Ukrainian and LGBTQ refugees, both from abroad and more benighted locales within our own state of Florida, whose governor does not have the authority to ban any category of refugees. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning. I'm Ken Coppell for So Be Safe. I'm here on item R9H to urge the Commission to keep the Ocean Drive Promenade open at all times while planning and implemented improvements where they're called for. But the issue is larger than the promenade. It's a test of whether we're really committed to upgrading our seedy and often dangerous Art Deco area, which also happens to be the heart of our brand. If the promenade was an experiment, and it was, the results are clear. Over 70% of local residents say their lives have improved. You can't get 70% of residents to decide where the best Cuban sandwich is in this town. And something like 24 out of 26 area businesses say their business is actually better with the promenade being open. So why would we let a very tiny minority kill it, either entirely or by partial opening? Solomon taught us that cutting the baby in half is not a very good tactic. The county only asks one thing, to be clear: no non-service traffic in the alley. They're right. We agree. And it can be done without extraordinary means. Yes, the promenade is a work in progress. It needs some upgrades, and any number of them are available to test. Other cities have been successful with retractable traffic bollards. They've been successful with programming portions of empty streets with cafe seating. People here have suggested the possibility of making Ocean Drive northbound from 5th Street. There are multiple things that can. People have also said, how about a freebie service for hotel guests or for residents, especially on rainy days? All of these things are possible if we work on them. So again, the county wants only one thing: no non-service traffic. Please do the right thing. This is the first step in trying to revitalize our Art Deco area. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Bruce Beckman.
Good morning, dear Mayor and Commissioners. I wish to speak regarding two items that appear trapped on the hamster wheel of agendas, endlessly returning. These are R5K, ambient entertainment proposal, and R5AC, the effort to destroy the independence of the Inspector General. First, regarding R5K, live ambient entertainment, the inability of the city to monitor noise has not changed. The allowance of 4 special events per venue would make a party zone of Sunset Harbor with up to 80 events, given there are about 20 restaurants. Contrary to the claims of the sponsor that this is designed to allow jazz brunches, the city cannot specify the type of entertainment allowed once live entertainment is permitted. Venues could just as legally offer rap happy hours. Until the city has an objectively enforceable noise standard that they are actually willing to enforce, I remain resolutely opposed to live entertainment in Sunset Harbor. Next, R5AC would remove the independence of the Inspector General. What does it say about commissioners who would sponsor or support both of these ordinances, one that demonstrates contempt for residents and the other that invites corruption by eviscerating the Inspector General's office? Dear Mayor, in the waning days of your office, why do you continue to allow these bad proposals to return and return without chance of success, wasting time and resources of commission and city staff and residents who wait in vain while you and the sponsors volley deferrals and rollovers of the items from meeting to meeting, doubtless hoping to exhaust the public? Do you really want this to be your legacy? Thank you.
Next, please.
Seth Fewer, West Avenue, Miami Beach. I'm going to change the mood for a second. We have 4 commissioners, well, a mayor and 3 commissioners that will not be on the dais very soon, and I just wanted to actually say thank you for everything you've done, your partnership. Unfortunately, I only see one that won't be here, but Mayor Gelber, Vice Mayor Richardson, Commissioner Minor, and Ghost Mayor Michelle, thanks for everything. It really has been a privilege, and it's been wonderful to collaborate with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to say first and foremost that thankfully Israel has support the United States, its only true, real friend. what transpired 10 days ago was to start the Holocaust again, and that Israel has the right to defend itself. And thankfully, Miami Beach supports that effort. I wanted to say that, just like the previous gentleman, we soon will see 3 or 4 new faces on the commission, and we still have many challenges. The latest information that concerns me is the operating budgets increased 32% over the last 2 years alone. That increased hundreds of millions of dollars at the same time. This, of course, is unsustainable when 5-star resort prices moderate or non-homestead property values moderate. It's only a matter of time. But I have to say, Dan leads us, and I feel I needed to highlight, regardless of our disagreements with policy, I respect him and believe he truly wanted the best for Miami Beach. I especially appreciated the rightful efforts to end 5 a.m. lunacy in residential districts, and wish him success in whatever his interest he has going forward. Stephen Miner has been the best surprise for me over the last 4 years. And if he wins or loses his bid for mayor, I want to thank him deeply for caring for residents. Ricky, you always added humor to Miami Beach politics, and I thank you for that. David, I thank you for your good food efforts, drive efforts, and democracy. Democracy is still alive in America. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Well, first I want to associate myself with all the nice words being said about all of you. I'm up on R9H, Mayor, Commissioners, and Madam Manager. My name is Jonathan Plutzik. I live at 1455 Ocean Drive. I have worked at 1440 Ocean Drive for the last 20 years. I have chaired the Ocean Drive Association for the last 4. For Mayors Levine and Gelber, I chaired citizens groups examining options for the future of Ocean Drive and South Beach. But today I speak as an individual resident and taxpayer. I'm frequently asked, what should we do about spring break? My answer recently is, let's worry more about the other 345 days of the year and communicate to operators, visitors, and residents that we demand excellence from ourselves and from them. Let's be honest. Together, we have not done nearly enough to elevate what was recently named the most famous street in America, Ocean Drive. Simple uniform lighting for Ocean Drive was again taken out of the budget. The dunes remain overgrown with vegetation blocking extraordinary ocean views. While enforcement efforts are well-intentioned, much bad behavior remains. Those of us who live and work on Ocean Drive are begging for more rigorous enforcement. So what have you done fundamentally to change at least a section of Ocean Drive? The pedestrian promenade. The resident and visitor experience has been transformed. That is true even though we have not taken the steps to properly elevate the promenade to its full potential. The county demands that we stop permitting passenger traffic on Ocean Court Alley. Let's give them exactly what they demand, and also keep passenger traffic off Ocean Drive Promenade 24/7. I am certain the manager's very talented parking, transportation, and enforcement teams can figure out the details. Let this step also be a catalyst for the much-discussed creation of the South Beach Promenade, connecting Lincoln, Drexel, Espanola Way, Ocean Drive, and the beach. Let's embrace a forward-looking vision for what Architectural Digest identifies as one of the world's most beautiful streets. On item R9H, I urge you to direct the manager to keep traffic off the promenade. In a recent city-run survey, 73% of businesses and 75% of residents supported the promenade in its current form. Feels like the community has spoken clearly. Thank you.
Sir. Our next virtual caller is Genevieve Claus, or Geneva Claus.
Good morning. I'm talking today to urge you to vote no on R5E. The current average rent in Miami Beach is over $2,500. I work over 55 hours a week, and I cannot afford to live on Miami Beach. A lot of us are just one emergency away from being in the same situation of the people that you're attempting to criminalize today. The Torah instructs us that the most vulnerable among us should be granted sufficient for what lacks according to what is lacking. That doesn't mean that they should be put in a jail cell. That means that they should be provided housing, because that is what's lacking. There's a lack of affordable housing. There's not a lack of people incarcerated in our jail. Being held in a cage is not a solution for being poor and not having a home. Being poor is not a crime, and I'm here today because my Jewish faith teaches me to not stand idly by when your neighbor's life is threatened. You are attempting to threaten my neighbors' lives by punishing them for simply existing. There is not a single study that shows punishing people for being homeless actually works. Do not make this mistake.
Thank you so much. Matthew, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Matthew Galtanoff, and I agree with the other neighbors who have spoken about the Ocean Drive pedestrian promenade. It's hard to believe that it's been nearly 2 years since the pilot was established by the Commission, and I really haven't opined much on it. Wanted to see how it progressed. Many members of the community did have some great placemaking ideas and strategies that have been proposed over the past years. These included additional programming, tables and chairs, asphalt art, and perhaps even a farmers and artisanal market on the promenade. Unfortunately, all this potential that seems to have existed wasn't quite taken advantage. However, it's still not too late. Imagine the benefit that we would have from taking this blank slate of these 2 blocks and really exploring the full potential. With Ocean Drive from 5th to 15th Streets having the opportunity to be perhaps fully pedestrianized in the future, this could be a great showcase on how we could program that space and make it a successful public space. So I understand there are concerns today with the current situation, and it's important to realize that we have to weigh the pros and the cons. If we elevate the space, if we program it and make it a successful public space, then perhaps those benefits can outweigh the cons. And in the future, the county would be more willing to work with the city in keeping this a fully pedestrianized space 24/7. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Matthew Marr. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Matthew Marr, and I'm an associate professor of sociology at FIU. And I'm urging the commission to vote no on the criminalization of homelessness ordinance R5E. I've done research and applied work on homelessness for around 30 years, and a vast literature, research literature has shown that criminalization has not reduced homelessness, but a housing first approach has. Arresting people for being unsheltered will just saddle them with more barriers to obtaining housing. Being arrested can be traumatic, and it will cause distrust that Miami Beach street outreach workers are trying so hard to build and to help people get into housing. Shelters are a hard no for many people living on the streets. I've done a lot of interview research, and it's not that these folks are shelter resistant, but that the shelters are actually people resistant. So most people that are on the streets have tried shelters before, but it didn't work for them. There was a lot of loss of autonomy. There was problems with other shelter residents, problems with staff, and also a lot of false promises about where the shelter would actually lead to. So I want the commission to be honest about where people are going. They're just going to be shipped off to the city of Miami and to shelters for stays of unclear length. So this is really exile of the extremely poor. And so I'm recommending the city commission to vote no on this ordinance and say yes to joining the penny tax, which I believe residents of the city of Miami Beach support, and contributing to the county's efforts.
Thank you so much. Your time is up. Please go ahead. State your name.
Hello, my name is Adrian Madriz, and I live at 1990 Northwest 4th Court, Miami, Florida, 33136. I am urging the Miami Beach City Commission to vote no on R5E regarding the criminalization of the homeless. And the reasons I have are very simply that nobody chooses to be homeless, nobody chooses to be unsheltered. I think this is a myth that is constantly propagated, especially by those who are in power of our housing system. and who want to have some kind of a justification for doing all of these very inhumane raids and sweeps that take people off the streets forcibly. The reality is that if there were shelters, if there was housing, then nobody would be on the street. But I encourage all of you, if you don't believe me, please give a call whenever you'd like to the 1-800 homeless helpline number, and they will put you on hold for 4 hours just to tell you that there's no shelter available. And you can do that anytime now, okay? The reality is that we have a housing crisis, and this is the reason why there are so many people that are not only unsheltered, but that are currently unable to afford their place to live, especially here in a place as expensive as Miami Beach. The other thing that I want to emphasize is if the city of Miami Beach goes through with this, it's opening itself up to a lawsuit from groups like the American Civil Liberties Union on the grounds that there is no shelter in the city, and criminalizing life-sustaining activities such as sleeping outside can be considered cruel and unusual punishment. The city already has laws in place to actually criminalize homelessness, including 60 days in jail and $500 fine for sleeping on the streets. Making these laws tougher is not going to make it so that there are fewer unsheltered people on the streets. What will do that is a policy of housing first. And this is the policy that has been tried all over the world to great success. It's the only one that is proven to effectively reduce the unsheltered population. There's a lot of science behind it. And I encourage the city of Miami Beach, if you actually want to solve the unsheltered crisis, then let's put some investment into the housing first policies that have worked everywhere else. Criminalization does not work. It is more expensive, and it will only harm the people of this city. Thank you.
Our next virtual caller is Derek. Derek, please state your name and go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Derek Miller, resident and property owner in North Beach. I'd like to bring to your attention a pressing concern in the North Beach community. It's come to our notice that the local gang known as SDO continues to operate within the precincts of Altos Del Mar Park, specifically with the intent of peddling narcotics. If you take a walk around 76th to 79th Street, you can view the STO gang tag graffiti all over the area, especially on Collins Court. Disturbingly, even earlier this morning, the male STO gang members audaciously claimed control over both the male and female Altos Del Mar Park bathroom facilities, both dealing and using narcotics in the bathroom while blocking the entrance with humans. These are the same criminals over and over again with a history of arrest records by the Miami Beach PD. Such blatant disregard for public safety and the well-being of residents cannot and should not be tolerated. It's an absolute travesty that this kind of narcotics activity is taking place less than 500 feet from the children's pirate playground in the Altos Del Mar Park. Immediate action and a collective response are imperative, namely the installation of video surveillance on the beach path at 77th and 78th Street, just as we have on the beach path in South Beach. About the comments earlier about homelessness, we absolutely need to be arresting the SDO gang members who pose as homeless while quietly dealing drugs within the bushes in the Altos Del Mar Park. Thank you.
Our next, go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Dwayne Thwaites. I'm with Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. My address is 6944 Northeast 3rd Avenue, Miami, Florida. I want to speak briefly about R5E. In speaking reference to that, I want to highlight an individual named Mark Noel. Mark Noel was released from prison in May of this year with no birth certificate, no ID card, no social security card. He was on probation, and his residence was the Miami Beach police station. You can actually look that up if you like. His release address while on probation is the Miami Beach police station. He was homeless by force. He cannot obtain a job or housing without any identification once being released from prison. On August 15th of this year, almost 2.5 months after Mark was released, I was able to get him an ID card. 1 month later, Mark was arrested here for being homeless, sent to jail. 3 days later, he died in custody. Incarceration for some people may seem like a valid excuse for being homeless or being poor. For Mark, it was a death sentence. Sending people to jail for being poor and homeless because some of them use drugs, not all, is completely unfair and inhumane. And I believe that you guys have it in your heart not to be inhumane in the way in which you treat people. Thank you.
Our next virtual caller is Kat. Kat, go ahead, state your name.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing me today. My name is Kat Dusterhouse. I'm the Communications Director for Florida's National Organization for Women and a board member with Miami's Coalition Against Advancing Racial Equity. And I'm calling in today to urge you to vote no on R5E. I just want to explain a little bit. I've been advocating for people experiencing houselessness for several years now. And I've met so many. And I just want to bust a big myth right now. There are no shelter-resistant people. This is a false concept that implies that people choose to be homeless, and it opens the door to criminalization like what you're considering today. Instead, we really need to recognize that there are people-resistant shelters, which strip the homeless of all sense of autonomy and control over their bodies, erode their last shred of dignity and self-respect, and act as minimum security prisons. Shelters do not end homelessness. Only permanent supportive housing will end homelessness. And with 2/3 of people experiencing homelessness in Miami being Black Americans, this is absolutely a racial justice issue. I urge you, please do not enact this racist and unhelpful law when all the evidence says programs like Housing First are not only more effective and more humane, but cost significantly less than expensive shelter stays and additional policing. Lastly, as you've heard this morning already from Adrian Madriz, if you proceed to pass this egregious law, the city will be opening itself up to lawsuits from groups like ACLU. And these subsequent lawsuits are bound to cost your taxpayers in the end, and again, do nothing to actually help people. This ordinance is cruel, racist, and harmful, and once again, I urge you to seek out more progressive, humane, and proven solutions and vote no on R5E.
Thank you so much. Morning.
Yes, hi, Mayor and Commission. Daniel Serraldo here with Miami Design Preservation League. Thank you all for your service. I wanted to speak in support of R5Q regarding elevating the requirement for floor area ratio increases from 5/7 to 6/7. As we all know, Tallahassee, under a very short amendment in Senate Bill 718, stripped away 20 years of charter precedent with Save Miami Beach. And just like when someone does something to take away rights, it's time for the city to try to protect its own rights. So I want to thank the sponsors for moving that forward. One example of a project approved without voter oversight is at 5th and Alton, which a mayoral candidate recently referred to as Godzilla. For those that don't know, that was originally planned as an apartment project for working class, and it was changed to a luxury high-rise without voter approval. But now that could all be done again if with this law, and we need to make sure that the bar is set very high, and hopefully in the future that will lead to better public benefits, for example, including affordable housing within some of these projects. So hopefully this will be unanimous today, and thank you all for your support.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Tim Carr.
Good morning, Commissioner Mayor. Tim Carr, West Ave Neighborhood Association. I'm calling on behalf of 2 items today. Again, to follow up on Daniel's comment, we do support R5Q for all the reasons that he just stated. Number 2, we continue to support item R5B, a small female business owner, regarding her wellness B&B and the positive impact that it will have on less density in our neighborhood. It's a 6-bedroom, small renovated property versus the potential for that being renovated into a 5-story, 12-unit condominium building. So again, we do continue to support item R5B. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Casey Munga. I'm an Overtown Community Champion, sponsored by Catalyst Miami, and an Overtown resident, and I'm here as a resident of Overtown. I'm I stayed in a shelter for 3 years with my son continuously because they couldn't find any home for us. There was no shelter. There was no place available. I stayed 8 months in a motel, 6 months in a car with my son, and there was nothing open. So you're saying that there's shelters and there's room. There's no room in the shelter. Do what he's saying. Call the shelter, the hotline. You'll see that there's no room in the shelters at all. Spending time in a car, you can't, and having your child almost being taken away from you, as it's egregious. It's harmful. And taking from somebody like me who was studying to do their Master's of Science in Management Information Systems and run out of money, this is a new phase of homelessness. There are people that have issues, and it's not necessarily because they're on drugs. This is a trope. There's a lot of people out there that are working poor. And thank goodness that the shelter that I happened to land at, the first one, they broke my foot. And they touched my son. The second one I went to, that was a lot better, but I lasted 2 years in there before they found me a place to stay. And now I've been out for 5 years on my own, but I'm always at the edge of almost being homeless, trying to pay the rent that is so high here. So I'm begging you, I'm not asking you, I'm begging you to vote no on criminalizing homelessness. Please do not do this, please. Thank you.
This is the last speaker. Our next virtual caller is Mark. Mark, please state your name. Mark, go ahead, please. Mayor, Mark is not.
All right, we'll have one more. You got someone up here, I think.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Iverson, and I'm resident of the city of Miami. I am here to speak in regards of the homeless situation. I completely disagree with the move. I think it is inhumane, and it doesn't take into account that the homeless population is basically divided into several groups, and the one that you're referring to is the chronic homeless. And the chronic homeless do not trust authority. They don't trust you. They don't trust the police. They don't trust the shelter. And in order to approach a person that is experiencing chronic homelessness, you must gain their trust first. And I don't think incarcerating them is the solution. It is important to provide supportive services. This is a matter of health. This is not a matter of law or rules. And the police shouldn't be doing this. This is a matter of health. We need social workers. We need people to support them with mental health and substance abuse. And in some cases, that's not the case. For example, me. I was on the streets. I was pregnant on the streets. And it took me, like Casey, multiple years with a bachelor's degree and accolades. Now I happily form part of many boards, and I work nationally with the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council. So invest in your community. Don't incarcerate your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
That concludes the segment.
Thank you all. All right, we're going to get into our invocations now, and what I'd like to do is we have actually 2 invocations and with some additional programs. So we're going to begin with our chaplain, Gary Johnson, our police chaplain. I know he's somewhere. Otherwise, Ernie is going to give the invocation. And I'd welcome all my colleagues, Commissioner Richardson, Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner Minor, Commissioner Rose-Gonzalez, Commissioner Fernandez. Welcome. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Good morning.
Who's the next Vice Mayor? We don't know.
I don't think we know.
Yeah. So
It'll be the person that finishes out Group 6.
It's a little early to start the transition team.
Yeah.
Michelle, what do we got? Okay, we're going to start Rick. Yeah, we're going to start with Rick. Okay, we're going to work to the program side, and so, folks, we recently had a police chief retire, and Rick Clements is here. Rick, will you let everybody know where you are? Just you've got some family with you. We're going to bring you up in a second. It's hard to recognize you in a tie. We wanted, yeah, Rick, why don't you come on up now? If we're going to talk about you, we'd like to see you. We'd like to see you blush. If you don't know, our police chief does not like this kind of praise, and we're about to praise him because it's our last chance as this commission together to thank him for his service. He is the 20th police chief of Miami Beach and was since 2019. He served the city for 33 years, and I always say, if you look at he's the logo of our police department. His father served, his son is serving. He's a highly decorated veteran. He worked his way up the ranks. And he always has been there for our residents. I think you need to know that. He was tested in 1995 when he came under fire and suffered a gunshot wound to his thigh. And he returned fire, struck the armed subject who's in jail serving a 30-year prison sentence. But I always say about our cops is that they wake up every day prepared to be a hero, prepared to do something extraordinary for our residents. This is someone who has done it every day. Prior to his appointment as chief, he was a deputy chief. He's been in charge of all different operations, and he was a sniper in the elite SWAT unit for 16 years. He's got too many commendations to go over, but I'll just tell you this. In his time in management, our crime rate has gone down, which is what a lot of people look to. But more importantly, he has served us with integrity, with courage, and with a devotion to really our residents in a way that I think everybody should be proud. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning to all of you. This morning, together with all of you and together with our entire city family, it is a proud moment for us to honor our friend and our colleague, outgoing Miami Beach Police Chief Rick Clements. And Mr. Mayor, it's always difficult to follow you because you always say everything I'm going to say, but I'll try to get through my comments. Chief Clements has dedicated over 3 decades to our city, working his way through the ranks of the Miami Beach Police Department as one of 3 generations of Miami Beach police officers, his father, his brother, and his son, who is here today. Prior to being appointed as chief in 2019, he served as deputy chief and spent 16 years as a sniper in the department's elite SWAT team. I actually met Rick in 2019 when we were both representatives of our respective jurisdictions at the Super Bowl in Atlanta. And it was my first opportunity to really understand the depth of his qualifications and his expertise. Chief Clements still speaks fondly about the first day he crossed the MacArthur Causeway in 1990 on his way to work as a rookie patrolman with the Miami Beach Police Department. From the very beginning, he loved his job so much that he wanted to stay out a little longer at the end of each shift. And he definitely put in a lot of extra hours, as many of us who have spent hours on the street with him can attest to. I think if I asked him today, and I never have, I don't know him as well as many of you who still call him Ricky, but if I asked him, I would venture to guess that if I asked him what his favorite rank in our department was, he would say that of a patrol officer. Rick has quite literally given his blood, sweat, and tears, as the mayor mentioned, for our department and for our city. Just 5 years after becoming an officer, he came under fire, suffered a gunshot wound to his thigh. He returned fire, struck the armed subject, who later received a 30-year prison sentence. Coming out of COVID, immediately after being appointed city manager, I spent hours and nights, long nights, with our entire police department, our fire department, and Chief Clements in particular. And I can tell you that if I'm going to be on the street of Ocean Drive at 1 o'clock in the morning, I want to be with Rick Clements. I can't tell you how many times I witnessed his personal intervention in addressing the situation that we were facing at that time and that we continued to face through multiple high-impact weekends. Rick went on to receive numerous commendations and certificates of appreciation over his very distinguished career. He would not have been able to do any of this without the support through many decades of his wife, Sean, who is here today. It's wonderful to have you here, Sean. And I'm speaking from experience as the wife of a law enforcement officer. They were high school sweethearts, and together they built a beautiful family, including 3 sons who are now young adults. Patrick is a sergeant for the Miami Beach Police Department on the SWAT team following in the Clements legacy. Logan is a successful businessman, and son Brendan recently graduated from the United States Secret Service Academy. Rick is a very humble man, and it took a lot and a lot of intervention to get him here today. And I think that we were wondering right up until the moment we saw him walk in whether he'd show up. But Rick, we're thrilled that you're here with your family, both your personal family and your city family. We are all here today to commend you, to honor you, to really pay tribute to your amazing career for the city of Miami Beach. And if you will all join me in watching a few snippets and highlights of his career. Mr. Mayor, after you and the commission are finished with your comments, I'd like to ask for your indulgence if we could ask all of you and our entire city family to join us in the front for a family picture that we will use to commemorate this occasion and present to Rick later this week as he's being honored by his department. PJ, you ready to roll the highlight video? Thank you, Chief Clements.
All right. Okay, before you, we can stand up for our guy. Okay. Chief, before you get to talk, I know you're anxious because you always want to just talk and talk. I want to ask my colleagues, to maybe weigh in on the moment. We'll start with Commissioner Richardson, just go down the road all the way to Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Rick, it's been a pleasure to get to know you and work with you. I've got to know you while I was a state representative when you were the deputy under Chief Oates, and you've always been very professional in every interaction we've ever had, and I know you really only have one boss, but sometimes it must feel like you have 7 plus 1. But you've always carried yourself in a very professional way, and I'm most proud that we had the talent within, because everybody knows that I firmly believe in promoting from within if the talent is here. And so I'm proud that you were promoted from within, and I'm proud that our current chief was promoted from within. Congratulations, and thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your retirement. Thank you so much, Chief Clements, for the service that you've given to our city. You love Miami Beach, and it shows. It's shown throughout your entire career. You've always been a true professional and very responsive, and we're always willing not only to meet with the commission, but to a resident who had any concerns in their neighborhood. And you tried to provide solutions, and I always appreciated that, and I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, Chief. It's nice to see you in civilian clothes.
I've had the great pleasure over the last 8 years of working together with you, and, we're both retiring from the city at the same time. You made my job a lot easier. You're always a great confidant, always kept me informed, up to date with what was happening in the city, good or bad. And I always remember the words you told me when my son was born. You told me, enjoy every moment of it, because when you blink, it'll they'll be adults, and I see your son here, and you're leaving behind a great legacy, not just from the work that you've done over the years for us, but also with your son and the legacy. He has big shoes to fill, and I know he'll do a great job, and I know that's one of the many contributions you'll leave behind for this city. So thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Mr. Minor.
So since you're retired, I felt kind of a void, and I realize it's because I miss our daily conversations often at 5:36 in the morning. You are incredibly responsive, and actually sometimes it was easier to reach you earlier in the day before you got busy, but did want to thank you for your service. Obviously, I only knew you as police chief, but there were 29 years that you had protecting the residents and visitors of Miami Beach before I came here. So I remember one comment you made to me once. I was joking around with you when we were talking. I said, in my next life, I want to be a police chief. And you said, be careful what you wish for. So thank you again. And even though we may not speak every day, I hope we can keep up the conversations and dialogue. You have a tremendous amount of experience, knowledge, expertise, and I would still love to learn from you and tap into that experience.
Absolutely, just not at 5:30.
Fair enough. Did your wife tell you to say that?
Yeah, she did.
Commissioner Rosas-Gonzalez.
Chief Clemens, we're such a dynamic city, and there's moments where it seems like it's the best city in the world when you're walking around the convention center during Art Basel. And then we have these critical moments where we have these dramatic events that take place during spring break, and then the entire world is watching. And I can't even imagine the stress involved with moments like that. And we had many moments like that, whether, during Zika, all these other different crises that we've had. But what I would say is that you've been very responsive. And, it's not easy to be a police chief in an internationally renowned city like Miami Beach that does draw so much press, okay, and world, and and spotlight on the world. You have been incredibly responsive, and there are moments where I have spammed you with resident complaints, many in one day, and there isn't a single time where you have not responded to emails from residents. It didn't matter if it was the smallest, resident, somebody who was just asking a question. You were always extremely responsive. So for that, I thank you. And a little birdie told me that you're coming to Miami-Dade College, so now we're going to work together again. I'm on the Kendall campus. You're the Wolfson campus, I'm assuming.
Actually, I'm in Dade North.
So if I get locked out of my office, you're going to be the first text I send. And that happens often, though, just kidding. So welcome to Miami-Dade College, and we will miss you here on Miami Beach. Thanks.
Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Chief Clemens, for your dedicated decades of service to the city of Miami Beach. I remember when I was much younger and you were younger, and I was working here in the city of Miami Beach, and I saw a Captain Clemens walk into the office who I jokingly called Captain Clooney because he almost looked like George Clooney. But, right? Not you, Mr. Mayor.
I assume so.
But you've always been so accessible and so eager to engage not just with us as elected officials, but with the community. The hours you spent reaching out to residents to address issues directly with residents and with the business community, and stepping foot out of your office and being on the ground, witnessing issues yourself, and the selflessness of your service, the amount of hours, even before I was elected, just serving on an advisory committee, that you would voluntarily reach out, pick up the phone, and call to seek input from the community because you valued that input, because you cared not just about doing your job, but you cared about the relationship with the community. And we have to thank you for that because not everyone takes that approach. Not everyone cares about what the community has to say. Not everyone cares about what's happening on the ground. And you did that. You were out on the ground every single day, seeing it with your own eyes and engaging with the community, with the residents, with the businesses directly yourself. And we need to thank your family, your wife, Sean, and your children for the dedication and the sacrifices they've made so that you could be our police chief and the police chief in the best city in the United States. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for your service and for your mentorship even before I got elected, because you really opened my eyes to the world of policing and how things could always be better than what the narrative was, and how things could be improved even from the policy perspective. And I learned a lot from you because of that. So thank you so much for your friendship and
Thank you very
service.
much.
Okay, before we talk to you, just one last thing. You know, I often would get the calls, although I love talking to you, when you called at 3 in the morning or 2 in the morning or in that time frame. I usually knew it wasn't just to ask how I was doing. It was usually something pretty substantial that was happening. And I'll say that it's been mentioned, your responsiveness to the community, but you know, over this last certainly this last week, our community has been on edge, and the department that you really have helped create a personality for has been incredibly responsive to our residents. I can't tell you how often I speak to our current chief or someone else, say, hey, so-and-so, and it could be anyone. They get a call immediately. They feel better about it. They're there, and that is a personality of the institution, and I think you have been greatly responsible for that, what I think is exceptional institutional personality. So although I won't miss our 3 and 4 a.m. calls, I certainly will miss you. And it is because of that, because all of your amazing service, that although it's just a token, when we come down there, we are going to give you a key to our city as a grateful city.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Chief Clements, before we come down and take a picture.
I only brought one page, but it is bulleted, so I will tell you that. Mr. Mayor, members of commission, Madam Manager, thank you so much for this day, for getting with my wife and ordering me here to come here.
Yeah.
It's not something that I always like to do in terms of that. I always felt it was about the department. Mr. Mayor, specifically you, I met you at Valenti's. I don't know if you remember that or not, 4.5 years ago. And I remember the only thing you cared about was making sure that I was going to continue with Dan Oates' philosophies on bringing the department up to a different level. And you know, you kept saying, you're not going to change anything, are you? You're going to keep moving forward. You're going to keep doing the things that you need to do to make the department even better than what it is today. And I promised you that I was going to do that. And you know what? I look back on it now, and the department has progressed incredibly over the last 4.5 years. And I'm so proud of the men and women that serve and protect, and some of the things that we've had to endure. And you know, again, I thank you for, number one, your support and your encouragement during those times, as well as the other members of the commission as well. This department is, and Commissioner Fernandez, you said it best, it's the best department in the country. There's no doubt about it in my mind. There's lots of good ones out there, but there's only one Miami Beach. And we are privileged to have it go on in the manner that it's going on. And moreover, that it serves you, that it serves the people of the community, and it serves the needs of the community, the over 275 special events that we have every year, that we always show up to. We seem to always try to get through to the best of our ability, and we do a great job. 33 years ago, I came across the MacArthur Causeway, and I remember looking at the city, and I was like, wow, you know, I get to work here, you know, but the landscape that I saw 33 years ago is not what I see today. I saw some tough streets. You know, we were going through the crack cocaine epidemic where, you know, drug sales were rampant on the city streets, and, you know, crime was tough, you know, but for a young officer, man, that's where you want to work. You know, you want to work where you can go and you can make a difference. And I saw an awful lot in those years. And I can tell you that you know, I kind of hear that from, you know, some people out there that are obviously concerned about crime the way that it is today. You know, and I hear the statement saying, well, you know, it's never been worse. And you know what? It has been. And from somebody that's been there and has seen it, it was worse. And what you have today is an incredibly responsive department that works with an incredible city and incredible city staff that has made this into, in Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez's words, a tremendous international destination that people want to come to and they want to be a part of. The most famous street, I think, in the country, if not the world, Ocean Drive. Again, I'm so proud of what we were able to accomplish. And again, it didn't just start 4.5 years ago. It started 9 years ago, you know, with Dan and Dan Oates and his tutelage and what he taught me during that time. And he always taught me, you know, make sure that you make those connections to the community because it's going to make your life a lot easier. But who would have thought after the Super Bowl? I thought that was going to be the apex of what I was going to have to deal with for 4.5 years. And it was tough. You know, we brought together 3 entities and actually in some instances 4 and 5, and we made it one of the most successful Super Bowl events that they had had in recent times. And when Kathy Lanier, who was the chief of the DC police at the time, came up to me and said, "We are incredibly proud of your effort," meaning not just Miami Beach, but Miami and Miami-Dade, I knew that we were onto something special. But who would have known that, that 3 months later we were going to be dealing with COVID? Back then it was called the coronavirus, right? Well, there's no playbook for that. You know, there's no policy that's in the manual to read to say, how do we deal with this? You know, and we deal with a lot of the issues around it. You know, the concern, obviously, you know, how do we police it, and more importantly, as a city, how do we address it? And you know, we battled through that, and it really wasn't just about the virus itself, but it was the aftermath. People that were pent up for a number of years, a number of months rather, and couldn't get out. And you could see the frustration when they came down here, when eventually our city was open up. You know, and open up for business, as I like to say it. And you know, again, we could see a change in the demeanor of the people that were coming down here, and we had to struggle through that. But once again, the men and the women of the police department shined and did a phenomenal job dealing with that type of situation. But if it wasn't tough enough, we had to deal with George Floyd, and then we had to deal with the defunding message out there that I've never heard in 33 years. You know, and it seemed like that message was going across not just with groups that are out in the community, you know, but also, you know, within government structures. And it was disheartening, you know. So again, we had to battle through that. We had to look at our own policies to make sure that we were in line with some of the nation's best practices. And guess what? We were ahead of the game with what we needed to do and what we were teaching our officers to do on a day-to-day basis. But with everything that we were dealing with COVID and with George Floyd, we also had to deal with officers that had reached a point and a decision that they had to make on whether or not they wanted to stay on and remain working, or whether or not they wanted to retire because they'd earned that right. So we saw really a large number of people within our own ranks leave, you know, during that time. I think at one time we were 35 officers down. Okay, 35 spots that we had to fill. And that didn't include light duty and injury service connected. So we were in our 40s, you know, and we had to figure out a way to be able to police and to keep the city safe and to keep doing with what we'd been directed to do by our city manager, which is to make a difference. And you know what? We did. Crime was down, double digits over those years. And it's a tribute to not only my staff who's here today, you know, again, but also again, I'll say it again, the men and women of the Miami Beach Police Department that took on the challenge, that listened to me at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning saying, no, we need to do it this way. And they did it, and they did a phenomenal job. You know, what Dan taught me during that time as well is, you know, always make sure that you establish those ties, those chips, right? Those that you can go in and you can take advantage of later on when you need them to be there. It's interesting, I heard at an event, you know, that people talked about establishing ties now, you know, with outside entities that aren't necessarily Miami Beach, the NAACP, the ACLU, the CRB, the further collaboration with the Department of Justice. You know, all these relationships were enhanced over the last 4.5 years. We have the NAACP coming out on major event weekends recruiting in our park right now with a tent that we set up for them. They've never done that before. We have the CRB, a part of all major activations, the Community Relations Board of Miami-Dade County, over the last 4.5 years. They hadn't done that before. The ACLU actually walked out a meeting with us in May of this year talking about Memorial Day weekend, and they smiled. Okay, so when you get attorneys that do that, and you know, they give you that feel that, you know, hey, you're onto something here, and we appreciate your effort, you know that you've done well. So I can tell you that I'm very proud and incredibly grateful to have had the opportunity to make those relationships even stronger, and I'm fully believe that we're going to even take it even further under this administration that is currently installed to do so. So lastly, this is going to be the tough part for me. Thank you once again. Appreciate it. Special thanks to all of you again, for coming to me when you needed the police department to step up and yet do more, and again, for affording me the opportunity to do so. With those long hours came some backlash and some side effects, and again, the next part of it's the hard part, my family. My mom and dad, who were very supportive. The extended family who always called and said, hey, you're doing a good job, even though, I was on Channel 7 saying, what are you going to do now, Chief? That kind of thing. Or Channel 10 or Channel 6 or whatever other media that was out there. They were always very supportive of that. My 3 sons, I think I said this 4.5 years ago when I took the job, that no parent, no father could be more proud of his children than what I was. There's people out there that obviously feel very strongly, Commissioner Hilla. But I tell you what, I'm so proud of my boys. Again, my one son is here. I almost didn't recognize because he's growing a mustache now. I hadn't seen him in a couple of weeks. But I'm so proud of the path that he's chosen, and more importantly, the legacy that he's leaving behind for himself and the type of officer that he is. My one son, Logan, who's in Tampa, who could not be here, again, working in the medical field, and again, just extremely proud of him. And then my baby, our baby, with the United States Secret Service. What greater responsibility, and more importantly, opportunity that he has in order to be able to protect those people that run the country. And again, I'm very proud of all 3 of my boys. Last but certainly not least is the most important person in this room. It's my wife. She had to put up with quite a bit, obviously, as you can tell, being away for, weekends and, sometimes at very late hours. And that a lot of time it was by draw or pull, that I felt like I needed to be here. She always was there to hold the family together. She was the glue. She never did not support anything that I needed to do or wanted to do. I will tell you, and again, this is also going to be the hard part. I have to publicly apologize to her for not being there for her when she needed me. Okay, and I think that's critical. And if I may, as a point of personal preference here, I'd like to say that a year ago yesterday, she was diagnosed with cancer, and she had to endure quite a bit going through that year, to include dealing with me and eventually my transition. And I wish I could have been the friend and spouse to her that she was to me during some of the times that I had. So guess what? For the next 25 years, I have to do everything in my power to give back that which she gave me during that time. And if I may, I'd like to recognize her for So I did pretty good. I made it through.
No, you didn't.
But once again, thank you very much. I appreciate this. And on behalf of the Clemens family, we will always hold a special place in our heart for the city of Miami Beach. Again, we will always be coming down to see my son. And we will continue to watch, obviously from afar, with great admiration as to what you're doing, where the city is going, and more importantly, the legacy that Miami Beach will establish in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hey, while we're assembling, Seth, I know you wanted to say something. Seth Fuhr is the chair of the Police Citizens Public Relations Committee, so you can come up. Our chamber loves you. I think they love you.
We love them. And we love the entire department. It's been great. Chief Clemens, we've collaborated on the Police Citizens Relations Committee for nearly 6 years. Even through tough times such as the pandemic and numerous spring breaks, today we must look back and celebrate. Under your watch, we've seen crime statistics in Miami Beach go down at a time that they are escalating in much of the country. As a vice chair of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, and on behalf of our current chair, Aaron Handy, whoops, I'll try not to breathe too loudly into that, Chair-elect Richard Siegel, and our board at large, we wish to extend an extra special thank you for being a stellar partner and board member. Our immediate past chair, Robin Jacobs, introduce Capacito with a cop with you and the team. The City National Bank Heroes Breakfast, where you were honored this year as one of our most popular events at the Chamber. We hope to see you there in years to come. The list goes on. Thanks to you, a solid foundation has been set for us to build on. The relationship of the MBPD and the Miami Beach business community will continue to flourish, ultimately making our beloved Miami Beach the best that it can be. As a 20-year resident of Miami Beach, that means the world to me. Your leadership at the MBPD has been transformational for our community and has only made us better and safer. Thank you for all your efforts. They have been vast. As you transition to Rick, please let me say, it is my honor to have you as a friend. I wish you all the best in health, happiness, and safety in the future. Thank you from all of us at the PCR and the Chamber.
Thank you very much.
If we could ask the command staff and our city family to join us in the front for a picture, please.
Where's the, oh, it's on the floor?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Yeah, let's have, yeah, I think so. Hello, everybody.
Hello, test. Guys, Dean would like, guys, you got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Do you want PD? No, what I was going to do was I was going to have mayor and commission up at the top, but I think they've already kind of flowed in. Okay.
Can I get some up on the top? Can I have you all
PD can kind of fall in behind a little bit
more? For those that are on the ends, I need you on stage maybe. I have everybody up front. That's good. Give me 1 second. Let's make sure I get everyone. I'm sorry. No, you're good. Perfect. Okay. All right. Well, then we should move a few, maybe on the outside of the commissioners. Then have everybody else on the outside of the commissioners. I want the commissioners in the middle, and I want chief and PD in the front in the middle.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, some people are going to get lost.
Marsha, can you fill in? There we go.
All right, we're almost there, you are. 1 second. All right, I'm testing light. Give me 1 second, real quick. I want to make sure I see everybody. Here we go. Hold on. All right, it's a little bit better. Okay, here we go. All right, so nice big smiles right here, right at the camera on 3. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. One more. Uh-oh, we're missing someone. Uh-oh.
Okay, we're about to get to our actual invocation. Okay. Give me a second to clear. From all the Clemens family folks, thank you for coming and really gracing us with your presence. Okay, so before we get into our actual agenda, we're going to have a very special invocation today, and I wanted to say a couple quick things about it. The Consul General of Israel is here, Mayor Elbez Sterinsky. And I just want to say that obviously our city, as much as any city in this country, has been on edge, watching what's going on in Israel with horror, feeling incredibly emotional about it, worried about people. A lot of people have family and friends there. A lot of people have family and friends fighting there in the IDF. But our Consul General is Israeli, and his job is to be here with us while family members of his own are under attack, are displaced, or worse. And I just want to say more to you, we appreciate your service, because your service, while to Israel, is also to us. And that is a huge sacrifice when I suspect every Israeli here would rather be at home with their loved ones, doing the things that you do when you're under the kind of horrendous siege that you're under. So we have some items on the agenda, but the first thing we would ask is if you're willing to bless us with your invocation for our commission after this terrible week. Hearing from you, I think, would be something that our commission and our residents would be grateful for.
Let it be known that on October 7th, Jews in the state of Israel went through a genocidal act, Holocaust-like terror attack when hundreds of Hamas terrorists backed by Iran murdered more than 1,400 Israelis, kidnapped more than 200, and wounded more than 4,000. Jews were attacked on Shabbat in their homes, set on fire, raped, mutilated, maimed, burned, shot, butchered, herded on pickup trucks, and taken away. Men, women, babies, elderly, dancing youngsters, parents with their children, grandparents with their grandchildren. Let it be known that rivers of blood, oceans of agony, and seas of pain were carved into the holy ground of the Holy Land and into our hearts and souls. We are broken, but we are resolute. Let it be known that on October 7th, 2023, a war was imposed upon us by Hamas, a war we had no choice but to wage on this cruel terror organization, because Jews are not defenseless anymore. Jews are not stateless anymore, and the state of Israel will obliterate Hamas and all of its allies and everyone who poses a risk to the state of Israel and to Jews anywhere in the world. Lord, in the face of suffering or turmoil, we come before you with heavy hearts. We ask you for your comfort and strength to surround us. May love and understanding prevail over hatred and division. In the midst of this unthinkable tragedy and mass carnage, we turn to you with heavy hearts, seeking solace, strength, and hope. We pray for the victims and their families, that they may find comfort and healing they and we so desperately need. Bless, O Lord, the nation of Israel and America, and grant them with wisdom and lead with compassion and the resolve to work tirelessly for peace, justice, and unity. Guide us all toward a world where such horrors are replaced by understanding and empathy, and where the light of peace shines brightly, dispelling the darkness of violence. May your grace shine upon the land of Israel and America, uniting them in strength and peace. May you grant our leaders with wisdom, compassion, and shared commitment to justice and harmony. May these nations continue to be beacons of hope and unity, as we ask for blessing of prosperity, security, and love to be poured upon our people. Adonai oz le'amo yiten, Adonai varech et amo b'shalom. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. I'm Israel High. Or we're going to take up some items. You don't need to stay, but if you'd like to, we're going to take some of these items up immediately. But first, let me just take care of a very quick matter, which is we've got announcements, and we have to approve the consent agenda minus C4B, C4L, and C7D. I got that right? Okay, why don't we?
I move the agenda.
Okay, the agenda's been moved. Any other announcements, by the way, before?
No, sir.
Okay, show it moved, show it done without objection.
Seconded by the mayor.
Okay, I'll second it. All right, let's do the 902 items while
Yes, sir.
the Council General's here.
So 902 items are R5AE, and I'll read that in 1 second. R7H, R9AH, R9AI, and R9AJ. R5AE is.
Hold on. Thank you, Commissioner. We haven't done the pledge yet, so let's, Ken Koppel, lead us in the pledge. Okay.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ken, and thank you, Commissioner Dominguez, for checking on them. All right, continue with the call-up of the items. Call them all up. None of them are public hearings, I think.
Correct. Item R5E is the only ordinance, which I'm going to read the title. R5AE. It is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 78 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach, entitled Personnel, by amending Article 1 entitled In General by creating Section 78-3 thereof to authorize qualifying city employees to make donations of annual sick leave for humanitarian disaster relief, as may be approved by the City Commission, and providing for repealer severability codification and an effective date. This is a first reading. This is item R5AE.
Okay, go through all of them, and I'm going to have each of the sponsors address them.
Yes, sir.
If they're all called, then some of the comments will overlap, and they'll be able to talk to all of them.
Item R7H is condemn acts of terrorism, support Israel, requested by Commissioner Fernandez. R9AH is discuss, take action, donate $25,000 to Magan David Adon, MDA, requested by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. R9AI is discuss, take action, letter of support, Israel Jewish community, requested by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. And item R9AJ, discuss, take action, Miami Beach Fire Department deployment of voluntary firefighters to assist with Israel, requested by the mayor.
Okay, let's, Commissioner Fernandez, let's call yours up first. R5A, it's the first reading. There's no public hearing. It's for leave donations. Tell us what you'd like us to do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first and foremost, I think that none of us like to have to be doing or sponsoring any of these pieces of legislation, because we do it with great sadness, with great sympathy, but nonetheless, hopefully in a spirit of unity and a spirit of solidarity with the Jewish community and with everyone that is suffering in Israel, with everyone with family in Israel, with everyone that has been called to the front lines in Israel. Because, today, our city and our community needs to condemn all the acts of terrorism and violence that have been perpetrated by Hamas, targeting the people of Israel and doing it in such an evil way on Shabbat and during the Jewish holidays, which ultimately is resulting in the loss of innocent lives, an act of evil, an act of terror, but an act that it's not just an act against Israel. It's an act to the very values that we hold dear here in the city of Miami Beach. And I truly feel, and I felt it when I saw this unfold on the news when it was starting. It was not just an attack on Israel. It was an attack on anyone who has Jewish friends, on anyone who has been to Israel and has fallen in love with Israel, with its culture, with its people. But it's also an attack on us, the allies of Israel. It's an attack also on America. It's an attack on other communities like the LGBTQ community. It's an attack on black people. It's an attack on everyone that has been embraced by the Jewish community, that's been supported by the Jewish community. and we need to stand by them now as well. We need to stand not just by the Jewish community, but also by the people of Israel. And today, this ordinance is precisely that. This ordinance is a first reading ordinance, and what it does is that it allows our employees to donate a portion of their annual and sick leave to the surviving beneficiaries and their surviving beneficiaries towards Israel. So if you're a city employee, you have sick leave, you can transfer it in for money to support those in Israel who are suffering, and the families of our employees who have access to this. And we do this in a spirit of extending support. And we've done this in the past, and today we have to do it for Israel. And Mr. Mayor, that's item
R5AE?
R5AE.
Want to explain R7H?
Well, R5AE, I'm just mentioning separately because that's an ordinance. And
Yeah, we're
that
going to vote
actually-
on it. I just.
Yeah. So that's what that item does. The separate item that I have on the agenda, of course, is expressing our unwavering support and solidarity, but it's also calling upon President Biden and the U.S. Congress to support and approve Israel's request for equipment, resources, and munitions needed for its Iron Dome missile defense system and its combat aircraft. And separately, it's asking our administration to consider the purchase of Israeli bonds consistent with our investment policy. But I think these are things that we can do, whether it's our employees donating their time to support the people suffering in Israel, or whether it's us through the purchasing of Israeli bonds, things that we can do to help Israel and show our unwavering support at this time where there are people who are not willing to show support. And that's the most offensive thing, that there are people who are scared to show support. No, we are a community that stands up for what is right. And I know that there's some residents that don't like the fact that we're doing this. What is right is right. And this is a community that has been with us, that has stood with us, and allies and friends stand together. And today is Miami Beach's time and day to stand together with the people of Israel, and I do move these items very proudly, Mr. Mayor.
So it's been moved, and I'll second R5AE. R7H has also been moved. Show that approved is, well, let's first go to any discussion on these two items. Commissioner Minor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. I just have to comment, I was so inspired by your words, Council General. This is not an isolated incident. We've seen this story written through thousands of years of Jewish history, and this is just the latest atrocity. But I have to tell you, I am so proud of the United States of America and our administration. I'm proud of our city. I think our city has been doing a lot of things that hasn't been highlighted, hasn't been in the forefront, but is really doing what it can to help. It is, the images are sickening, the atrocities. And even though the support has been overwhelming, to listen to some who defend the indefensible is hard. But as you say, Jewish people are not indefensible and are not indefensible anymore. I mean, Entebbe was many years ago, but it's a perfect example. It did not take place in Israel, but yet the Israeli Defense Forces went in. And it makes a difference. I could tell you, obviously as a Jewish person, but I think I speak for many people, knowing that we have the Israeli Defense Forces that have our backs no matter where we are in the world means everything to me. And I appreciate that and respect that. And I just want to finish off by saying, many people probably don't realize this, but there are many, many residents in Miami Beach who are either in the Israeli Defense Forces right now, who took a plane, the first flight they can get, and went to Israel. Men and women who left here. But even beyond that, parents, grandparents whose children, whose grandchildren live in Israel are right now fighting on the front lines. This really impacts a tremendous amount of people in the Jewish community right now in Miami Beach. And this is important, and I appreciate you all being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez.
I have a few items. I know we're hearing them all at the same time, or? we
Well,
just gonna pass
I was
these two
gonna
and then
turn
go
to
the
you,
other
and
two?
I was gonna call them up next and turn to you. If you want to speak now, that's fine, but I was gonna go to R9AH and R9AI right after we vote on this and approve R7H.
So are we
Might
going
as well just
We're
speak
doing these
now,
two
and then we
items?
can.
Yeah, we're gonna do these two
go
items.
over
You can speak now.
Okay.
Yeah,
and-
I'd like to.
Yeah, everybody can talk about all the items, and then we'll vote through them.
Okay. Am I recognized?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
recognized.
You know, my father was born at the turn of the century, and he immigrated to this country. He was much older than my mother, of course. And he immigrated to this country in 1914 because his family was killed in a pogrom in Belarus. At that point in time, there was no safe state of Israel where he could go and have a place or a country or a nation to call his own. And I remember the first time that he took me to Israel in 1977. Even then, we had a portion of the trip that had to be canceled in Egypt because there was a threat of an attack or of war. And I'll never forget that when my father, and we were on a junket with B'nai B'rith in the 70s, I'll never forget that when we arrived in Israel and we were at this dinner, and Menachem Begin was at the dinner, and he brought me up to Menachem Begin, and he started to cry. And he said, finally, there's a place where the Jewish people can be safe. So this has been a continued threat, something that is so personal to so many residents of Miami Beach, to the Jewish diaspora, to the people living in Israel. And, you know, there's this saying, Israel is the only nation that has to defend itself for defending itself. And I was listening to Ron Dermer, who is the Ministry of Special Affairs, and by the way, born in Miami Beach, our former Mayor David Dermer's brother. And he was talking about, to put everything into a little bit of perspective, you know, 2,000, almost 2,000 deaths and hostages in Israel. With a population of 10 million, it would be like 40 or 50,000 Americans, with a population of 350 million. This is like 15 or 20 9/11s that happened in Israel. So as, you know, an elected official representing our community here in Miami Beach, which has a large group of a tremendous amount of Jewish residents, and we need to do all that we can do to come forward now. And it's not just enough to, at the beginning, to hold a rally, because the support is going to be stronger in days ahead as we fight a terrorist organization and continue to defend the right to defend the nation of Israel. So what we are doing here is incredibly important, and I hope that what we do inspires other municipalities around the country to potentially write letters of support and contribute funding to different Israeli organizations. And I'm hoping that my colleagues today will support my resolutions on Israel, because this is incredibly important. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak on any of the resolutions? Commissioner, Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I thank my colleagues for bringing these items, and of course, I'm going to be very, very supportive. I want to say that I got invited twice to join missions to Israel in 2013 as a state representative. Project Interchange invited me to go on a trip. It was a very small group of 9 elected officials throughout the U.S. It was an extraordinary experience. If you don't know that program, you should get to know it. It's a really amazing program. It's going probably 38 years now, and it's really outlined for people who are not Jewish that can get to know the country and get to know the issues. And then again in 2019, I was invited to join a mission with the Wider Bridge and visit the country once again. And it was, both trips were incredibly moving to me to experience the issues. The other thing I really loved about both trips is we were invited to ask any question, and nothing was really off the table for discussion. So I've always represented as a state rep in here a large group of Jewish Americans, and I'm very proud of that. Again, I thank my colleagues for bringing these items, and I would just say publicly, I really hope today that these votes could be unanimous. You know, historically, these votes are 6-1 because, you know, some commissioners don't think that we should be voting on issues that don't effectively direct our community, like voting on war or something like that. But it's so incredible today that we send a strong message, a very strong message, that this city, this body, is incredibly supportive of Israel and incredibly supportive of what's going to be coming next. And we know it's going to be a very difficult time. So I would urge, please, all of you, let's make this unanimous today for the first time. Thank you.
Okay. If you want to speak, you don't have to, but I wasn't asking you, but I'm happy to call on you. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I visited Israel in June of this year, and it was a transformational visit. One of the kibbutz that we stopped by and had a tour at has been taken over by Hamas, and the young woman who gave us the tour, her parents were murdered. And I'm in touch with a lot of them in the WhatsApp, and it just is shocking and horrific what is happening. I strongly support Israel, and I'm happy to support these items that are before us today.
Okay, I have a couple quick items. I have one item, and I want to comment on Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez's item. First, the item I have is R9AG. Show all of the items pulled up, and show them moved by their sponsors, and I'll second them unless, you know. So on R9AG is the deployment of voluntary firefighters to assist with Israel. I didn't come up with this on my own. Actually, firefighter called me and said they.
Jay. Yeah.
AJ. Yeah.
R5AJ.
Oh. PJ, it's AJ. Okay. You know, it pointed out to me that they had gone to Haiti, and it was one of them. They thought one of the most significant things they'd ever done to provide aid during that horrible time in Haiti, and wanted to know whether there was a way to do that here. And so I would just add, so I immediately reached out to Alina and some of the staff to figure out what we needed to do if people wanted to take leave or whatever the circumstances would be. I hope the city's supportive of it, but administratively it could be a little bit of a challenge. So Alina, why don't you just briefly explain what we could do, and because I think if we're going to do that, probably the commission ought to bless it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it would be helpful and appropriate for the commission to bless. We had this conversation yesterday, and I had the conversation subsequently with our fire chief and with our Department of Human Resources, and it's something very much that we want to support and want to be able to do together with the leadership of our fire union. You know, going into a state of war is different than going into a natural disaster, and it has some technicalities associated with it in terms of our insurance programming and our insurance contracting. And so we just want to make sure that all of our employees who, you know, are so courageous and heroic and want to volunteer to do this are properly protected. So we do have a few details to work out, but we are committed to figuring that out, and the fire chief can add anything to my comments, but we are prepared to do anything and everything we have to do to support this mission.
Yeah, and so people understand it's to go there to backfill emergency personnel who might be going to the front lines. They're going to be losing a good number of fire personnel and emergency personnel who are going to be doing other things. And so what is apparently other departments have done this in the country. Chief, if you want to come up, what we would be doing is providing the administrative support and whatever we need to do legally and from an HR perspective to make sure that if somebody goes over there, they don't lose benefits and things like that. I know other departments in other places in the world are doing this. Chief, I know you've already talked to some of your own guys and ladies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Madam City Manager, Virgil Fernandez. And that's exactly what we would do, is go and try to get a mission, which is either to backfill at their fire stations, or if there's a need at any of their emergency medical facilities, to be able to put in our firefighter and paramedics. And, you know, I do want to recognize that, you know, this was something that was brought up to me by our president, our union president, Captain Garcia, and he mentioned how in 2010, this city commission allowed them to go to Haiti and assist with the earthquake over there. So it would be very similar. The manager does point out that there's a difference here, that this is time of war, and we're trying to work with HR on making sure we can, we do what we have to do in order to be able to make sure that our personnel are protected when they're there. Now, while they're there, this is a volunteer mission. The firefighters have said that they want to volunteer and help. Of course, there would be a cost to the city on the backfill for the staffing our stations here.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Commissioner Fernandez.
So I just have a question of our city attorney. I want to make sure that our firefighters, as they're going, and our first responders, as they're going to Israel, and thank you to them for their bravery of stepping into war voluntarily. But I want to make sure that we stand with them as well, and that this city commission takes whatever actions needs to be taken to make sure that they have the medical insurance coverage or any other support and coverage to make sure that if they get injured or anything while they're there, that they're fully covered medically by our insurance policy. So I just want to make sure that any action, if any action needs to be taken by this city commission, that we do so.
And Commissioner, yes, that would be, it would start with this item.
Yeah.
And we've crafted language that I'm happy to read at the appropriate time when the mayor asks for it, to do just that. And even though it's a volunteer mission, it would be an officially sanctioned city mission, so as we would treat firefighters who participate in the same manner as anyone that was working in an official capacity in the city of Miami Beach. We are working through some insurance issues. There may be, under some of the excess workers' comp policies, wartime exclusions, but we could, with the authorization that you'd give us today, we'd also ask for the authority for the manager to negotiate potential buyouts of that clause so that we could obtain the appropriate coverage.
And before I call on you, Vice Mayor, you know, in the same way that we are increasing our Israeli bonds within our rules of our investment portfolio, I know other cities are doing the same thing right now because we did. And so the point is that I think if we can do this with our legal department and our HR, and with those kinds of questions answered, you're going to see other cities do the same thing, because we tend to provide that kind of example to others. So I thought it was important to get it done fast.
That any injury there be treated as if it were an on-the-job injury here.
Yeah. They're going to do whatever they can do. Our resolution that I think I asked for was that whatever we can do legally and administratively is done. And I think the lawyers, HR, the manager, our chief are going to figure that out. And I think we wanted to give them the go-ahead to do it. Vice Mayor, you recognize.
And thank you, Mayor. And my question relates to the issue because I'm wondering, and I don't know if you've had a chance to check this, if we could maybe just purchase supplemental insurance to the extent that there is an exclusion in the policy. It may be possible just to buy a supplemental policy that would cover this exclusion.
We have risk management looking at that option.
Okay, so I would ask that we amend this as well to authorize the administration to proceed with that to the extent that we need to do a buyout or purchase supplemental insurance. We authorize the administration to move forward with that.
Okay, I'll accept that amendment. Commissioner Minor.
So several days ago, fairly late at night, I got a call from our leadership at the fire department mentioning this, that they wanted to send a group, and actually it seemed to come from within, that our firefighters wanted to go out and help sort of in the back lines. It's just incredible to see the dedication and humanity of our city fire department and police department too, but in this case it's specifically the fire department that is sending resources. I was literally in shock, pleasantly. So I was actually asked if I had any connections with Israel to try to make it happen. I've been trying to work the phones and what have you. I know there's a conference call going on right now, so you can tell me if you've got it all set up. I know there's there's a South Florida contingency going out from various cities this week, I believe. So I think we are certainly going to make it happen, and can't thank you enough for the dedication of your of your staff. We see it every day here in Miami Beach, but this just highlights the caring that you and your staff have for humanity.
Okay, I want to talk to one other item. Commissioner Rose-Gonzalez, you have R9 AH, which is the Megan David Adam contribution, which I fully support, and I appreciate your words and I appreciate the item. The number one item that Megan David needs right now in Israel are actually ambulances. And I don't want to put the commission in a difficult position, so I didn't try to go further than I thought we might be willing to. But I would just ask you to consider $115,000. It allows the purchase of an ambulance. And I saw, the only reason I brought it up is I saw FERC sent over $78,000 out of reserves for Lincoln Road. We do not budget for attrition in the city, so money comes back as people leave. If the commission is willing, first if Commissioner Rose-Gonzalez is willing, but if the commission is willing, I'd simply suggest we go from 25 to 115. We'll have an ambulance with Miami Beach, City of Miami Beach honored in Israel while our firefighters are there providing medical care. So,
Can I?
Sure, yeah, that's to you actually.
I'm fully supportive of that. I didn't write this on the agenda, but I got an email afterward that really touched me. Ben Gurion University is sending 500 medical students to the front line, and they are offering counseling services to all of the people that need mental health care right now, living in fear. I can't even imagine what they're going through. Would you consider an additional, just to round it off, maybe $10,000 to Ben Gurion University's effort as well, so that we can?
So it's 125?
Yes.
Okay. Is there objection to that?
Mayor, I just would point out, because we're a person of rules, that I believe that this is an emergency situation, and so we should agree to waive the rules on the $75,000 limit that does not have to go to finance. So I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Show that part of the motion. Show it done without objection. Okay, let's vote. We're going to vote on R5AE. I know you've got other pressing things to do, and thank you for sticking around. I hope we made it worth your while. Okay, so without any other...
Mr. Mayor,
oh, yeah.
so
Commissioner Minor, I got you. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez, you're up.
So we're calling the vote on R5AE?
We're going to call the vote on R5A. Is anybody objecting? I poll everybody. Is anybody objecting to any of these? Because if not, I'll make the R5AE roll call vote on everything with all the things as amended. You want to say something?
Please, I'm here on behalf of American Friends of Magan David Adom, and my name is Monty Cohen. Yes, sorry. My name is Monty Cohen, and I would like to thank you for giving me a minute or under a minute to speak. I'm representing the Friends of the American Friends of Magan David Adom, and virtually what we do is fundraise for Magan David Adom in Israel. And essentially, MDA, just to tell you, is the 911 of the U.S. in Israel. Children as young as they are, they're taught to dial the number if they're in need. An extensive fundraising efforts has been done across the globe for MDA to complete an underground blood bank, which was for anticipation for a day like this. The brave volunteer men and women of Magan David Adom, we are providing them with essential gear, with motorcycles and ambulances to assist the injured. And currently, as of Tuesday, we send 17 ambulances from JFK to the Ben Gurion Airport. So all the money you're spending is very well spent, and it's going directly to the cause. I just want to point out that Michael Bloomberg has agreed to meet every dollar that's been donated, whether from an individual or any entity, up to this Friday. So the money you're spending will be doubled, and we're very grateful for your helping us save lives in Israel.
Thank you. Okay, what we're going to do is we're calling the roll now on R5AE, and in that, in addition to the roll call, you'll be voting on R7H, R9AH, R9AE, AI, R9AG, and R9AH has been amended to $135,000 per Commissioner Rose-Gonzalez, and...
I think it was 125, 115 plus 10.
And you wanted, it's 115, you're right. The 115 plus 10, I'm sorry.
135,
No,
I would
it's
love to do.
okay. So let's go ahead and we
Mr.
got...
Mayor?
Yeah.
Before we call the roll call on the ordinance, just to close, because this is a very meaningful moment. We are expressing our unwavering support and our solidarity with the people of Israel during these challenging times. And as we go into this roll call, you know, I want our friends in Israel to know that we are with you, that your pain is our pain, that your struggle is our struggle, and that your right to live in peace is a cause that unites us all. And I say that from the bottom of my heart. This weekend I met a mother and her son whose husband was sent to the front lines, and I think of that mother and that son. Steve, I think you probably know them as well, and I think of them, and so it really does resonate all the way down here what's happening over there. So we are united with you, to our friends in Israel.
And these, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. And these are items that some are symbolic, but some are tangible. And I think it's the least we can do, frankly, given what Israel is confronting on its front lines right now. So with that, let's call the roll. All the items have been moved and seconded. R5AE down the list. This is your vote.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, anybody at the conclusion of the vote who would like, just indicate if you want to co-sponsor all the items. Go ahead.
Mayor, just as a technicality, I'm going to make you the person who made the motion on R9AJ, so I need a second.
Actually, somebody else needs to do it. So why don't you have Commissioner Minor move R9AJ, and it was seconded by Commissioner Areola, since I shouldn't be moving my own motions.
Yes, sir. So now a vote on all those items. We're taking a roll call also on R5AE. Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Areola.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Mayor Gelber.
Yes.
The items are adopted. After the fact, resolutions will be made for R9AH, AI, and AJ.
Okay, and by the way, anyone who does not want to be a co-sponsor, let the clerk know. Otherwise, show everybody as co-sponsors. Yeah.
Yeah, it just dawned on me too. Yeah, I'm glad we all got co-sponsored. You know, we've been making, and under your leadership, significant investments into the future of the Holocaust Museum here. And I look forward to, you know, the very near future when you know, the construction is done, so that we can continue to study what is causing these atrocities in Israel and across the world against the Jewish people. And I can't think of a more fitting place and a more worthwhile investment that our community has made in the Holocaust Museum and everything they're going to be bringing in terms of resources for further studying and understanding of, you know, these things that just don't seem to have an end. So
If anybody thinks that hate goes away, they don't have to think far about it. The Holocaust commitment, about $7 million, I think, is coming in from the cultural bond, will allow us, will animate that, the presence of that cultural center, and one of the most important, I think, issues of the day. Commissioner Minor, you're recognized, and then I'm going to go to our Consul General.
Thank you. People even today ask me what day it is, and I tell them it's for me it's still Saturday, October 7th, and it's just one long day. So whatever day it is today, this is the first time that I smile in the past 11, 10 days, seeing your commitment to our people.
Thank you, and it's.
Thank you.
We are grateful for your presence, and we cry with you, we pray with you, and we hope with you.
And we will celebrate together also.
And we will celebrate with you one day. Thank you.
And Mayor, for the record, item R5AE, the second reading public hearing will be held on October 25th.
Thanks. Commissioner Minor, you're recognized.
Yeah, this is, while we all stand with the state of Israel here in uniformity, I also just want to give a shout out to our police department, because they really stepped it up in a big way. I mean, you see the enhanced police presence, the visibility I get, and maybe others here as well, but I know I get a tremendous amount of requests every single day. People are on edge, not just here, but throughout the world, but in Miami Beach. And I've really been trying to coordinate very closely with our Miami Beach Police Department. We may not be able to cover everything, but you can see it's extremely enhanced. I've reached out to our state representatives. We see troopers out there. It's really been incredible to see the stepped up level of security, and I anticipate that would continue. And obviously, if anybody has any concerns, reach out to me, reach out to any of us here. to try to allay any concerns, to make sure we're out there, visible and reactive. And by the way, it's not just the visibility. Firsthand, I know, and there are a significant amount of undercover operations out there. So, sometimes in the past I've said, well, we need to see the police, and we do, but there's actually a lot of undercover operations going on as well, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Members, the mayor's asked us all to join him to take a picture on the floor.
Amateur, you're a professional.
Okay. 1, 2, and 3. One more. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. All right.
Sorry.
Okay, members, thank you all. We're going to get to some of the other items of the agenda now. We're almost done with the agenda. Only the new people thought that was for real. Right. All right, call up R7C if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. R7C is accept recommendation, conduct commission workshop on traffic management.
Okay, Commissioner Minor, your name is on this, but it looks like we have a date and a time, October what? Traffic management?
October 30th.
Okay, let's just, any reason to discuss it, or can I just have you move it? Is it even moved, or is it moved and seconded and approved?
We need to move and second it.
It's moved by Minor. I'll second it. Any discussion, or typically we wouldn't, but let's.
October 30th at 3 o'clock, Alina?
That's correct.
Yes, it is.
Yes, Commissioner.
I think our residents, as many who can come in person or watch that, I think it's going to be an informative meeting. We're going to have a lot of different regulatory agencies, FDOT, the county, Coast Guard, and obviously Miami Beach. It'll be very worthwhile.
Okay. And I'd urge all the groups, I think we said this from the very beginning, anyone coming to that meeting, we're not going to solve our problems at a meeting. It would be better if people came with solutions that obviously we've been working on before, during, and after. So, okay. Show R7C adopted by acclamation, moved by Minor. I'll second it. Let's show it done. Okay. Let's move to R9H. Right on time.
R9H is discuss, take action, maintain temporary Ocean Drive promenade, extend current promenade hours.
Okay, let's bring up all the city staff. There are some complexities to this. And I'm going to turn it first to Alina, and then we're going to go to city staff, then we're going to ask questions. It's not public hearing, but there are a couple, we'll call them stakeholders who are here. We may hear what they have to say, but mostly I want to hear what really the issues are that we need to resolve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion. As you know, as all of you know, this item has been on the commission agenda now multiple times. This has a long history. The memo before you is complex and long because it tells a story of a 2-year process by which we've been working very collaboratively with the county and with the Department of Transportation and Public Works to properly permit our promenade, which is something that we love and that we're equally as proud of as I know that our residents and our businesses are. However, we've reached a critical point and we need to come out of this meeting today with a decision. We have submitted permit applications in the past that have been in fact denied by the county, specifically maintaining the current condition. We have a compromise and an alternative that we are recommending to you that Jose will speak to, and I've asked Jose to be very succinct and to focus only on the alternative that we are recommending. Jonathan and Ken are both correct in their comments earlier during the Sutnick Hour when they spoke to what the county is expecting. And the reality for us, unfortunately, is that the compromise that we're recommending also takes into consideration the fact that we have a pending lawsuit as well as the requirement pending before the county. So when the county asked us to focus on the alley and asked us very specifically and told us that correcting the public safety concerns on the alley, they also asked us to get consensus from our businesses in terms of being able to service the alley. We have not been able to accomplish that, and that was a prerequisite and a requirement that the county spoke to us of. So that's the only caveat that I would add to the comments that were made, I believe, by Mr. Plutznick. So Jose can walk you through the alternative that we are recommending. There is an expectation, and there's a lot of confusion. I did receive 2 letters from the county this past week. One that came on October 10th that very specifically asked us to basically stop the pedestrianization and to remove the barriers. After a conversation with the director of the department, he agreed to rescind that letter, and he agreed to wait for the outcome of this meeting and fully expects us to submit a permit application by this Friday, and we did receive a subsequent letter. So Jose, I would ask you to speak to the alternative that we're recommending.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Jose Gonzalez, Transportation and Mobility Director. If we can please pull up the administration's recommendation, which is very similar to what you all have seen before. It was, as Madam Manager pointed out, an alternative that was developed in the spirit of compromise and collaboration, not only with Miami-Dade County, but also with the multiple stakeholders, residents, businesses, visitors, as well as the county. They are the regulatory agency and are expecting a permit application by this Friday, October 20th. So in essence, what this alternative does is add essentially 2 things really. Add an additional gate at the entrance to the alleyway at 14th Place and Ocean Drive. That gate, sure. So the recommended alternative essentially does 2 things. It proposes an additional gate at Ocean Drive and 14th Place. That's the entranceway to the alleyway. And that gate would serve to regulate all traffic, primarily limiting traffic to only the service vehicles and residents that need to go through the alley in order to park, for example. That gate would be there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to regulate that traffic going into the alley. The other modification to the current configuration of the promenade is that, again, in the spirit of compromise, we are proposing to open the street to vehicular traffic between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., as that aligns with the check-in and check-out times of the hotels that are locked in within that promenade, within the limits of the promenade, and have no access to the side streets. This is based on a lot of interactions with the businesses, surveys that we've conducted targeting the 25 businesses in the alleyway. And what we've heard from hotels is that their customers are significantly inconvenienced in terms of having to carry their bags to and from the hotels that are not along either 14th Street or 13th Street.
I have a question on that, if you don't mind. So, look, I have always thought it should be pedestrianized, period. Sort of drop the mic. And I understand the administration's suggestion of opening it. Is the opening it, and I really need to understand it, is the opening from 10 to 4 to accommodate businesses? It sounds like it was to accommodate businesses, not to accommodate a law.
That is correct.
Okay, so that's the discretionary part of this. The legal challenge that we are confronting with the county is they want us to control the gate arm on the alley.
Correct.
That is correct.
And the reason I say that is I just need to give the options to my colleagues, and I want to understand what they are. So if we wanted to, we could simply put an additional gate arm on the alleyway, but leave Ocean Drive as it is currently in that area, which is a pedestrian promenade. Is that an option we could choose?
That is an option you could choose, Mr. Mayor, and we discussed it in some of our briefings. However, we run the risk that the county will deny the permit because when the county offered that as an option and that was discussed, it was discussed with the caveat that we would have unanimous consensus from our businesses, and we do not have that.
Okay,
and
so
then I would just remind, and I would ask Rafael to speak to the lawsuit that we have pending as well.
I'll get that to a second. Look, I'm trying to occupy the mayor role here and give everybody the options that are available to them, and I want to make it clear. And could you please, PJ, keep up the diagram, because I think we need to keep that up there during this discussion. Thank you. So option number one would be to accept your recommendation and have this 10 a.m. to 4. Option number two would be to leave it pedestrian, notwithstanding the fact that some of the businesses there would like to have access, because I think the city can argue, if it wants to, that we want this area pedestrianized, and there are pedestrian areas clearly where hotels don't have a direct access, and then try to get our permit approved. So, but to take care of the Ocean Court alleyway entryway. And so option number one is your recommendation. Option number two is to simply proceed forward with pedestrianization as is, but with the alleyway arm, and try to convince the county that notwithstanding the fact that there apparently isn't unanimity on all the businesses, the city believes this is a better version of the area. Are those the two options? In other words, there's your option, and then there's
In our memo, we did recommend a second option that is not what you're describing right now. I don't know whether you want to hear that.
Tell us that. I just want to know what our options are so that my colleagues can consider them, and we're all talking about the same stuff. What is your second option that is, I assume, has more of a pedestrianization of Ocean?
So the second option, Mr. Mayor, is actually not being recommended. It was developed by Miami-Dade County, and what it does is it reverses the traffic flow along the alleyway from southbound to northbound, but there were some concerns from our Emergency Services Department with regard to that other alternative, the second alternative that was developed by the county, if that's the one that we're referring to, and that one was discarded early on, and
could you explain that to us? Why is reversing the direction better? Just so I understand the argument, their argument. I know you guys don't agree with it, but I don't know, which I may agree with. I just want to know what their argument was for reversing it. Is it because coming out doesn't create problems of U-turns?
Well, there are a couple nuances with that other alternative, and it's actually part of your agenda item, one of the attachments on your agenda item. But the primary concern was a safety one, that folks may go into the alleyway in the wrong direction and cause a head-on collision, since the alleyway has been operating in the southbound direction. So if people get into Ocean Drive through 15th Street, then they're more prone to take the alleyway in the southbound direction and go against traffic if the alleyway is flowing in the northbound direction.
If it's going northbound and it empties into the traffic in front of Il Villaggio, is it a one-way at that point northbound? Because otherwise, anyone coming down that way would have to make a U-turn if they didn't have access to the alleyway, which they wouldn't because it's now going in the opposite direction. I'm just wondering, what would happen?
No, Ocean Drive from 15th to 14th Place would need to be converted to two-way to allow U-turns to occur there in front of the Betsy at 14th Place.
In front of the alley?
In front of the alley.
But it's two-way now.
It's actually one-way southbound currently. But this alternative, even the recommended alternative, would require converting that northern block from 15th Street to 14th Place to two-way in order to accommodate.
So anybody making a right turn, it can't get in the alley? Well, nobody would have to do a U-turn?
We'll need to do a U-turn, that's correct.
All right. Okay, so there's a couple different options. We got We got Ocean Drive here, at least let's hear from Jonathan, and then I'm going to come back to you guys, and we can ask everybody questions, all right? Jonathan, you want to, you're the Ocean Drive guy?
Yeah, and let me be clear, I'm speaking for myself, although I certainly hang out with a lot of Ocean Drive guys.
But you are
Yes,
president of Ocean Drive
yes,
Association.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am. Let me begin by saying, for me, the most important thing is for us to actually have a vision of what city we want to have, a vision about what kind of Ocean Drive we want to have. I hear this commission probably utter the words Ocean Drive more than any other two words that they speak about ever. And trust me, usually not in a favorable light. It's about complaining about something or law enforcement issues or all the challenges that the manager confronts on Ocean Drive. Well, you have also, I'm sorry, I must say this, you have also transformed a section of Ocean Drive in a favorable way by the creation of the promenade. Fundamentally, it's different than the rest of Ocean Drive, period, full stop. And I want to clarify something the transportation director said a moment ago. Cars don't go in front of the Betsy, so they're not turning around in front of the Betsy. The Betsy is blocked like the rest of the buildings on Ocean Drive in the promenade, 14 places that are corner. And that's true, by the way, of a bunch of buildings. You can't be more than a half a block away from a corner by definition, because that's the way the streets work. We're advocating strongly, and again, Ken can speak on behalf of residents. I'm a resident too. We're advocating this because it has been transformational for our community. If you go on social media, our neighborhood is ranked the highest in Miami Beach, better than all those fancy hotels on Collins who are backed up on the beach because of that location facing Loomis Park, which, by the way, is underappreciated as well. We have one of the most incredible pieces of real estate in the world. The beach, the dunes, the park, the architecture, and Ocean Drive, and it's tremendously underutilized. It's famous, and Architectural Digest has called it now one of the most beautiful streets in the world, but it's not. And we have to make progress with it. So we've made a recommendation based on the hard and fast line in the sand rule the county has expressed, which is no passenger traffic on Ocean Court, with a qualification that people who are grandfathered that have parking lots back there do have access. And we're prepared to accept that. We believe our talented parking and transportation department can figure out how to get cars to turn around. We think better signage will cause many fewer people to get onto 15th Street and then onto Ocean Drive. They'll arrive on Ocean Drive in a different place.
So what are you recommending?
What we're recommending unequivocally is embrace the county's requirement, no passenger traffic on Ocean Court.
The alleyway.
The alleyway, except for that little portion that's grandfathered because there's some parking lots back there that people do have to have access to. Beyond that, no passenger traffic. By the way, we've been operating without passenger traffic on Ocean Drive since COVID, and without service on Ocean Drive since COVID.
And can the U-turn does that work at the end?
It requires one, better signage to reduce the amount of traffic there, and it requires moving parking slots a little bit to create a little bit additional space. But by the way, people do it all the time now.
Yep.
So we have to reduce the traffic flow. But what I want to leave the microphone expressing most strongly is we have to have a vision about the future of our city and not keep compromising. Otherwise, we're never going to make progress. And long after not just those who are leaving soon, but long after all of us are gone, we're still going to be complaining about Ocean Drive. We must make progress, and the promenade has represented a big piece of that.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jonathan, and thank you for your efforts on behalf of that community. All right. Let's go. Commissioner Areola, what do you say? Everybody want to talk on this? Okay, so we'll go this way, then we'll go there.
My 2 cents from a vision perspective, and we'll see where, if we get to a compromise. But look, Ocean Drive, we've all said it truly is iconic. It's the #1 place for people to visit when they come to Dade County. That, and I think Windward Walls are the #1 and 2 now. and it really should be enjoyed by people and not cars. And for the longest time, even before I became a commissioner, it really was a parking lot for cars, either, parking on the east and the west side, and then up and down traffic. And on the weekends, it becomes just a cruising spot. So it became very uncomfortable, unpleasant, unsightly for pedestrians to enjoy, because the sidewalks are still too small. And it just became crowded and very, very unpleasant to walk, and then sadly also unsafe. And it's been unsafe even throughout this year. We've had some terrible incidents. So I also worry that if we bring back more parking and/or cars, we're going to have a horrific situation where there's going to be a drive-by shooting. There's going to be somebody who gets into an altercation and then just runs to the car and opens their car and gets an assault rifle. So I'm completely against cars on Ocean Drive, period. And I'll continue to try to be a hard line on that. And I think to Jonathan's point, I think we have to be more visionary and more serious about fully implementing our vision for Ocean Drive and Loomis Park and making them, really part of a grand master plan. We've got a lot of money set aside in our cultural and geo bonds to do that, and we got to get rolling on these things. Bringing back cars to Ocean Drive is taking a step backward. It's making it more unsafe and less pleasant for people who want to go and enjoy Ocean Drive. And in the long term, it's going to be bad for the businesses that are there if we're prioritizing cars. To the businesses and the hotels that are, inconvenienced, look, whether you go to Europe or many places in this country, there are a lot of places where you can't drive up to a hotel valet. You have to park and then be taken by a golf cart, sometimes by a boat, and that's part of the experience. And I think if we want to deal with guests that are going to be inconvenienced because they have to walk a block or half a block, we got to get serious about having golf carts that are run either by the ODA or the city or sponsored by somebody who wants to sponsor them to transport hotel guests who have luggage and need to get to their hotel. It could be a pleasant, fun experience to do something like that. It's a tram, golf cart, whatever. And I think we just have to get serious about what we actually want to do and stop playing lip service. I think the pilots have gone, for the most part, more favorably when we've closed Ocean Drive than not. And I think we're taking a huge step backwards, and we'll never get the genie back in the bottle if we open it up to more and more cars.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Fernandez, and then we're going to we're going to go down the, I should have done that at the beginning, but I saw Ariola first. So Commissioner Fernandez, then Commissioner Rosenels, you want to speak? And Commissioner Minor, and then all the way down to Richardson. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one of these things where sometimes you have traffic manuals, you have master plans, you have these documents that might tell you something, but it's not until you experience something in person that you know it's true impacts. For me, I have hesitation when a traffic bureaucrat sitting in an ivory tower in downtown Miami is telling us what works or doesn't work on Ocean Drive when we walk Ocean Drive. We use our bicycles on Ocean Drive. I use my car also on Ocean Drive. I do both. I mean, I walk down Ocean Drive. I've ridden bicycle on Ocean Drive, and on the part where it's allowed, I've driven down Ocean Drive. And it works. Miami-Dade County, why are you forcing us to change something that works? Something that is successful? In fact, I asked our staff to do an economic analysis. Give us an economic analysis. And this is what that economic analysis says. For the Ocean Drive temporary promenade area, resort tax collections increased by 33%. For non-promenade areas of Ocean Drive, from 5th Street to 15th Street, there was an increase of 19.5% on the resort tax collections. And there was an overall increase of 23% for Ocean Drive from 5th Street to 15th Street, including the temporary promenade area. Miami-Dade County, why are you making us change something that works for the businesses? Madam Manager, are we aware of any major public safety incidents that have occurred as a result of this promenade, whether on Ocean Drive or on Ocean Court?
I would ask our police chief or our fire chief to address that. I am not.
And I'm sorry, I just asked you that without a heads up, but I see the chief of police walking up to the podium. Chief, have we had any major incident, either with trucks, with cars, with pedestrians, as a result of the implementation of this promenade?
Good morning, Wayne Jones, Chief of Police, Miami Beach Police Department. So that's sort of a cold question this morning, sir. I wasn't really prepared to answer that. But off the top of my head, we have not. I'd have to really check the data and research it to give you a more definitive answer on it. But off the top of my head, no, sir. Not since the road's been closed.
All right, and perhaps it might be helpful, if you look at that data, to share it maybe as part of our application if we submit something to the county, because my thing is, if it's working, why change it? This whole idea of this alternative to put an arm at the alleyway, I think that makes it more dangerous, quite frankly. I'm just a lay person. I'm not a traffic engineer, but just having driven by there, having used the alleyway, I don't see Ocean Court as being dangerous to navigate. And if anything, I think forcing this arm and this maneuver of a U-turn there adds confusion and makes it more dangerous. And the irony of it is that is what Miami-Dade County is asking us to consider as an alternative. I think what's working there is not, what we have there now is working well. And I'm going to support us asking Miami-Dade County to consider permitting what we have there now to continue there.
Just to be clear, we did submit an application for what is there, and it was denied. I don't know if I said that clearly earlier.
Commissioner Fernandez, you're recognized if you want to continue.
Thank you. So if we want to continue with something, it's just my gut feeling is that if we then say, okay, well, then we go with alternative one.
Will you just say what it is?
Alternative one?
Yeah.
Placing the arm, placing the.
Just the arm without the, yeah, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think it would help if I'm trying to keep track of what everybody's position is.
My issue is if we place an arm there,
yeah,
we're going to force a U-turn. And to me, that does not improve the conditions there. To me, forcing a U-turn there, seeing the interactions with vehicles and people walking and people getting off the beach walk and people on bicycles, it just doesn't make sense. That just does not make sense. And I think we need to urge and pressure Miami-Dade County that this is one of those things. Miami-Dade County advocates all the time for local control when it comes to Tallahassee, Miami-Dade County relations. This is an issue of local control. This is an issue where the city of Miami Beach and the residents of Miami Beach and our community knows better than Miami-Dade County. We know the dynamics of this area there better than traffic engineers and manuals written by bureaucrats for bureaucrats. So I, Madam Manager, I know that in the past we submitted that application and was denied. Maybe if we submit it again with some data showing that there haven't been any major incidents, maybe then they'll consider it. Maybe perhaps. But I'm just not going to support, a scenario where I feel that for the sake of keeping the promenade, we're going to go along with something that Miami-Dade County is proposing that makes it less safe when it's functioning just well now.
So the only thing I would say is one thing we're going to, I think, need to do is come up with something that the commission, as a majority, Commissioner Fernandez, hold on, because I want to, Alina, let me just, I want to, Commissioner Fernandez, the one thing, the exercise is going to be here, I think we're going to need to come up with something we all agree on. So one of the things I'm hoping, because I agree with you, by the way, that we have to convince them that this is good for our city and therefore good for our county. But I think we're going to have to figure out what everybody is willing to say together, because I think the worst thing will be if we have 3 positions with 2 or 3 on each position. So we're going to come back to everybody after I go through everybody with the idea that, and you sometimes very good at this, coming up with something that we can all light upon as agreeable, maybe something that says this is what we really want, this is what we're willing to do, and then ourselves lobby our commissioners who we know and would be interested in this, because this is part of the county. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, you're recognized.
So I have a few questions, and they're pretty much logistical. So if I have a car and I'm at one of the hotels or one of the restaurants, what's the closest parking lot to those blocks?
13th Street.
15th Street. Public parking lot or private parking lot?
13th Street garage.
Okay. So if we move forward and I take the manager's suggestion, what I would like somehow is for us, if we're going to do this, to create, in conjunction with the submission of the application, number one, some kind of a guide, like you're coming to Miami Beach, here's where you need to park, and then we need to have a freebie service over there at that garage. And people need to know, and there needs to be a communication with the properties and the hotels so that they understand that this is the drop-off point. This is where you can park your car in our municipal parking lot. Here is what it's going to cost you, and here is how we will transport you to the hotels. And I think that that is a fair option in conjunction with whatever the manager suggests in terms of sending this to the county. Because I'm trying to find some sort of way to, it's very easy to, say keep it closed, but there have to be options for everyone else, because imagine if you couldn't get into your building, or if people couldn't pull right up to the Betsy, Jonathan, if it was somebody else, if it was your hotel that was 3 blocks away, you'd want a plan, maybe you'd have a plan. We don't have a plan. So I would like to just see the plan. It shouldn't be that hard for us to come up with a plan. And the plan needs to be marketed somehow. I mean, I don't know, I was at a vacation destination, this summer in France, for example, a small town on a port town, and it very, very clearly said on the website, if you're coming to Saint-Tropez, okay, if you're going to be in Saint-Tropez, this is where the municipal parking lot is, here's where you park your stuff, and here's how you get on the transport to get to wherever you need to go. So that was clearly delineated. But to do this and not offer any help doesn't make sense. So,
Commissioner, if I may add, I think sort of the precursor or something in conjunction with the plan is to actually be able to get a permit from the county for the temporary promenade that exists. So if we are proposing to have a plan that speaks to freebie, which does have a fiscal impact, and offer that alternative for folks to get from a public garage to the promenade, we actually have to get something permitted by the county. And so one of the things that the county has stated is that if all of the businesses cannot confirm that they are able to be serviced by the alleyway, which we do not have that confirmation, the county is not necessarily going to go down the path of the full pedestrianization. So prior to getting that plan in place, I think we have to address just getting the permit.
well, what comes first, though, the chicken or the egg? Because the county's saying we want to make sure that the businesses can be serviced. We're saying, okay, we're going to submit the application and figure that out afterward. So I think it kind of has to be a whole package deal. I'm going to go with your recommendation, Madam Manager, and whatever that, I'm confused as to exactly what that is. but I'm going to trust you on this one and hope that we do the right thing in terms of making everyone happy, having the pedestrianization and allowing for an alternative plan.
I want to make sure you know what the plan is, because could you pull up, PJ, could you put the administration's recommendation? Because I think the administration's along with the explanation, it's on there. So the administration is recommending an arm on the alleyway and general vehicle access from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Every day. So it's not pedestrianization, it's partial pedestrianization after 4 o'clock.
That's correct, and again, that's based on parameters.
I got it. I just want everybody to know what they're voting on, because it's, yeah, go ahead, you're recognized. I'm sorry to have interrupted you, I just thought it would help you to see that.
No, that's good that you're explaining to me. And you're making this recommendation because you think that this is what the county will accept.
We're making this recommendation, yes, because we believe it complies with the county code and because we have a lawsuit pending as well.
We have a lawsuit. You know.
Do you yield just for a second?
Okay,
Sure.
you
I don't
are
know if I
recognized,
can.
Commissioner Fernandez, to jump into it.
And you know, thank you for clarifying your recommendation, Madam Manager, because I'm just thinking, imagine temporarily opening for vehicular traffic from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's not temporary. This promenade is busy during those hours. And the confusion that that's going to create for pedestrians, I think it's horrible. I can't stand by that recommendation. If anything, I can stand for this recommendation without opening, maybe keep that arm there on the, at the entrance to the alleyway. And even that, I think, still creates a safety issue, because now you're changing the dynamics there where you're forcing people to make a U-turn where they otherwise would just be making a right turn, which is a very easy, safe, and it's been happening. It's been happening. People have been making that right turn for the past 2 years and no major issues. Why fix something that's not broken? I'm sorry, this 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., Mr. Mayor, just making it clear because you're doing your tally, to me, it's a solution looking for a problem, and the problem will come because it's all that's going to do is going to create confusion.
I've heard that before, but I always like, it's always a good line. Commissioner Minor, you're up. It's not, we're not giving Ricky any credit. Go ahead, Commissioner Minor.
Well, Commissioner Fernandez, I share your frustration and your sentiments. This has been a huge success, and I'm not sure why we would mess with success. But so, obviously, that would be ideal to keep it as is, but short of that, as our city manager says, it's been denied. Adopting the county's option A, which means the full closure of the promenade with the no passenger traffic in the alleyway. I guess if that's something we can do, that would be, I would push for that and support that. I think maybe some of this, unfortunately, is being driven by the lawsuits. I mean, we see the majority of the businesses do agree. And by the way, the businesses that don't agree or are suing, I'm not saying we shouldn't try to make accommodations and try to come to a resolution on that. And there are times where if a lawsuit is warranted and merited, we need to consider that. But I tend to try not to factor in lawsuits into our decision-making because we get sued all the time. It's very difficult to make a decision up here or our city manager collectively and not upset someone. That's part of why it's, to joke, that's why they pay us the big bucks up here, right? But that's the reality. But it's something that's worked. It's worked incredibly successfully. I give our residents a lot of credit. This has been resident-driven. To even come to this point. It's worked. I think you point out well, Commissioner Fernandez, no incidents. Every time I go down there, I love it personally. I see the chief. Let me just finish, Chief, and I'll turn to you. I'll also say we discussed this at length at the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, and we were supportive generally. There was support for the continued closure of the promenade. Chief, if I may.
Yeah, Chief, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Just want to make one correction to the statement I made earlier about no incidents. I was reminded shortly thereafter, Commissioner Fernandez, that there was at least one crash in the alleyway A fellow was sleeping in the alleyway. He was run over, and I think he lost both his legs. This happened in the spring, March of this year. So I just want to make that correction, put it on the record.
Can we get a comparison?
I'm sorry, say again?
Can we get a comparison? If I may, through the mayor, just wondering if while we're having this discussion, if it's any way possible to have a comparison, pre-promenade and post-promenade
In terms of calls for service? Yeah, we can get it done.
Yeah.
I can't get it done this moment, but absolutely
No,
we can get
yeah.
it done, of course.
Thank you.
Okay.
Through the mayor, if
Yeah,
I may
yeah,
add.
yeah, listen, we're going to go through everybody, and then we're going to figure it out.
I just wanted to highlight the rationale behind the 10 to 4 p.m. proposal to open up the promenade. We want to be able to accommodate those hotels. There's 7 hotels in the promenade, and the check-in and check-out hours would be able to allow their guests to come in and come out within that 10 to 4 p.m. time period. Additionally, although most of the businesses have stated that they can be serviced by the alleyway, 16 out of 25 of them have expressed concerns with the configuration of the promenade and are not supportive of the promenade in its entirety. So although, yes, we do have lots of support in terms of those that say they can be serviced by the alleyway, most of the businesses do have concerns. So this is not necessarily being driven by a single lawsuit. We have been talking to the business community and listening to their concerns. And so while we do have one lawsuit at the moment, that's not to say there won't be additional lawsuits, because we do have other businesses within and outside of the promenade that have concerns. Thank you.
Yeah, Nick, go ahead.
I feel like I'm hearing two completely different stories. We're hearing on the one hand from the residents that 75% of the businesses support it, and then you're citing statistics that roughly 75% don't support it.
Sure. So we were asked to do a survey, and that survey was a citywide survey where we did ask anyone who's on our mailing list questions. And so there were about 1,600 responses to that survey. Not every business or resident that responded to the survey was necessarily someone who lived or had an operation within the promenade. The staff went and asked the 25 businesses that have a business tax receipt within the promenade questions about the alleyway and the configuration of the promenade. So we have information that directly speaks to businesses within the promenade. However, the survey that we did was citywide, and so the responses vary. So those responses could have come from folks within the promenade or outside of the promenade.
Okay.
Well, thanks for that. And I stated my position pretty clearly, and I stick to that.
Okay, we're going to come back. By the way, members, I'm checking right now. We have a couple folks at an item coming up that are leaving town, and I'm going to see, we might actually continue this to everybody and then continue this item to a little bit later because I want to get some of the folks that are here who are leaving to be heard. But let's go to Commissioner Dominguez now.
On this item?
Yes, we're going on this item. I'm checking the timetable. I'm just letting you know we may be continuing this to a little bit later.
Sure. Well, I'm very supportive of the current configuration. The businesses and residents that live in that portion of it have worked really hard, and it's been that way for years without major incidents. And I'd like for us to do what we can to work with the county in order to continue having the promenade.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. So back to the survey, Raquel, you said there are 25 businesses within the promenade. Did I get that right?
Yes, as of the date listed in the memo, there were 25 BTRs for.
And what was the survey results on that? It was 16, did you say, oppose? And
16 expressed some issue with the promenade in its current configuration. 24 said they could be serviced by the alleyway.
they can be?
They can be serviced. So we have at least one business that says it cannot be serviced by the alleyway, which was one of the questions that the county posed to us. They wanted us to confirm that all businesses could be serviced by the alleyway before they would entertain the full pedestrianization.
Did they offer any alternatives? The people, the 25 that you surveyed, did they offer any changes to the configuration other than just a complete reopening, or?
So each of them expressed different concerns. I'll allow Jose to speak to that, perhaps anecdotally.
Well,
Thank you.
let's do that, because I think you've got a time issue, and so
Yeah,
let me,
if you'd like, I was going to let everybody say one pass through.
we
and
may
then
want to continue, because I think it's
Yeah.
going to be a while, so.
Yeah, and let's continue this item. I'm going to call up now, we're going to do two items, hopefully get them done, and then we're going to return to this. So we're going to first do the Byron Carlyle items very quickly, because the AM5, they had a time certain, but they have to go to the airport very soon. So can you call up AM5? Is that what it is? Which is the Byron Carlyle item?
R9W and R9.
Yeah, someone wrote AM5. I don't know what that is. Is that the name of the group?
Okay, so R9W is discussed.
AMS. Oh, okay. AMS.
R-
Welcome. You guys got to go. Nice to see you in person. Call it up. Let's hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
R9W.
that's my item, if I could just.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So
Commissioner.
R9W is discuss take action status of consulting contract for Byron Carlyle. That's R9W. R9X is discuss take action issue RFP solicitation for development of Byron Carlyle. They're both Vice Mayor Richardson's items. R9X.
Mayor, I brought these items, and we're going to hear a status report. As you know, this body approved, and we have consultants, which they're going to present and tell us where they're at. They've been doing a survey. Everyone knows that this has been a project that's been incredibly important for me to move forward, and so I think there's a lot of consensus in the community right now. I'm hoping that we can have a presentation and entertain the idea of moving forward with a pre-development agreement on the site, so we can start designing and so forth. But with that, I'd like to recognize the consultants and let them tell us the status of their work.
Good morning. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, and guys, I brought this up because we paid for this, and
Yes.
it gives us a chance to hear what they have to say before they take off. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, and Madam Manager. I'm Steve Wolf from AMS, Larry Wilker from Theater Dreams. We'll give you a very, very brief status update. Thank you for accommodating the time.
Mayor?
Yep.
A point of privilege. It's nice to see my friend Larry Welker.
Pleasure to see you.
If you don't know these gentlemen, and Steve as well, if they don't know their bios, I encourage you to read about it. Larry and I had the great, one of the great honors of my life is serving with him at the R Center when I was chairman. He served as our interim CEO and helped us really turn that place around, and at a time in which the R Center many thought was going to go bankrupt and it was going to be a huge colossal failure on behalf of the county. Fortunate to help bring Larry here, and he turned it around. But his reputation before coming to the R Center served for over a decade running the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., as well as being an extremely successful entrepreneur, having had great success on Broadway, helping to bring Jersey boys to Broadway and winning numerous Tonys in that endeavor, turning around the Cleveland Theater, and on and on and on. And so when I saw that he was going to be participating in this, I knew we would be in really good hands. And Steve has a very, very similar background, and the two have collaborated for, I think, probably over 2 decades on a lot of projects like this. We literally have the two best working on this on our behalf. So I just wanted to make sure that when they speak, we know who these gentlemen are.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you,
Ricky.
Commissioner.
Thank you for those very kind words. When you say things like that, I wish my parents were still alive. My father would have been proud, and my mother would have believed every word you said. We'd like to give you an interim report as to where we are with our work on the Byron Carlyle. First of all, we've been working with a group from the city which has provided important information and feedback and guidance as we work. We have interviewed certain stakeholders in Miami Beach in terms of their opinions about the Byron Carlyle and what could and should happen in North Beach. We did a survey of potential users where we got some very valuable information on what kinds of activities could take place and how often that they could take place. And we did some research on similar kinds of institutions, community art centers, in other communities as kind of benchmarks or guidelines for us. Clearly, both through our work and through surveys that the city has done previously, there is a real appetite for arts experiences in North Beach.
And the Carlyle presents an opportunity to create a solid anchor for those kinds of experiences on North Beach. The facility would really spark an expansion of activity in the area, and it would do it through a host of variety of performing arts and visual arts experiences that would take place in a variety of spaces within such a facility. Next slide, please. As you've said, there's a real appetite for arts experiences in North Beach, and there's always been a feeling that North Beach has been sort of a stepchild to all of the arts and activities that take place in South Beach. We did a survey where 64% of those surveyed do use the Miami Beach band shell very successfully, but it is a catch-as-catch-can performance venue because obviously if the weather is not good, performances can't take place. So there's a real need for a permanent year-round all-weather kind of facility.
And as you can see on the map, the disparity of facilities down in South Beach versus North Beach is very significant.
Okay. What we're talking about is a small community art center, the purpose of which is to enable arts activity for the residents of not only North Beach, but the greater Miami Beach area, but primarily for the North Beach residents. It impacts, would primarily be on the residents and for the residents, not as an economic driver for the community, but a way that people could not only be passively entertained, but also be actively engaged in arts activities and be participants in various music, theater, and dance and educational activities that could take place there. In our survey, we asked existing arts institutions who expressed an interest in the Byron Carlyle what they would, how it would impact their ability to perform and would they perform there. And as you can see, which I can't read, eight said that they would.
I'll read it for you, Larry. 8 said they would expand programming, 9 would relocate from other facilities, and 13 more said they would develop new programming. So the primary outcome here actually is a large expansion of activity, arts activity in North Beach. And the opportunity is quite broad, potentially in the numbers of hundreds of events a year. Detailed planning on the space and the facilities within the space will decide that. Visual arts space, public gathering space, performance space being at the top of the list, and you have the data in your report.
There are a host of small arts organizations who desperately are in search of quality performance space. They don't have homes. The places where they do perform are either too small or way too large. So a right-sized space would create year-round activity in the North Beach area.
We've just begun our work into how the facility might be operated, and the focus on the North Beach organizations is important, but the invitation to communities, to performers and presenters and artists from around Miami Beach and the county is important. We think that the city is going to want to have a role in the operation of the facility. We've been talking with Arts, Culture, and Tourism, other city departments under the assistant manager to explore that. Without going into a long explanation of alternative operating models, this diagram illustrates sort of from a very passive landlord kind of relationship to a very active at-risk relationship. Our suggestion is actually in the middle, that the building act as a host, enabling other organizations to present in the space. So we'll just wrap up really quickly with our next step. You issued a request for letters of interest for potential partner organizations. There's 13 or 14 of them on that list. Our next step is to investigate and rank those partnership relationships. We're likely to need to go back for more information. 2 primary outcomes that we want to see from these folks. One, can they demonstrate cultural, social, and community impact in North Beach with their activity? And second, do they actually have the qualifications to be a partner? Can they actually deliver on the activity that they suggest? So we know you only had a few minutes. We thank you for squeezing us in. If it's appropriate, Mayor, to take any questions.
Any questions?
If not, that's our report.
Any questions? Commissioner Richardson. Vice Mayor
No,
Richardson.
I just want to thank for the presentation and the work that's been done. Early on, we asked for letters of interest because at the time we were thinking maybe we would have one partner, but it seems likely now that we want to have many partners in that facility and have a host situation, and I'm in full support of that because I don't think that one partner is going to give us everything, the different types of visual arts, performing arts, and everything that we'd like to see there. And so I'm very supportive of having multiple artists. So I thank you for the presentation. So the reason I brought the item is, and everyone knows this is something that's very important to me, I think we're at the next step where we could move forward. And I'm very supportive of the model that we used for the Collins Park building with Servitas. And of course, I would move forward today with asking Servitas for a proposal, but I think we like to have competition and get ideas from everybody. So what I'm hoping is that I can find at least 4 of you that will support, or 3 more that will support moving forward with putting some sort of vehicle out and inviting people to bid on a design or a concept. Everybody knows that I felt like workforce housing is important to the component because we need more workforce housing, but also it's going to help pay for the facility. So some of the preliminary numbers I have right now are that a standalone cultural arts facility would cost about $50 million. We only have $30 million in the bond right now. One of the concepts that the Friends of the Byron came up with included a workforce housing component. Because we're starting with the 30, we don't need as much density as we might have needed 2 or 3 years ago. But I'm told that if we add the workforce housing, that would likely trim the deficit to about $10 million. And so we would only have to find about $10 million versus having to find the difference between 50 and 30. So I put it out there and asked my colleagues if you would consider supporting moving forward so that we have, we could put out an invitation for bid or some invitation of interest for architecture firm or a development firm, or even have a pre-development agreement like and either Servitas and other companies like Servitas could propose on that, because I really believe that we have to retain ownership of the land. I want to have retain ownership of the property, and I really love the model that we did in Collins Park. So I leave that for my colleagues to react to.
Commissioner Rose-Gonzalez.
I really enjoyed seeing the report and the work that we're doing on the Byron Carlyle, and I think it's very important to move forward. But I think that before we move forward, we need to wait until they're finished. They're going to go and vet the 13 letters of interest and come back to us with a final report. So while I understand that we want to get things done, and I think that that's really important, I think we're missing a final report and step before we put this out there. This is a lot of money, and we haven't even vetted it at finance. So I just want to make sure that we follow your legacy to make sure that it gets heard at finance before we make this huge step. So I'm ready to you said you were coming back with a final report, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yes, so I think that before we move forward, we've paid for a service, and we need to get the final report before we rush without any this would, if we were to just vote for this today, there would be a lot of pushback. People would want to just hear the final report. I understand that we want to get it done, and if you would like to be, further involved in this, Commissioner Richardson, I will keep you updated and make sure that you are on the front lines of this. But I'd like to hear the final report first.
Can I react to that?
Sure, sure.
So I appreciate your comments. So the only step that's really that they want to move forward with is talking with the people who have expressed being the partner. And I've never believed that we needed to choose a partner, and now it seems that we want to choose many partners. So I think it would be a mistake, in fact, for us to choose a partner this soon. The most critical piece of the work that was done was to identify the types of spaces that we need in a facility, so we can tell a design firm, these are the things we want to do with the building. I mean, we're talking 5-6 years down the road. Some of the people that may be potential partners may have other opportunities in other cities and may even leave the area, or if they are even in the area now. So, so this last step of just identifying the partners, I don't think is something that would be on the critical path for us making a decision moving forward.
Let me weigh in for a second, because I sort of agree with both of you in this way, because I think there's two different issues. I think Commissioner Richardson is saying, let's try to start the process of building the mousetrap and without picking the mice. And I think that's what and so I don't think what his intention is to say, we're going to pick the groups now. I think what he's talking about is committing to a structure, and part of that structure and what's relevant is whether the marketplace will allow us to develop not simply a $30 million facility, but maybe something more enhanced because it includes a workforce housing product. So we would want to know that before we even start asking who wants to come in and be part of, who wants to be the producers, who wants to be anchor tenants, and things like that. So I think what he's trying to figure out is first what that actually is going to be. Is it going to be a $30 million facility with a single black box and an exposition center, or is it going to be a $50 million facility because we've included a workforce component that allows us to have other things as well? And I understand that, and so I would support that. I understand your point, and I would not support picking anchors right now because I don't know how we could do that. I don't think you guys are saying to pick anchors. You have a whole process. You're just saying what's the structure going to be. So I don't think you're necessarily disagreeing, but I don't want to speak for either of you. But I would support what you want to do, with the exception that we're not picking the tenants at this point because, yeah, and I'll turn it back to you, Commissioner.
Well, I mean, what it says here is discuss the status report of the consulting contract, which we got, but we didn't get the final report. And then it says issue the RFP solicitation for the development of the Byron Carlyle, but we haven't gotten the final report. So I think that we need to get the final report, have the final report vetted at both Finance and Neighborhoods Committee, allow the community to just weigh in and see it, because when we do this and we put this out and then the community doesn't get it, it's just one, I mean, maybe they can have it ready by the 25th. Maybe they can have their final report ready by the 25th, but we can't take action and issue a solicitation without getting the final report from our consultant of what they're even offering that we should do. I mean, it just seems to me like we just need to wait for that extra step instead of rushing this through. Is there something that you want to see here for the future? That is there a reason why this is so pressing right now, today?
Yeah, it's pressing because I've, for 2.5 years, have been working on this vision, and it's part of my legacy, quite frankly, in that I want to see it move forward. And there has been a huge change in consensus from North Beach with the Friends of the Byron Carlyle group being formed. We did a presentation months ago on that, and there was widespread support from the community. So the only thing that's missing from a final report is vetting of potential partners, which I think would be a huge mistake for us today to select a partner. So we just got the results of all of their work. We know what potential types of activities we want in the building. The only thing missing is the partners, which we don't want to select them anyway. So I see no need to wait for a formal report that's going to say everything that we saw today, and it's going to take months for them to vet individual partners to see who might want to partner with us 6 or 7 years from now, when those folks may or may not even be available. And by the way, this was heard in Finance multiple times, which is why it got sent back to the Commission to move forward with groups like the Friends of the Byron Carlyle. And in fact, there were 2 standing items for months in Finance that at Monday's meeting, I closed out because we have made so much progress on this. So it has been vetted in finance. And once we get the response to RFPs and the manager would make a recommendation on how we move forward, that would go back to finance. So I just want to keep this moving.
Can I just ask a
Commissioner
question?
Rosen-Gonzalez.
Don't you think the community has a right to weigh in on the final report?
Commissioner Richardson.
Yes, let me say, the community has weighed in a very significant way when the Friends of the Byron Carlyle made their presentation to this body. There was widespread community support, and everything that they have told us today, quite frankly, supports the presentation that was made by the Friends of Byron Carlyle. The only thing that I would say that I've heard that's really new is the recommendation that the city be involved with the overall management and that we have multiple partners. That question was left out there, but it's been in the community, and there will be additional opportunity for the community to be involved. But I think the next step is we have to see who's interested in partnering with the city on this, and we have to look at the financial models, because I can promise you that if we just build a cultural center, I've been told the numbers are 50, 55 million just for a standalone two-story. Now, but by adding the workforce housing, like we did with the Collins Park, then that will throw off revenue, that will reduce the deficit, and we may only be looking at a $10 million overall shortfall for the entire building. And I do intend to stay involved in this as a private citizen, and I'd be happy to come back and help you all find that $10 million if that's the number.
I'm going to get to that. The one thing I would just say in this discussion is, and I think this is something that the next commission is going to have to be very aware of, $10 million of this is already being paid for by our residents. In other words, they are being taxed.
30.
Well, no, but 10 million is already, only 10 million is in the first tranche.
That's right.
Yeah, so, but my point is that in all of these cultural bond projects, they're being taxed for them. And so I think, legacies aside, all I really care about is that the next commission has a running start on this project, because our residents are paying for it and may end up years paying for it without the benefit of it. So I don't think what Commissioner is asking for is something that's too early. In fact, I think probably whether or not the market would support a higher-end model because it includes workforce housing is something we should want to know pretty quickly. I could see the next commission taking a couple months before they contemplate it, and then all of a sudden 3 or 4 years. And of course, you could reverse anything that has happened anyway. So Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, you're recognized.
That's my whole point, because what you're directing the administration to do is probably going to get reversed by this next commission, because they are going to want at least a couple of shreds of the community. So now, and this is why we've been in this weird group thing, is because now we are going to go out and do all this work to put this out to bid, and it's going to come back, and the community is going to say, we didn't, the next commission is going to reverse this. I have a question for the consultants. How long would it take you to get the final report to us?
End of the year.
Okay, so they have some work to do, and they said something very important, which is going to determine what we put out to bid. And that is, they have to go through the 13 letters that were submitted, and they need to vet all of these people, because that is going to inform what we finally do. So my motion would be to wait until December, and then in December, hear the final report, and then make a decision based upon this. I don't know how much the consultants cost. What was the cost of the report? I'm sure it wasn't cheap.
Depends on your point of view.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Mr.
listen,
Mayor.
and I'm very excited about this facility. I think it's going to be a wonderful cultural driver for the community. I would like to get the final report, because now you're confusing. It's just confusing. They're trying to, are you telling them to vet people, and then they're not going to know exactly who they're vetting? That's going to determine, I mean, like, if let's say that Michael Rossi is one of, just I'm throwing it out there. Well, then he's going to need some sort of operatic, a space. And then what if there's a theater? We don't know. So we have to wait for the final report, Commissioner Richardson. I mean,
Let's ask them.
yes.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, so,
Are you in a point in your process where an RFLI makes sense, or do you think it would be inappropriate?
So, notwithstanding not understanding, Madam Manager, the exact steps the administration would have to go to, if workforce housing is to become a part of this project, it would be good for us to have more knowledge that it was going to be, because it affects everything from operations to design. So if an appropriate step, so that was not in our investigation, right? So if an appropriate step is to consider if that would be an additive component of the project, if that happened expeditiously, it could be folded into our final report, and you'd sort of have both at one time, I guess.
So are you saying you wouldn't mind hearing what the marketplace has to say about, in other words, what revenue streams might be incorporated?
It would be hugely helpful to us.
Very helpful.
Okay, so I think what they're saying is that it wouldn't hurt them to know that as they go through the process. I appreciate 100% what you're saying, Commissioner Rose-Gonzalez, but I also think that if the marketplace gave them some information, they would, and you were absolutely right, chicken and the egg is exactly it, but you need both the chicken and the egg to go simultaneously forward, because if they don't know what the marketplace would sustain, then they're going to come up with a different model for us.
That's right.
And this way, they would know at least. Of course, you could say later, we don't want workforce housing, we'll take a $30 million facility as, or you could say, well, we'll take a 40 or 50, but with this number of units and this kind of, with your market. So I think they actually would help them. I would support it. I don't know if that helps you come to your own judgment. Well, let me go to Richardson.
Let me say that first of all, I did not realize that part of your consulting engagement was to even look at the potential partners, because that was never the first step. It was always my intention that you would do what you presented today and tell us the types of things that would be in the box in terms of the cultural spaces, because that's what we would need to tell a design team, that we want a proscenium stage, we want a visual arts lab, we want this, and you've done that work. And so I would say you potentially could have 3 reports. So I believe what you presented us today, you could issue a final report on that tomorrow, because you take your slides and you put it in a report and you could give it to us. If that would be a final report on the uses of the facility. And then if you want to do additional work, if the manager has authorized that to vet these potential partners, I really don't think we need that right now, because quite frankly, we're talking 6, 7 years down the road, and we don't even know if those partners are still going to be interested. The key thing is that we know that what we want in the box, what it needs to look at. It doesn't really matter if it's company A or company B. If we're going to have a proscenium stage, then any company is going to use a proscenium stage. And whether or not they want a green drape or a red drape down the road is easy enough for us to change. But can you issue a report on what you just presented to us today on the uses of the space? Can you do that? How long would that take you to do?
So the report does not currently define the square footage and the functionality of the spaces. It identifies them conceptually.
Yeah, so we don't need the square footage. What we need to do is to say the types of things we want to do in the box.
Intuitively, we know probably what they should be, but unless we talk to the potential users, we're not going to know with great certainty whether we're talking about a 200-seat proscenium theater or a 400-seat proscenium theater, a 50-seat cinema or a 150-seat cinema. Right. And I think we need some, it doesn't have to be exact, but I think we need some form of specificity in order to be able to inform an architect as to how those spaces should be configured. But I'm not so sure that would necessarily impact the ability to find out about workforce housing and how that would help to finance the overall facility.
Yeah, so we know the approximate parameters because we know the footprint, 20,000 square feet approximately on the ground floor. So we don't need to decide today whether or not we're going to have a 200-seat theater or a 400-seat theater, because if we know the types of things, we can vet a potential pre-development or development agreement. We can let people bid on it and come back and tell us whether or not they would propose a workforce housing, how that would change the finances and everything. By that time, you're going to have finished all your work, and you'll know that if we choose company A, they're going to want a 500-seat theater and that sort of thing. So I see no reason not to move forward with this.
Let's bring this in. We got a lot of more complex issues. The question's going to be, and I'm turning to you, Commissioner Earl. The question's going to be what do you want us to do? And then I'm going to turn to and just try to poll us so I can figure out whether we go forward or not. Commissioner, what's the motion?
So I will make a motion to authorize the administration to move forward with an RFLI for either pre-development or development agreement. I don't want to be so specific as to say Servitas. I will tell you that the model that they used for the Collins Park was very, very beneficial to the city because we retain ownership of everything, and that's how I would like to move forward. I'm not interested in selling the land. I'm not interested in doing a long-term lease on the land, but I want to move to the next step. That alone will take 3 or 4 months, long after we're gone, but that's my motion.
I'll second it, but.
Okay, that's a long motion, but I think.
I'd like to speak on it.
Yeah, I'm going to pause.
Well, just the only clarification would be an RFLI is not a competitive solicitation that we can award a contract from. So if you'd want to proceed with a solicitation, we can, with your motion, maybe perhaps an RFP.
It would be an RFP. Yes.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Ariella, let's bring this
And by
in.
the way, that RFP would not be awarded. It would have to, if the manager were to recommend a partner, that would have to come back to this commission and that would have to be voted upon. So we're not making a final decision today.
Yes, I second it because I want to speak to this issue. Now, colleagues, this is an area, particularly with respect to cultural institutions, that I do have a great deal of expertise on and frontline experience dealing. Just so happens, Larry and I go way back on this issue, not just at the Arts Center, but Larry, if you remember 15 years ago, you and I were trying desperately to help the county and the city of Miami get the Coconut Grove Playhouse back online. Right. And you and I, when I leave here, I've committed to you and some folks in this community, I'm going to work to get the Miami Marine Stadium reopened. If you look at Miami Marine Stadium, that thing's been closed since Hurricane Andrew. And Coconut Grove Playhouse has been closed for over 20 years. And the only reason those things don't open is because of politics. The reason I'm seconding Commissioner Richardson's motion is we do have to put a stake in the ground and get the ball rolling, because otherwise, delay, and another 8 years will go by, and I promise you the Byron Carlyle will not change one iota. It'll still be a dormant, blighted building that we'll probably have to tear down because of neglect. Particularly cultural institutions, for whatever reason, they just languish, not just in our community, but nationwide. You have to have a vision and make a commitment. You may not get it perfect, but you got to do something to stand up for culture. I mentioned the Coconut Grove Playhouse. That thing is still, there's no plan whatsoever. Everything Larry and I told the county and the city back 15 years ago has come true. I think, if memory serves me correctly, 20 years ago they'd set aside $20 million. $20 million 20 years ago might have gotten something done there. Now, I don't think it would even build a driveway for the Coconut Grove Playhouse. The longer we sit on $30 million for the Byron Carlyle, the less effective it's going to become in the long term. I do think that the Friends of the Byron Carlyle, when they presented, they shocked me in how good and thorough their vision was. I mean, if I had to do it myself, I would have been exactly where they ended up. And I think Larry and Steve's analysis of the situation supports everything they said. I think my vision for the Byron Carlyle would be sort of a Swiss Army knife of facilities that can accommodate, smaller institutions, so a black box theater that has a lot of adaptability, whether it's going to be for high school plays or professional regional plays, a small movie theater where we can show, art house type movies, rehearsal rooms. The other element that I think is really needed here that would make it unique to our city would be the artist housing component. And I do think we should explore that, because with housing prices going where they're going, we can have the finest arts facility, but we won't have any performing arts groups who can use them because they don't live here. And so I do think that it's something we got to consider very seriously. we do have to make a decision, colleagues. This is going to get vetted by a future commission, lots of community input, but if we just keep kicking the can down the road, what I promise you is nothing's going to get done. You know, I'll tell you, you know, the reason we're even talking about the Byron Carlyle today is because Commissioner Richardson has been dogged on it. The reason we have money for this is because I was dogged in coming up with the cultural geobond program. Nobody asked me to do it. There wasn't a demand. I had a vision saying, we need this, and let's go do it. This is what leadership is about. And if we're just going to kick the can down the road, whether for political reasons or somebody wants to attach their name, I promise you nothing is going to get done. Let's put it out in the market. Let's see what the market has. We can always reject it, but we got to keep the ball rolling. You know, the Collins Park Garage, I remember when that was built, that empty space, you know, then City Manager Jim Morales, I went to him, I said, what are we going to do with it? He goes, well, I don't know, Facilities is going to rent it out. I said, well, I think that's a bad idea because there's no vision there. I said, we should make that exclusively for the use of a cultural space, right? And he kind of looked at me like that wasn't a good idea. We were going to end up renting that out to a bank or something, right? And what would that have done to the Collins Park neighborhood? So I got together with Ray Breslin and some other folks and said, no, we have to make, put a stake in the ground and say this has to be for a cultural facility. Lo and behold, a lot of community support, unanimous commission support. Then we found the money, and now one day we're going to have a beautiful performing arts venue there for Miami New Drama and other organizations. But you got to put a stake in the ground. You got to make a commitment. You got to roll forward. And kicking the can down the road is you're going to end up like the Coconut Grove Playhouse, just languishing, no vision, no plan, no commitment, and then the money we've set aside is going to be meaningless in the future. So,
And I would just add, and our residents are paying for it right now. They're being taxed for this facility, and if in 5 or 10 years it's not there, then they will have. Many of them will have left, and they'll have paid for something that they never got to step foot in. Let's get a vote on this. Commissioner Fernandez, all we're voting on now is quite a long motion.
An RFP.
An RFP.
For pre-development or development agreement at the manager's discretion to move forward with.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask. I was going to ask the city attorney if you could just state the motion for me.
So what I'm hearing would be the issuance of an RFP for the development of the Byron Carlyle with, to include a performing arts center that would accommodate multiple potential cultural partners based on the consultant's interim report, with a workforce housing component, with the city to retain ownership of the project, and with a structure similar to the structure utilized for the Collins Park Artist Workforce Housing Project.
Okay,
And
Mr.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
So usually the C2 section of our agenda, usually we see these before we issue them out. Could we direct the administration to work on the language of the RFP and bring it back to the city commission before it's issued? And my issue is that all that I have on the agenda are 2 titles. So let's give the direction to the administration to draft the language of the RFP, but let's see that language so that we know what we're actually putting out there into the marketplace.
And I will accept that amendment on it. I think it should come back. I have no problem with that. And then I would just add, I think you stated the motion very correctly. I would just add that offerors should have the flexibility of offering a space with including workforce housing and without. I'm very supportive of a facility with workforce housing because I know that will throw cash off, that will support the facility and make the overall project cheaper on the cultural arts side. So, but I'm okay with it coming back, and a future commission, if they don't want to do it, they'll vote against it.
Commissioner, you recognize to clarify.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So just to the point is, we're not selecting who's going to be there. You know, we're just selecting, well, we're not selecting anything. But I'm saying, like, the whole issue that I think some people are getting tripped up on is that we are not selecting who's going to be the operator, who are going to be the tenants.
Right.
It's way, way too premature. Right. One thing I think we all know, but I definitely know, you know, with arts organizations, they kind of come and go. So anyone we fall in love with today, 5 years from now, their board of directors may blow up. The impresario who started it may move to another city. And I remember that's what happened. One of the many issues that happened with the Coconut Grove Playhouse, if you remember, and it was a county-led decision. They had selected Gable Stage to be the tenant, even before the thing was built. Gable Stage was a one-man show of, at the time, a 70-year-old man running a very small theater. He passed, and the organization is sort of, languishing. Then they gave it to, I think it was FIU, then FIU turned it down, and the thing's never been built, and all they've been doing is selecting who's gonna operate it without building the damn thing. So I think we need to get this thing going. We can select who's gonna be in there, and there's not gonna be a one anchor tenant. It's probably gonna be a multi-use facility. So let's not get tripped up on who ultimately was gonna be in there. Let's build them a home, and then let's select who's gonna be the tenant.
Commissioner Minor, and you stole my Swiss Army knife line. Hey.
I wasn't clear where you ended up, but I see, here's the thing. I agree with pretty much what everyone's saying. I think it is an important project, and we should want to move forward. This is a 2,240-page agenda. But there's no memo here, and I know, and I'm not blaming the city staff for that, but that's the concern I get. If it's such primary importance and we have to vote on it today as opposed to next month, how come there's no write-up, and the consultants who are working hard don't have the report yet? I get concerned when we don't see certain things and we don't have it in front of us. I mean, that's part of our job, to be able to review the specifics of the RFP, and we're kind of verbalizing it here from the dais. So I want to move forward, I do, but I also have concerns that I don't have anything in front of me.
Commissioner Fernandez, you amended it to come back to you.
For the art, because the thing is, and just echoing the concern, to the importance of the Byron Carlyle, the importance of the work you've led, Mr. Vice Mayor, this is important work. So let's ask our city administration to draft an RFP based on the scope as stated with the motion by the city attorney, but let's have that RFP language come back to the city commission for review and approval by the city commission, and I'd like, recommendation from the administration with that. I'd like to see it as an actual item with analysis, with background, with a recommendation for us to review.
Okay, so with that, you're in favor of it?
Yeah.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, you're recognized. I think we're about to vote. There are 4 votes for it.
Wait a second, you're in favor of moving forward with an RFP?
No, we're not moving forward with an RFP. What we're saying,
He's not
we're
voting for that.
He amended it.
Wait, can I just say one thing?
Hold up,
My
before
big-
you speak, please,
Well-
just because I had the floor, and I just want to make
Okay,
sure.
well, I had the floor.
The motion was amended. The motion was amended because we're not putting out to the market an RFP. We're saying draft an RFP, draft the language. Don't do anything with the language other than bring it back to this table to the city commission so that we can review that language before we do anything with it.
I think he might have stepped out when he did that, but he changed it so that we're not sending out the RFP. We're simply directing them to draft it and bring it back to the commission.
Okay, I feel like I'm living in the twilight zone. There's an ordinal sequence of events that have to take place. My big concern is please do not derail our consultant's report. I would say that you keep on going with your report and get us the final report by December so that we don't throw some wrench in the plan with some RFP. So please continue with the report, and I hope that that's part of this, okay? Continue with your report. I guess we will get this language. I'm not in favor of moving forward without the final report today, with no vetting from the community. I understand that we want to get this done. If I had put a $30 million project on an agenda with no paperwork attached, you would have had a heart attack. You would, I'm sorry, but this body would have looked at me like I was crazy to suggest that we approve or send something out without any paperwork at all. And it's a discussion item. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I understand that there's 4 votes to support this, but it seems, no, there are not 4 votes to support this. Commissioner, I'm a no. I'm not sure. I think we need to take the temperature of the overall body. I want to get this built. I want the taxpayers' money put to good use. But we've paid a lot of money for top-line gold star consultants, and I don't want to push this through without hearing their final report. And by the way, they are going to be totally confused. And actually, the administration is going to be completely confused because nobody really understands what the overall RFP is going to be because we haven't gotten the final report.
Okay.
So it's just an exercise in futility. As long as the consultants move forward, I'm a no today, and I know that this can be reversed, but I do think that this type of decision-making causes a lot of angst for our administration and results in a lot of busy work that leads to nothing.
Okay, let's try to get this done. You're up with the motion as you amended it.
Could, Mr. Attorney, could you please state the motion as amended and explain what that action is? Because from my gathering, that action is pretty much lack of action, and it's only like asking for information to come back to the city commission.
Ultimately, you're right. It is, the direction is to develop an RFP to come back to the city commission prior to issuance of the RFP. The RFP would be for the development of the Byron Carlyle with to accommodate multiple potential partners with or without workforce housing component, and with the city to retain ownership of the property, and utilizing the financial structure utilized for the Collins Park workforce housing projects.
And I would say that has, the motion has been stated as amended. I'm in agreement with the way it's been stated.
And that's not sending it out into the marketplace. That's just creating the paperwork, the information we need to decide whether we want to issue it at that time or not. But we're not issuing anything today. All that we're asking for is put together for us the information so it can be placed on the agenda. The public can read it, can review it. We can get the public's input. We can properly vet it and consider it. And then at that point, we can make an informed decision whether to issue it or not. Because right now, I don't have the information right now in front of me, so I can't make a proper
You may want to make
decision.
changes to it.
Okay, all right, guys, we're going to keep talking about this. We got a ton of stuff, but we can keep talking about it. Commissioner, there are 4 votes for it. Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, what do you want to say?
I would just like to state that as stewards of tens of millions of dollars in taxpayers' money that are going toward this large municipal project, I think that it's very irresponsible of us to not wait for the final report, because how is our procurement department going to even understand what to draft if they don't have the information to do so? So I'm against this exercise in what I think is irresponsible futility.
Commissioner Minor.
Actually, a couple of questions for you, Ms. City Manager. Our consultant said they would have the report ready in December. Did I hear that correctly?
That is what he said. We were under the impression that it was going to be January, but he said December on the record, so that's great.
Would it be helpful to you and the administration to have that report in preparing the RFP?
I believe that we have enough of a model from Collins Park seems to be the model that's being referenced, and we certainly have a model that was used for that. It sounds to me like there's an expectation that this RFP will come back, so we have a couple of weeks to continue to work with the consultant and to access the information that they're working on. So I believe, given the clarity that the attorney read into the record, and given the fact that their expectation is not that the document be drafted and that it go out, but that the expectation is that the document come back, that gives us the appropriate amount of time to be able to incorporate the work that they continue to do, to Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez's point, and at the same time use the models that we've used in the past to draft RFP that then you would be able to comment on and continue to improve upon the scope.
And is there any, and I don't mean it to be critical, if it comes out, it's not with my intent, but there's a lot of work that went into this agenda, 2,240 pages. There's no analysis, no memo, there's zero on this item. Is there a reason for that?
Well, this is not our item. This is Commissioner Richardson's item.
Let me
All right,
ask-
guys, we have.
I'm just going to ask for one last thing.
Yeah.
Because, and I'm sorry, and I know you're trying to move an agenda.
Yeah, and this is going to pass. Go ahead, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't know, you're entitled to speak.
And so I just, since I'm not familiar with the level of public outreach that the speakers before us have engaged in. And that's very important here. In order to keep the public's trust on our side is very important. I'm going to ask that when this, as part of the motion, for when this RFP, the language comes back for our approval, for it to be an item that's open for public comments, please. So I would like to incorporate that as part of the motion, that it not be a consent item, that it be an item that's open to the public, that the public that has input, opinions about it, be able to comment. Because again, I don't know the level of community outreach, and this is a very important community asset that is important to the identity of North Beach. And I want to make sure that when we act to actually issue this RFP, that they're given the opportunity to comment and be involved and be heard as for the vision of this property.
You want to speak? Yeah.
But obviously, just for the record, the commission that's going to be here for that could easily overturn that.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So the late Commissioner Mark Samulin was a huge champion for the Byron Carlyle, and I know that he would be very pleased to have this item move forward. What I like about this is that the city is retaining ownership of the land, so that's not going to change. And I can support Commissioner Fernandez's item because it would take into consideration the community input. One thing we can't forget is that about 3 or 4 years ago, over 1,000 petitions came in where residents wanted certain things for the Byron Carlyle, and as we're moving forward, we need to make sure that we're not forgetting the actual residents that live there.
And Commissioner Richardson's item is somewhere.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. My assumption is Commissioner Rosenthal, you're a no, and you're a no, Commissioner Minor. Everyone else is yes. Okay, show it 5-2. Let's move to R2A. We're going to just keep working, everybody. Get over it. Everybody out in the hall, come on back in.
And then can we do R2B after, because she had a time certain.
Who's that?
That's the bed and breakfast. It'll be fast.
Item R2A is approved concession agreement, RFP 2023-479
This
KB,
one goes.
management of high-end beach establishments.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, before you today is the culmination of a process started by this commission in May, where the commission directed the administration to prepare a competitive RFP process. On September 17th, the commission awarded that competitive process to Boucher Brothers, instructed the administration to negotiate. We have, in fact, negotiated in good faith, and before you today is the negotiated contract for your consideration. The contract has the protections that you would expect the city to expect from a partner, and certainly we have an entire team prepared to brief you on the detail of that. A cursory summary of the details of the agreement. Many of the things that were discussed during the award are in fact incorporated into the recommended negotiated contract. $4 million annual minimum guarantee, which will increase by 3% annually starting in year 2. Upfront payments that are in $1 million increments before the operation is actually fully operational. The city will have in our treasury over, $4 million, a $26.2 million excuse me, investment into the property for the term of the property, for the term of the concession agreement, and multiple public benefits, all of which the staff is prepared to outline and highlight for you. So I would ask whichever one of you wants to start first in the level of detail that you would expect us to have. I'll ask Mark to introduce the detail. We have our city attorney and obviously our CFO, our facilities director, and our procurement director, all prepared to comment on the detail if necessary.
Okay, members, this is not a public hearing. We are approving a concession agreement. If there are any questions you have, we'll start with Commissioner Richardson and move down all the way to Commissioner Fernandez. I'm alternating the best I can. So Commissioner Richardson, if you have questions, Vice Mayor, you're recognized. You don't have to ask questions, but you're recognized if you do.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for the summary, City Manager. I would like to go through a couple of things. I'd like the staff to address first of all, the public benefits. I know what was initially proposed. I don't know if that changed, but whoever could address that, I'd like to go through all of the public benefits.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I'll start with that. We
Following the last commission meeting, we met with the Boucher team. On that team was myself, Rick DePico from the city attorney's office, Liz from property management, Jason, our CFO, and Alex Dennis, our procurement director. We negotiated things that they had proffered in their written proposal that they turned in, as well as things that they proffered in their oral presentations. Some of the highlights of what came out of that are we ended up with, over the 10-year period, about $4.5 million worth of public benefits that can be quantified or with dollar numbers. And then there are a list of things that we can't quantify because we won't know the value of those until they're received, but I'll go through that, be happy to go through that list. In addition, the minimum rent over the 10-year term turns out to be $45,855,000. And all in, the minimum that we would receive in dollars would be $50,304,000 over the 10 years. Things that we can't quantify would be the sand sifting. They've agreed to do weekly sand sifting from Government Cut to 5th Street. They've agreed to do daily litter control from Government Cut to the north side of Douglas Park, from the dune to the erosion line. They've agreed to do hospitality training for Miami Beach High. They've agreed to do 12 community celebrations each year. They've agreed to provide 12 citywide cleanup events each year. They've agreed to give 10% off of all food and beverage at the facility for residents. And they're proposing that they would build in an app. People would be able to pre-register on the app to be able to show that they're residents, and it would be good for one resident and one guest. So if there was a family, the two family members could each bring a guest. Could be a child or it could be someone else. And then additionally, though, even though it's not covered under this agreement, they've agreed to give 15% off not only for all the beach rentals at this beach club, but to be able to provide 15% off all beach rentals at all of their public concessions throughout the beach to all residents. So we think that that could be a big dollar figure, but until we see how many people take advantage of it, we can't quantify that. So in addition to those things, they gave dollar-wise over the 10 years $4.5 million worth of public benefits. And we can delve into as many of those as you want, but that's a high level.
Let me just ask a couple of questions, and thank you for that summary. On the sand sifting, which is a third, and the daily litter control that they have offered to do, who is doing that work now, or is it not being done?
It's in addition to. So right now we have the county comes in and cleans up, but they'll do additional daily litter control.
Okay. And is the county doing the sand sifting as well? No.
The sand is not sifted on a weekly basis.
So, okay. And then the 10% off on the F&B, is that for citywide residents or just a particular area?
Citywide.
Citywide. Okay. And then, thank you for the summary. What is, you said that it's 4.5, or I think you said the total cash over the 10 years is $50,304,000, if I got that right. What is the current revenue that we're getting from the current operator on an annual basis? I think it's a percent of revenue, so it may vary.
I believe currently it's about $1.4 million a year.
$1.4 million a year. So if I took that over 10 years, that would be $14 million. So we can compare $14 million, and under this new, we would get $50 million, or a significant, almost 4 times as much.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the other thing that happened in the meeting is Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez requested and I think we did an amendment, some sort of an out provision or whatever you would call it. So can someone address that? Because we directed that you include that in the in the contract.
I'm going to let Rick address that. There were two items that were brought up by commission last time. One was Commissioner Fernandez talked about additional security on the beach walk. We did address that through negotiations, and we can talk more about that. In regards to the 5-year termination, I'll let Rick.
So let's take the one you just mentioned first of all, because that actually I was trying to write down all of the public benefits. It's my understanding they initially included 2 police officers and a ranger. Is that still part of the offer?
That's still part of the offer, and their position coming back was that they didn't feel that they could add more positions. What they've agreed to in this agreement is $250,000 in year 1 that would go towards public safety. That would certainly cover the salary of 2 police officers and 1 park ranger and their equipment. And then they've agreed to a 5% escalator each year. So year 1 it's $250,000, but by year 10 they would be paying $387,000, being able to cover the adjustments that would be made to salary over the term.
Okay, so when I wrote down all these public benefits, I did not hear that item, and is that because it's
That's part of that 4.5, yes.
It's part of the 4.5.
I think it would be helpful, Mark, if you went through those $4.5 million worth of benefits.
Absolutely.
Oh, I misunderstood. When you said the 4.5, I thought you were talking about the revenue payment.
No, that's the value of the public benefit over the
That's just
10-year
public
period.
benefits.
Oh, in addition to the revenue stream every year. Is that right?
That's right.
Yes, and I can walk you through the dollar breakdown on it, and I'll try to be.
So just so I'm clear, we're going to get about $4 million a year as a minimum payment.
Correct, that's the year 1.
And then in addition to that, the public benefit is over $4 million a year or total?
It's about 300 for year 1. It would be around 368,000 on a recurring basis. And let me walk you through that
Okay,
to make sure we can clarify that. So I'll just look at the year 1 numbers. So the year 1 to support public safety was the salaries and supplies that would for 2 police officers and a park ranger at $250,000. That's indexed to a 5% escalator. So that over the 10-year period, that one specific public benefit would be valued at $3.144 million. That would be revenue coming to the city to offset that expense. Then there is, in year 1, $36,000 to help defray costs for the city-funded food services for the needy. That would total $360,000 over the 10-year period. $30,000 to come to the city to then be distributed equally to our public schools. So the principals have additional funds for miscellaneous supplies. That would be $300,000 over the 10-year period. $30,000 in year 1 to help defray costs of the city-funded dune maintenance and restoration, $300,000 over the 10-year period. $2,000 to the city that would then be passed through as a donation to the Victory Garden in the South of 5th neighborhood. That would be valued at $20,000 over the 10-year period. $20,000 to the city to help defray costs related to the senior programs that the city sponsors. That would be the value of $200,000 of that 10-year period. So on a recurring basis, we would bring in about $3.325 million during that 10-year term. And there's a few one-time items that I'll mention. In year 1, there's a $25,000 cash donation to the city, which be directed towards improvements at the Bark Park on Washington Avenue, related to additional trees and some infrastructure for the dogs there. There is also a provision in there for them to self-perform and install sunshades at the playground at Loomis Park. But there is, if that's not able to be possible, that would be transferred to a one-time $100,000 payment to the city, which would be dedicated specifically for playground improvements and renewal and replacement at Loomis Park. There is also space being given to the city in the building of 250 square foot minimum, and they would giving us a $20,000 allowance for the build out of that space if we used it for police or parks or whatever we do. But if we end up just taking the space and not wanting the build out, they would actually give a cash donation of $20,000 to the city. And then as Mark mentioned, mentioned, the rent starts at $4 million and escalates at a minimum of 3%. That's the guaranteed minimum rent. So the guaranteed minimum rent would be $45,855. 45 million, sorry, 45,855,000. So if you add up all of that, because what we look at is the cash. What is the cash coming into the city? That would be about 50.2 million. But then there's the possibility of the sunshade money, the 100,000 or the 20,000 for the build-up. So we give you a little bit higher at that $50.3 million in way of cash. And then sorry,
let me
Mark said
make
there's
sure,
a number.
Jason, that is of cash.
That's cash. So
Does
there's
that
some
include? That does not include.
So that doesn't include the in-kind benefits that Mark had mentioned, such as the sand sifting, which could have a value, I think, of the $75,000 or $80,000 range if with Beach Raker, one of the contractors doing it, and then there's some things that are more difficult to quantify a specific number, such as 12 community events being done, and they use examples of 1 month it might be a yoga, morning yoga for the whole community to come out that they would sponsor. And then something bigger might be a Halloween blowout for the kids during 1 month. So it would range throughout the year. We didn't specify it. And we talk about the 12 cleanups throughout the city. It wouldn't be specific to the neighborhood. And all of these would have to be coordinated with the city and approved by the city.
Okay. And then the other thing I'd ask about is the second issue we ask is the termination or the buyout. I don't know what you call it. Rick, we'll let you describe it. Where did we land on that?
If there's a financial emergency, which is defined as the inability to pay debts, payroll, etc., the city can terminate the agreement upon not less than 180 days' notice, cannot occur sooner than the 6th year, and there's an early termination payment payable as a result of that early termination. The payment is determined by valuation if the parties can agree.
Yeah, and did you work on this particular agreement?
I did.
So is there any part of the agreement or the potential agreement where you were unable to reach agreement? So what I want to know is because I'm not a lawyer and I'm not going to read every word, I may read every other word, but was there anything in this where you were not able to reach agreement with the party?
No, we did not leave any open items that we would require any direction from the commission on.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. With that, I'm going to move this item.
So my questions also were about the public benefits, which you've already explained, and I was hesitant on voting for this the last time because there hadn't been community outreach, and it's my understanding, I've heard from several board members of SOFNA, that there was a community meeting and they gave a presentation and had input. Were you guys present? Can you tell me about it?
I was not present, but a resident CFO was.
I could speak a little bit to it as a South of Fifth resident. I didn't attend it, but I'm aware of it. And my understanding is there was a very long Q&A. Went on for a couple of hours, I believe. And I believe the vote was, and I think it was passed along by the clerk to the commission, was a unanimous vote, which I was happy about, from the SOFNA board to recommend approving the contract.
Thank you. I'm happy to support this item.
Commissioner Ariola.
Yeah, I mean, I seconded it. Look, I think, first of all, staff, everyone who worked on this did a really, really thorough job. Thank you, Alina, for, organizing this effort, to bring this to us. And then, Raphael and your staff and Rick on the legal side, very, complex deal. I think you guys organized well, ran a really thorough RFP process and evaluation committee. Really impressed with the responses we got and the overwhelming interest in this project. Look, it's been well said many times in this commission and previous committees that have heard this and out there in the community. There's some sensitivity around this because, the current operator's been there for a long time, and, you know, well-respected and loved by many. But there comes a point in time when we have to ask ourselves, is the way it's currently being operated compatible with where we're at as a city and where the South of Fifth neighborhood is at in its own development as a, you know, near 20-year resident of South of Fifth, yeah, you know, and having moved in recent years to the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. I know that community well. You know, I think that community is looking for something new. I think our city's looking for something new. That's why this thing went out to RFP to gauge the appetite, to see what kind of ideas are out there. I think we're well served by that process. I think the recommendation by the evaluation committee really brings a really compelling deal to the city, our residents, and our guests, as articulated by the presentation and as was walked through by Commissioner Vice Mayor Richardson. Look, you know, where we're at today, $4 million guaranteed annual rent is more than we're getting today, which is closer to $1 million. So, you know, a 4X, plus all of the additional neighborhood improvements to the beach area, all of the community events geared towards families, you know, and combining, you know, a nationally known world-class food and beverage operator with a local business with a 30-plus year track record. It's hard to argue against this. You put any political and all the disparaging things that have been put out there by the incumbent, this is a great deal for the city. And I think we should all unanimously support it because it's going to serve our residents really well. It's been thoroughly vetted. The qualifications of the responders are world-class, hard to argue against them. And then the economics of the deal are far superior to what we have today, far superior to the deals we had from the other proposers. And then there's a lot of the community enhancements that we're going to get with this deal. So I'm fully supportive of this award.
Commissioner Minor.
So, yeah, I attended the South of Fifth Neighborhood Association meeting on Friday when this was discussed at length. There's a lot to like about the deal, and I'm excited. I hope to work with Boucher Brothers for many years to come on this. I am going to register a no vote based on the process. I'm not going to get into it. I've said my piece on it, but I think it will be successful, and there's a lot of great components to this. So I'm looking forward to the final product.
Mr. Rosa Gonzalez.
Okay, so I voted for this the first time, and I want to vote for it today, but I just need to work on the early termination clause a little bit, which is saying that it would commence on day one of the 6th year. Fine. But what I said when we decided to incorporate the termination clause in was the cost of all capital expenses minus depreciation. And what this says is that the loss of anticipated profits, which are two very different things. Can you explain that to me, Rick?
Sure. What we had was a negotiation. We took what you directed into account, but ultimately what the proposer was comfortable with was something in the nature of contractual damages. They've made the investment. They have the expectation of profits. Now, profits are speculative, and you know, what their expectations are may not pan out entirely, but we felt that it was an equitable solution to this termination that, but for a financial emergency, would not occur. We've also included in the formula that there is a deduction from that profits amount for the value of any FF&E or furniture, fixtures, and equipment that they remove from the concession area. And we have also agreed that we would pay the reasonable costs that this early termination would cause them to incur, other than costs that they would otherwise incur at the end of the lease. We've also set a cap so that the cap is no more than $10 million per year that remains, less, again, the value of the FF&E that they take with them.
So you're saying it, I was proposing the 26 million minus depreciation, and you're saying you're capping it at 10 million?
Per year.
10
that
million per year,
remains.
so 50
So
million.
if there's 3 years left, it'll be 30. If there's 4 years, there
But
wouldn't
I
be
think
5
the
years left.
protection is, I mean, first of all, we'd have to prove that we had a financial emergency, which I think would be very difficult for us to do,
Sure.
given that we're in Miami Beach, which I think already protects us. There's got to be something that we can come to in between what I initially said and what you guys said. And the only reason I'm doing this, look, I want to vote for this. So it's capped. I don't see the cap. Can you show me where that is? Because I don't see the cap. What? I'm on page 869 at the top. It says the early termination paid is intended to compensate the concessionaire for the loss of anticipated profit that it would derive from the operations for the time remaining in the term. That's not what it says. There is no cap. If you put a cap, if I see the cap, then I'd be fine. I would say a cap minus depreciation. So,
Well, we have a cap, and it is about halfway down.
where is it?
But if you look for the number 10 million, you'll find it. And you'll see, but not more than 10 million adjusted annually during the term.
Where, on which
Oh,
page
sorry,
is that
25,
cap? There is
section
no.
3.
Pardon?
25.3 is the section.
25.3.
And it is, I mean,
Okay.
you might have different
I'm
page
trying to
numbering.
find it here.
If you just kind of glance through the very lengthy paragraph and look for the number 10
The
million.
problem is that, okay, wait, capped, oh, I see. Okay, wait. If the higher appraised value of such two appraisals is not more than 1/10 the lower appraised value, the fair market rental value of the premises should be the average of the two appraised values, but not more than $10 million. But that's not what it says over here, which could be arguable. Can you just add in the language of the cap in that early termination clause initially? Because it doesn't say that. All it says here is a loss of anticipated profits. So let's say that we were in a financial emergency, well then, our buyout would be 250 million versus what I initially recommended, which was 26 million. No, it will be capped at the 50 million. If you just add in the cap in that other section, I'm a yes.
In which section, Commissioner?
So this isn't even, this is just the summary of the contract. Okay.
We'll do our best to clarify it.
Okay.
Could I just ask a question? Commissioner, you just said 250 million, and I'm confused where that number came from.
Well, I mean, I was just projecting in my head. All I wanted is for the city, listen, I want to move forward with this. I think it's a great deal for the city. The public benefits are excellent. I love the Boucher Brothers proposal. The only thing I wanted to add in the last time was a buyout clause. And my initial idea behind the buyout clause, and I believe what we directed the commission to do, was say all capital expenses minus depreciation, which is not what we got here. We got double that. But if it is double that and it's a $10 million cap, then I guess it's fine.
And it is in the agreement, Commissioner. You were reading from the summary and the memorandum.
Yeah,
that
I
didn't
realized
have
that,
it,
and I'm
so-
like, oh,
so
then
there
I felt
would
really
be- there
stupid
would
when
be
I,
no need to
when I saw that.
change the
Okay,
agreement.
if there's a cap, then that's fine, but the summary doesn't say that there was a cap, so that was a little bit confusing, because that could be anything, and I have to be honest, it's a very long, complicated contract, and I depend on you guys to protect us as a city, so I'm just making sure.
The cap is
we're
there, we'll make sure
protected.
that we clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to our staff for working on this. And of course, we always want to be supportive of something that can help improve from current conditions that are not ideal. And certainly, the agreement that we have here provides better options for our community, and certainly something that is much more elevated. When this was discussed last time, I mentioned that I would focus on public safety, that I wanted to see enhancements here in public safety. I'd like to recognize someone from the team, just as a question.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good afternoon. So in terms of public safety, explain to me what you're providing in terms of public safety.
The public safety portion of the public benefits is $250,000 a year, beginning year one, with 5% escalators through the duration of the agreement, which I think when you get to year 10 or 9.5, whatever it is $387,832.
Okay, and that is to fund for salary and supplies.
Correct.
But Mr. Taxes, funding salary and supplies, now that's creating a cost for us as well.
There would be, that does not cover the benefits piece, which would be pension, insurance, and things like that.
And that adds how much?
Approximately $200,000 to the 250.
So it's a public benefit that's creating cost for us.
There would be a piece of that we would have to fund from our revenue.
And these are officers, I was told yesterday in my meeting that to cover from Fifth Street to government cut?
No, sir. So what we negotiated with them was that those officers would be deployed at the discretion of the city manager and the police chief. We could use those 2 police officers and that park ranger anywhere that we wish to use them.
Okay. To me, I want to be supportive of this, but I'm just going to quote from what the after action says. To help enhance the safety of the beach walk from North to South Beach. And I don't see how 2 police officers and 1 park ranger really does much to help the beach walk from South Beach all the way to North Beach. My concern is that they're mainly going to be operating out of the police substation that's being placed there. Thank you for offering that police substation. Thank you for offering these 2 police officers and this park ranger. But I have my concern and my gut is usually right, is that it's going to be centered just on helping the South of Fifth area. And this property is a public asset that belongs not only to the taxpayers and residents of South of Fifth, but to every taxpayer in the city of Miami Beach. And whether you live in North Beach or in South Beach, you should in some way benefit from this, whether you can afford to eat there or not, because the discount is only good only if you can afford to eat there. And the 15% discount on the chairs is only good if you can afford the other 85%. But you don't have to spend a penny to walk outside and enjoy our beach walk. A beach walk that also ultimately takes you to this facility. I made it clear at the beginning. I would have much rather have seen a much more robust public safety enhancement so that everyone in our entire city, if they go out to the beach, they can enjoy a safer beach walk. And I don't see this really getting us closer to that. It does improve conditions, at Pier Park for the residents of South of Fifth. It absolutely improves conditions for those residents. How about improving conditions for the rest of the city? Does the administration have any proposal on how they could leverage some of this increased rent that we're going to be getting to help enhance or supplement public safety for the rest of the beach walk? Because again, I go back, it's clear in the after action what I was looking for to enhance public safety, and I said it specifically from North to South Beach, and I have it here in the after action that I just requested through the city clerk.
And I would defer to the manager for how we could use funds, but the only thing I'd like to just serve as a reminder that the commission approved in our budget 5 additional park rangers that would be deployed on the beach walk. That's not for the first time. I mean, we have park rangers that are out there now. There's 5 new park rangers that are in this budget that have not been hired or deployed yet, so those are coming. And then I would defer to the manager on what we could do to enhance that.
What I would say, Commissioner, is clearly the 2 police officers and the 1 park ranger are an enhancement to our overall complement of service, and certainly they could be dedicated specifically to the beach walk as directed by the commission. The enhanced revenue coming to the city is significant, and it will certainly be something that will enhance our capability in terms of recommendations, at the time that comes to fruition in terms of our budget recommendations. So to the extent that the commission would like to today commit a percentage, an amount of those revenues in the future, the only thing I would caution is that, we're about to enter collective bargaining again. We don't know what the financial condition of the city will be at the time that that we would actually have the revenues coming in, and so I would caution against restricting funds that would be available in the general fund, but that is certainly something that is a policy decision of the commission.
Anything else? Okay.
Mayor, I'd like.
Yeah, let me get to you. I just want to make sure. Commissioner Richardson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Because the questions prompted me to have a question. Because I may be a little confused about the 2 officers. So the $250,000 for 2 officers plus a ranger, those could be used anywhere in the city. Is that the city's decision on where those resources would be used?
That will be the city's decision.
Okay. So, Madam Manager, I remember a few years ago, this body voted a headcount increase for police. So we set the headcount. So is this in addition? So are we going to make an action to add 2 more people to the headcount? Or these 2 people, so rather than this costing the taxpayer $1 for this public benefit, I actually see where it's going to save us money. I'll tell you why. Because we're funding, unless we're going to increase the headcount today on our police force, this is going to, right now, we're paying for 2 police officers, 100% of their salary plus all their benefits. So if we get a public benefit to pay for 2 officers less the benefit, we're actually going to save money. Unless today, we're going to authorize a headcount increase at the police force. And now, if they're going to do that, because that's a separate action item.
That's an interesting perspective. I certainly viewed it as an additional headcount. I viewed public benefit as an enhancement. And so from my perspective, I thought it was an additional headcount. Jason?
So then, but I want to make that clear, that we're going to, this body, that maybe is a separate action item outside this contract. But we're going to have to authorize a headcount increase to accept this public benefit, and I'm fully supportive of that. To think that we could get 2 additional police officers and a ranger for, pension and other benefits tend to run 20–25% of base costs. So I'm fully supportive of that. Now, to the point of whether or not we want to earmark money, a part of the, I think, $4 million of annual revenue. I'm not sure you all want us to do that, because we're leaving and we're going to tie the hands of a future commission, and I'm not sure that you want to do that. I think a future commission will be best suited to decide how they want to spend the revenue. The other thing is, we build our police budget from the bottom up every year. So to the extent that we earmark $1 million of this to go into that, it's just going to take $1 million out of our operating fund that we would because we're not going to just keep, we're going to do a base budget as we do every year. So, but thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner Fernandez, you're recognized.
Because I just prompted a question in my mind. Mr. Taxes, you mentioned that the public benefit, annual public benefit component of this averages, I guess, about like $500,000?
The public benefit in year 1 was $493,000, and year 2 was about $380,000.
Okay. And of that, the one that is the line item that's a guarantee there is the $250,000 for public safety. But then we're tying the hands of a future commission on on the balance of the public benefits. We're saying, of this money, you know, you have to use $20,000 for these political senior things that we do. You know, we have to use $30,000 for the schools when we already put taxes towards the schools. We have to put $36,000 into a food pantry. We're tying the hands of a future city commission. Are we not, Mr. Attorney? Doesn't this tie the hands of a future city commission?
It's payments to the city for those specified purposes consistent with their proposal. The city commission could reduce funding on the, for education by $30,000 if it wanted to otherwise, but the public benefits proffered in their proposal have a value, and we will receive the payment for that value.
Okay, let's bring this in. Everybody's spoken. We've had a lot of talk. I just want to thank the team. Did you want to speak? I want to thank the team for the work they did. Alina, your staff was terrific. For 30 years, this property, which is arguably the most prime real estate in the city that's owned by the city, has had an anemic rent with very little public benefit. And because of the process the commission put forward and the hard work, as well as the folks that stood up and said, we'd like to do something with this property, we now are going to have really something that will be more usable and friendly to our residents. The public benefits are enormous. The rent is multiples of what we've received, and the folks that you have chosen and recommended to us and we have endorsed are some of are world class. So at the end of the day, this is pretty incredible, and I think our residents are going to benefit from it. I know there were some concerns at the beginning that people wanted us to wait. Well, the truth is, because now it's come back, it's been aired in the public, and even South of Fifth, which I think had not taken a position, has now taken a position, whether maybe unanimously saying they think this is a good idea and a great benefit. So I think this is not a win-win, but whatever number of wins I could link together, this is that. I don't know if it's perfect, but I know it's so much better than what we have, and I think it's great. And I appreciate all the work this team did to get us there, and I appreciate the work with the partners across the table who are going to be developing and managing this property. I think you guys are going to do a wonderful job, and I'll be very proud of the work you do over the years and the service you provide all of our residents and our visitors. So with that, this is a voice vote.
Mayor, could I, just before you do that, I just would like to call out that our city attorney's office did an incredible amount of work late at night and throughout the weekend to get that done, specifically Rick and Raphael. So they did an amazing job, and our city manager drove us hard by being involved in all those late evening and during the weekend to be able to get us to the place we are today. So I'd just like to thank both of them, both for their leadership and their support.
It's very exciting. And thank you, Raphael, and your staff.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to vote for this, but I'm going to just make a comment. We all sit up here and we all say public safety is our top priority. It's not putting a shade in a playground. That's not our top priority. It's not a food pantry. That's not our top priority. It's not a vegetable garden. That's not our top priority. Our top priority is public safety. And while I appreciate that thanks to this, we're getting 2 additional police officers, and that is a great thing. And thank you to our staff for negotiating this, and to our partners for bringing this forward. I just want to say it could have been more robust. It could have been more robust if we really believe that public safety is our top priority. We could have asked for that to have been more robust. That's more important than a garden. That's more important than a shade. That's more important than a food pantry and other things that we already provide for, than a party for the seniors. The safety of the residents of our city throughout the entire city. We're improving the safety of South of Fifth by changing the operator who's there, and by changing the dynamics and elevating it. But this is an asset that belongs to every single taxpayer in our city. And I'm not convinced that this is really gonna serve every single taxpayer, but it does something. So I'm gonna vote for it.
in the spirit of collegiality and unity from our city commission. You know, and I'm also going to put out there, we say we don't want to tie the hands of our city commission. We are tying the hands of a city commission. Because, Mr. Attorney, what's the rescission period on this?
Well, you can't terminate the agreement until the end of the 5th year.
Okay, so we are tying the hands of the next city commission that's going to be elected for 4 years, where they're not going to be able to do anything with this unless it comes at a great expense to the taxpayers of our city. So, you know, let's say as it is, we are tying the hands of a future commission. Public safety is not prioritized here as the public benefit, but I'm going to vote for it because we do need to change what's going on there. And this certainly is a significant improvement, and I've said it since day one. The Boucher brothers, what they've presented stands out and shines above what everyone else presented, and I'm convinced it's going to really transform the dynamics of what's going on there. I'm sincerely disappointed with the enhancement that we have on public safety as a result of it.
All right,
I wish it would have been different.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is a voice vote. Okay, I think that the only no vote at this point is Commissioner Minor. Are you still a no vote? Okay, show it passed 6-1. Anybody object to that call? Okay, show it was moved and seconded. Show R2A approved 6-1, and all of you people can go.
So motion by Commissioner Richardson, second by Commissioner Ariola.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's pick up our. Well, by the way, members, get your lunch and eat. We're not going anywhere. We're going to have to just eat with your mouth closed. R5B, is that the one,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez? You ask so little, so I heard you. Call R5B.
R5B is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 7 entitled zoning districts and regulations, article 3 entitled overlay districts at section 7.3.3 entitled West Avenue Bayfront overlay to provide an exception for bed and breakfast inns in the West Avenue Bayfront overlay and providing for repeat or codification, severability, and effective date. R5B is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. R5B.
Okay, it's moved by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. It's a public hearing. Anybody want to be heard?
Ariane?
We have someone online, Mr. Wallach. Are you here on R5B?
Okay. All right. Let's
Not on
move.
that item.
He's not on that item. Let's, anyone else want to be heard?
The owner.
Hold on
Okay,
for a
this is a
second.
public hearing, so if you want to be heard, you got 2 minutes?
Yes, sir. Gail Durham. Gail, please go ahead on this item.
Oh, hi there. My name is Gail, and I live at 1455 West Avenue. I live next to this property. As a matter of fact, I'm looking out my window right now at the property. So this is my statement that I wanted to make today about this property, which I oppose this ordinance. There is no wellness themed or any themed bed and breakfast in Miami Beach. There is no 6-bedroom, 12-person, single-family home that functions as a bed and breakfast in Miami Beach. There are no yoga classes or spa-like functions performed in any single home in zone RM1 anywhere in Miami Beach. So, in other words, we are in uncharted territory, and that is why I oppose this bed and breakfast. I always imagine a bed and breakfast as a spare bedroom rented by someone who wanted some extra income, not a home created to be a full-time business for someone making a career out of it in a residential neighborhood. So that is another reason why this seems like uncharted territory. I can't imagine a young single woman living under the same roof with 12 different strangers day after day, especially given the type of characters that visit South Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Durham.
And that's why I'm really very suspicious of.
Thank you. I have someone else, please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, the two Rafaels, and the city manager. My name is Mercedes Carcasses. I've been with the city since 1972. I started working for the police department in 1986, went to code enforcement 1997. And the reason I'm here is because the house in question next door, 1330 Flamingo Way, is my family's home. We have had it for over 3 decades. And as a code enforcement officer, administrator, not only did I send a letter in 2020 going against this, but I also have seen Mid Beach, North Beach, South Beach, where the commissioners actually call up code enforcement for us to show up to bed and breakfast, Airbnb as well. And there's noise, there's so much disruption. Also, there's not enough police officers, parking enforcement. We don't have enough people to be there at all times, especially when you have kids. My niece, she's autistic, and she is 15 years old. She's like 5 years old to me. And living next to this is not good for us. I was first living in South Beach, 24 Washington Avenue. You guys, eminent domain my house, and we moved to 1330 Flamingo Way. So now I'm asking that each one of you commissioners to please think of your family. I know I've spoke to a few of you, and I know you guys don't want this next door to you. And Mr. Tom Mooney, I know you don't live on the beach, and I did send the email. I'm not attacking you because you're a great director, but you know what? I want everybody to know that I don't want this, and I beg you all to vote no, please. Okay, I work very hard for the city. North Beach is what North Beach is. No. Mr. Ricky Ariola, you know that you helped out a lot at North Beach Development when we were back there. I worked very hard for you guys, and the reason I did that is for the same reason I'm here today. I don't want anything to happen with all this stuff in Israel. My heart goes to them as well, because we're part Jewish.
Thank you, Mercedes.
And I need help,
Thank
okay?
you. Our
Please,
next
vote no.
virtual caller is Ashley Wheeler. Ashley, please go ahead.
Yes, hi, my name is Ashley Wheeler, and I am a friend of Ariana's, and I've actually been inside this wellness property. And, you know, to second what the woman just spoke said, that we are in this tumultuous world with all of this craziness happening. Having a space and having, if it is the first wellness B&B, a space where people can go for their mental health, for their physical health, to have a place that's sacred and to go to is actually what's needed more in this world. And Ariana is an outstanding woman. She has done everything by the books here. She's been extremely intentional to every detail that she's put in that space, non-toxic paint, everything that she's chosen. And so when you think about what you're choosing here, I really would ask yourself, like, what does the world need more of? And it does need more people who care about the well-being of people, of her neighbors, of society. And I would encourage people who haven't gone to see what a well-being B&B actually is to go see it, because the world does need more people who are centered and grounded and less anxious and less stressed. And this is a space where it can bring that, especially to Miami Beach. Thank you for hearing me, Commissioners.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, good day. My name is Manny Maharaj. I'm a resident of Flamingo Way for the past close to 30 years. Right here, what you see here on this map here, it's all the residents that I have known personally for decades. And all of them are against this because of the unknowns. Given what's going on today in the world, most recently our city safety is priority. From day one, we have said that we don't want this to conform to a transient use because of many possible risk unknowns to residents. Recently, we had a shooting at an illegal B&B transient use close to 41st Street area. This B&B, if passed, will be legal, and we don't know who's going to be staying there. There are no checks and balances when it comes to B&Bs. The owner claims she's going to stay there, but currently it clearly seems her real domicile is probably elsewhere. And that's a consensus with all the neighbors on the block, just not me. Are we really buying that fact the owner is going to stay there in a dwelling with strangers? I'm not sure. She may have good intentions, but I'm not sure. May I remind you that the applicant said on her application that the property will remain a single family, and that's a fact. That's a fact, right? And it will never be converted to B&B. That's in the city papers, right? Today we are beating to a different drum, different dance, different story. Why someone will want to stay in a B&B Wellness Center when it has a limitation of amenities that's the same price of a luxury beach view hotel, stay with more amenities, parking, etc. That's a fact. Currently, this B&B Wellness Center is just a euphemism for short-term rental. Talking about short-term rentals, at least 3 candidates who are running for election this November, where short-term rental is on their major manifesto topics. This just goes to show the importance of current situation and the disdain from residents towards the short-term rentals.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you again for hearing me out. First,
Your name, please.
oh yes, Ariana Vannon, the owner of 1320 Flamingo Way and the B&B in question. So that map actually is highly inaccurate. I did email you a map with the support, including the signatures of people that do support, and the count is actually 8 out of the 13 single-family homes in the area do support. I know Manny went around saying it's a short-term rental, questioning my intention, but from day one, this has been my vision since before I purchased the property. I approached the city with my plans, with the size of the bedrooms, confirmed zoning. So I did everything by the book to make sure before I invested all this money that I wasn't gonna lose out in the end. Yes, it's strange to think that I wanna live here, but this is my vision. I wanna help people spread knowledge and learn about how to take care of themselves. This is not gonna be open to everyone every day. We're running retreats. It's focused. It's a week at a time, a weekend at a time. There's no other space where I can do this. Tell me where someone will want to come and stay to relax outside of a residential zone. And this is actually a multifamily zone. We're surrounded by multifamilies and they keep coming. Most of the single family homes won't be there. To be honest, I don't even know if Manny's home, which he doesn't live there, it's his parents' home, will even be there, because of the rising levels and where the properties are at. So my commitment, I've improved the home so that I can stay there for the next 30 years and hopefully be in this business doing this because this is my passion. So please, I know I had your support previously. I hope I still do now. Nothing's changed, and I appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Hey, I want to thank all of you for supporting this community. My name is Alexandra Burgess. I've been a resident of Miami Beach for the last 2.5 years. I've been in Ariana's space multiple times, and she is all about wellness, sustainability, creating a better, safer place for Miami Beach residents and for those coming in with a similar vision. And we need more of these places in this world. I will say that I understand from our Miami Beach perspective that we want to create a peaceful, eco-conscious, and health-promoting city. That's what I signed up for when I moved here. And Ariana's vision is rooted in that shared vision by our Miami Beach community. So thank you all so much for your support.
Next, please.
Oh, sorry. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for supporting, and I've been observing the whole thing, so for all the topics that you guys do, so thank you for your patience.
If you could start with your name, please.
Yes, absolutely. My name is Tina Sodi. I am here to basically share that I'm a Miami Beach citizen since 2021. I moved here from New York City, the crazy, hectic place, and the yearning for that calmness, peacefulness, and serenity is exactly what Ariana is created here. That sanctuary, if I may, I hope everyone comes and goes and sees it. It is extremely well thought out. It is a place where there's so much sustainability. She's thought out exactly organically on how to build a house like that. And it's more so I am in finance, but I also I'm a certified yoga teacher that has a corporate wellness program. And places like this is exactly what community needs. Hotels is more for, commercial space. This is where you're going to be able to feel calm, safe, and homely. And this is where you can de-stress and find peace. And so I highly suggest, please do think more for the community of bringing a place that is safe and available for everyone to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is David Suarez. Mr. Suarez, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm David Suarez. I had the privilege of knocking on every door in around Flamingo Way, and I could not find one neighbor that was in favor of this project. You know, I think our city needs to go in the direction of residential neighborhoods where we do not want unknown people coming in and out of where we raise our children, where we have our grandparents. And it's very unfortunate that the city is trying to cherry pick where they allow bed and breakfasts or short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods. And so I think, unfortunately, if you open up Pandora's box, it is going to be almost impossible to enforce who comes in, who goes out. I believe Ariana has said that she's going to stay on the property the whole time. That's literally impossible to enforce. And, you know, there's nothing stopping her from going away for 2 weeks and having, for example, her sister run the place. And it would be a code nightmare. And it's, like I said, something that you can't enforce. Go ahead and ask the city attorney how cumbersome a process like that would be. So I hope you guys do the right thing and keep residential neighborhoods residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tim Carr, West Ave Neighborhood Association. Again, my stomach's growling watching you all enjoy lunch, and I hope to do the same very soon as well. Again, WABNA continues to support this. We understand this project was stuck midstream. Spent a lot of time with Tom Mooney understanding the whole process, getting to know the owner throughout the entire build process, and have been on site, many of the board members, multiple times. So we have a choice to bring something unique and beneficial to our community, or we can watch another property be torn down and build a 5-story, 12-unit building. So again, we stand behind and continue to support this option and hope you'll continue to support it as well today. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is Dara Maharaj, resident of my name is Dara Maharaj, resident of 1321 Flamingo Way, Miami Beach. I've been there almost my entire life, and I ask that we keep my neighborhood a residential neighborhood. In the event that this business flops and someone picks up the property, who's there to manage it? Who's there to deal with this? What if this business idea doesn't go as planned? Then what's the option? For us, we're stuck with it. We've been there 30 years. Most of the neighbors has been there more than 50 years, and we ask that it stay a neighborhood, please. Thank you.
No one else on waiting to speak on this item.
Okay, let's, some commissioners, Commissioner Fernandez.
Well,
you
I
got-
never got to talk about it.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Dominguez, you get to go.
So the whole reason why I was supportive and am very supportive of this item is because the rules changed on this female business owner. She was allowed to have this use, which is a bed and breakfast, in her neighborhood, and the rules were changed after she had already invested the money and started working on this project. This particular building has 6 rooms that she completely renovated, and it's absolutely beautiful. A bed and breakfast has the owner living on site. That's the big difference. She's also agreed that if she sells this, it loses its right as a bed and breakfast, so nobody else can have it. It's just to protect her for having invested money and started the process beforehand, so nobody else can do it. As of right, technically, somebody can build a 5-story building with 12 units and cars and traffic and parking and all sorts of noise, and that's being eliminated here. And she is living on site, and I feel very strongly about helping the female business owner who has the support for this project.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just seeing the map that was presented by one of the presenters, it brings to mind just a question. Mr. Mooney, as our planning director.
The abutting properties. So to just immediately to the west, what's to the west of this property?
I believe it's bounded by single-family homes to the east and to the west.
East and west. How about north and south, to the north of the property?
I believe to the north,
Across the, it seems like on the north side of the street.
the zoning district is
I'm sorry.
RM1, but the uses appear to be single-family homes to the north.
Sorry, and the gentleman, if I may, through the mayor, sir, if you
Sure.
want to approach the podium, you were saying?
Both, all direction, east, west, north, and south, they're all single family.
They're all single-family homes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And so, Mr. Mooney, I just want to confirm then some information then. So all surrounding this property, they're single-family homes. This, under this ordinance, it would require to stay as a single-family home.
Yes, if it remains as a bed and breakfast, it would have to remain as a single-family home. The only way it could convert to either residential apartment or new development is for the bed and breakfast to be abandoned.
Okay, and as a sponsor of the item mentioned, and then if it stays single-family home like all the surrounding homes, and it becomes a bed and breakfast, and the operator of the bed and breakfast, who is the property owner, is required to live on the site.
Correct.
Now, if this doesn't happen, and let's say she decides to sell the property, she would be allowed to sell the property, someone, or she herself could redevelop then the property into a non-single-family property because it's zoned RM1?
That's correct. It would have to be residential multifamily.
It could be multifamily. And my understanding is that zoning allows up to 50 feet in height.
That's correct.
So we're talking about a 5-story building when you're surrounded by single-family homes. So in the middle of a single-family home neighborhood, now you can end up with a 5-story building?
Correct.
And with a lot aggregation and taking into account lot aggregation, that you can aggregate up to 2 lots, you could potentially end with a maximum of 14 units set on the site.
Correct.
So to me, and of course, with multifamily building, you don't have the property owner on site taking care of the property either.
Correct.
To me, we cause a bigger impact on the neighborhood by opening the potential for there to be a 5-story building with over a dozen units on there, adding more parking challenges, adding more traffic to the area, as opposed to doing something that helps keep the property single-family in nature, as a single-family home in the same scale, density, and character of the surrounding. Because the one thing, I mean, let's just be clear. I mean, the Flamingo is right there, and I don't want to say that the Flamingo does or does not do short-term rental, but I have, I own property in the area, and I know the character of the area. There's short-term activity going on in the area, but this is not short-term activity. This is very different. This is not an Airbnb, because I heard people say this is like an Airbnb. This is not an Airbnb, because the property owner is there, and it's a very different type of operation. You have standards that you maintain. There's a conduct that is expected. There are times by which usually you have to be in and out, and so there's usually different standards in place. I think we protect the neighborhood more by helping this property stay single-family in the same height, the same scale, the same density, the same character as the surrounding properties, than opening now the door to say, no, we're not going to do this, and you're going to end up then with an application for a 50-foot building with 14 units, and then people again showing up here and telling us, oh, no, but we don't want that either. Sometimes we have to make difficult decisions, and neither are necessarily what we necessarily would like, but the reality is that this property owner started to make an investment under a set of rules. And midway, we changed the rules on her. We're not saying now that everyone is going to be allowed to do this, but she's in a difficult position because she made an investment under a set of rules, and the set of rules changed in the middle of the way. I think it's an accommodation that we can make that ultimately ultimately, it does protect this neighborhood from the threat of a 5-story building going in the middle of single-family homes to the north, south, east, and west. So Commissioner Dominguez, I'm going to support you because you are indeed here, in fact, protecting the character, the single-family, low-scale character of the area. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, anyone else want to be heard? Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, you're recognized.
Tom, why was the owner of the property allowed to get a building permit if she didn't have the zoning to create a commercial space?
I believe that when she applied for the building permit back in 2021, the building permit did not indicate a change of use. It indicated a renovation of a single-family home. When the permit was issued for the renovation of a single-family home, that didn't grandfather the home in under the zoning in progress.
So when you put in the building application for a single-family home, when you were building out a commercial space, is the space, does it have commercial, is it accommodating for commercial uses? And why didn't you put in for the correct
With bed and breakfast,
use when you started the process?
with bed and breakfast, it's not considered a commercial use in terms of the building permit. It's a single-family home. And so, in terms of work done, it's the renovation of a single-family home. And so it's something where you need to note the change of use to a bed and breakfast in order to grandfather that use. But that use wasn't noted on the building permit application, just a renovation of a single-family home, which is permitted.
So when we pass this zoning, will this home be the only one in the entire area that would be allowed to have a bed and breakfast, or would all of them be able to be converted to bed and breakfast?
Just this one.
Can I just
Yeah.
clarify that, why it wasn't there? So it was actually there in the first application. It was a permitting strategy my architect suggested. She said, first, try with the B&B. There is a lot of confusion about what is a B&B. So when we went in, we got comments, you need an elevator, which we knew we didn't. And so she said, in order to speed this up, just go back to the single-family renovation. We're already building it with all the requirements that needed to be there for B&B. And then when the work was further along, the most inspections had been passed, then we would just submit a revision and a change of use to B&B. So that's why.
So you kind of have a malpractice suit against your architect, in other words, because she gave you really bad advice. Let me explain
Yeah,
why.
yeah.
When you live in a single-family home, which I do, and like when you go outside in the morning, right, to get your mail, and you have a transient use next to you, you've got suitcases coming and going. There's people that get into fights. Like I'm surrounded now by Airbnbs, and it's totally changed the way that I live. Like there was a couple that had this like knockdown.
This isn't an Airbnb.
Not an Airbnb. I get
Come on,
it. It's
please.
a bed and breakfast. But the point is that like, you know, you might have people like fighting, you know, I have this I understand both sides. It's very difficult. You made an investment based on bad advice from an architect.
Well,
But then you've got to move your building permit forward, but you've got the whole neighborhood saying, please don't do this. But if she flips it, she can keep the use, right?
She's got to be able to finish.
No, wait, I'm just trying to understand. If you flip it, if you sell it, then they don't keep the use. And the entire neighborhood at any moment in time is, now that I'm understanding it better, any of your single-family homes at any point in time can be purchased, and a 5-story, 12-unit building can be built in the neighborhood.
Under the zoning, which is RM1, any of the existing single-family homes that are within that RM1 zoning district can be purchased and converted to up to a 5-story apartment building.
I would encourage us to change the zoning for that area, possibly to protect the nature of the area. And I understand your point. I'm going to be I understand the investment. I'm going to be a no today based on my own experience with transient uses. But I understand your case, and your architect that is a big mistake. Look at the situation she's put us in to push through a building department. And this could be a bigger problem with our building department, that people don't want to say what they're trying to build.
But the requirement for B&B is always to have a single-family home, right?
Yeah.
So you can't take a commercial space and turn it into B&B. By principle, it has always had to be a single-family home in a single-family-ish neighborhood. So to me, if it weren't for COVID that delayed all my renovation, I would have already been done and have been, with the change of use, approved. So it was essentially when I started renovation when COVID hit. So my timeline got blown out, plus the building permit process, that delayed even more. So I think, yes, the architect had a play, but then circumstances added to that, and this is why I'm here. But, yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Dominguez, you.
I was just going to clarify something, because a candidate that called in said misinformation, and then the commissioner repeated it. The entire neighborhood is not against it. She's got the majority of the support on it.
Yep.
And she sent in letters, and the people that are shaking no don't even live on that street. So just for clarity's sake, the majority of the neighborhood does support it. Don't repeat misinformation, please.
Commissioner Minor, you're recognized.
How many RM1 properties are there in that vicinity?
The RM1 area is fairly large. It goes from, this is to the west of West Avenue. So from 14th Street to approximately Lincoln Road, Bay to West, that's generally RM1. So most of the properties between Bay and West, from 14th to roughly Lincoln Road are RM1.
And this 13th Street, that seems like a disaster, potentially.
Hey, just so everybody knows, no, it's not a debate. And you can step back now, even though. So we're going to, in a few minutes after we vote on this, we're going to do Sutnick for 30 minutes, and then we're going to go to the promenade and some of the other issues. So I only say that so that if any of you want to speak on any of the issues, there's a lot of stuff in the afternoon. We're going to have, in about 3 minutes, we're going to start all of those. We're going to start an open mic, and if you want to speak on some of those things now, that would be the time to do it. I have a question. How do you assure, what is the vehicle by which, if the site is disposed of and sold to somebody else, that the use that you're asking us, and you're recommending this, Tom?
Yes.
That you're recommending that we approve, how do we know that that would evaporate or extinguish?
Within the ordinance, the language of the ordinance, there is a requirement, and the property owner has agreed to this, that the property owner would proffer a restricted covenant that would guarantee that if the existing and current owner was to sell the property, that the use of bed and breakfast would be vacated and abandoned.
Okay. Any other questions on this?
One last comment that I will make,
Okay,
please, Mayor, is that on first reading, this passed 7-0.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me ask you, how many, we got a no vote?
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
and I also just want to put on the record, I remember last year, we had the same exact situation. The Finvarbs came for us. It was the same exact situation. They had made a deposit on a property. The code changed along the way. A big developer. We this same thing that we're doing for one of our constituents, one of our neighbors, one of our property owners, we did it for a big developer. Now, this is not a big developer. This is a property owner, someone who bought in our city for her livelihood, and now we're gonna pick and choose. We do it for the big fish, but we're not going to do it for someone that perhaps, might they be able to contribute to our campaigns? Probably not, but that's not why we do things. We do things based on objective criteria. What is the surrounding zoning? What is the compatibility of the use? Is this really a transient use, or is this going to be still single-family use with a homeowner living on the property? Let's review things based on the objective criteria. And now, in addition to that, I just want to put out there, we're all pretty well-traveled people and we've all probably stayed in a variety of different places. And a bed and breakfast, the dynamics of a bed and breakfast is so different than an Airbnb when you have people coming and going 24 hours a day. A bed and breakfast is very different because you're in a very measured schedule. You have to adhere to a code of conduct under the supervision of an on-site property owner that is living there, which is also very different than the free-for-all that sometimes we see in hotels. So I just want to put that distinction on the record because we have done this in the past, and we shouldn't feel like, oh, we're going to do it for the big developer and the big fish, and then not do it for someone that is a hardworking, decent person that now is caught in a change of the code. I think we need to be fair. We did it for the big developer. We should do it for this neighbor homeowner that wants to just do something good for the area. And if you want to know what could go potentially there, look at everything that fronts Bay Road. Look at 1605 Bay Road, that's a 5-story building. Look at 1621 Bay Road, that's a very large building as well. Look at the building at the corner of Lincoln Road and Bay Road. You have there an entire block of homes that could slowly perhaps be aggregated, and you can end up with a lot of density and much bigger impacts to the character of the neighborhood than what this small home can cost. Thank you.
Okay, I want to get this home. This is a 5-7 vote. We've had our public hearing. Public hearing's closed. I just want to take a quick poll of who's against it so we see. Is any, Commissioner Gonzalez, you indicate you were against it. Commissioner Minor, I don't know where you are in this. You're up. Okay, anyone else? Okay. I only do that so people know in case she wants to defer it, I would do that and let her maybe make accommodations or whatever. So, but we've got looks like it's going to pass. So why don't we go ahead and call the roll? And by the way, I'm supporting it for this reason. I've done so much stuff on the Airbnbs, been sued, by the way, a few times. But I don't think this is the same thing. I think this is different. The fact that administration supports it is important, but also the fact that if this property is ever disposed of, that the next owner would not have the ability to do this. I think that's pretty important. And I do think what Commissioner Fernandez said is pretty important, which is the truth is you could sell it. You could build a pretty big building there, in which case you would be pretty upset and you might wish you kept that Airbnb. So let's go ahead and call the vote.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Ariola.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. No. Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Gelber.
Yeah.
Motion passes. The item is approved. R5B.
Okay, thank you. We're going to do Sutnick now, and that's going to be up to 30 minutes. You got a quick time here. Anybody wants to speak on any of the issues in the afternoon, especially ones that don't have public hearings, but even the ones that do, maybe you want to speak now and get that out of the way. So the microphone is open. Raphael will be running things with the velvet glove that he keeps on that iron fist, and
Yes,
let's
sir.
get going. And I see Ken Koppel is up. He's a man with great clothing taste, so we will.
Ken, you are up. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We respectfully disagree with the recommendations of the administration with respect to the promenade, because we don't believe it's supported by the facts. So it's useful to say what are the facts that have been established. Number one, according to the paperwork that the city manager has shared with all of us, there's only one demand right now, which is no casual traffic on the alley. That's the demand that's on the table right now. What other facts are out there? The city's own survey of residents in the area, 70+% say, we want the promenade. It's worked. That's a very impressive figure. Number two, thanks to Vice Mayor Richardson, who probed the question about businesses in the area, only one of 20-some odd businesses say they would have a difficulty being served. That's an important kind of an issue. Plus that we've seen statistics from some of the business owners that they're actually doing better in the promenade than below the promenade. Next, there's no public safety issue. The fire chief has said so. Data that we received a couple months ago from the police department say that the area has fewer calls for service than below the promenade. These are facts. A couple of mini facts. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, you asked about the ability of people being able to park a car close to and walking to restaurants. There are 3 private garages between 15th Street and 14th Place on Ocean Drive. Then the city's own parking lot and 2 other private ones 1 block north of there. So being able to park your car and get to the restaurants is simply not a problem.
Thank you, sir. Oh, sorry, you're on time.
Give me another minute.
I can't, look at the line behind you. But our next virtual caller is Wayne Roberts.
Thanks,
Mr. Roberts, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I lived through the pandemic, as everybody had, and the closure of Ocean Drive, and it looked like a ghetto, and it looked like people would just like hang out on the street, like especially at night, and it wasn't what Miami Beach is, and I couldn't tell by the illustration that was presented on my phone what you're proposing. It looks like closing down Ocean Drive from other than the hours of 10 to 4. I don't know, but ultimately keeping traffic on the street, whether it's one way or whatever, is beneficial to making Miami Beach safer. Not only for emergency, but just people hanging out. We don't want that. So, widening the streets, the sidewalks, sure. Updating the park so it's prettier, absolutely. But we need to keep that street open to traffic, to keep the audience and the environment and the aesthetics and the service to hotels, and so many reasons to keep that street open, at least one way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tony Morales. I'm becoming a frequent flyer here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in Sutnik. With the artisanal market, last commission meeting, the commission gave direction to us and to city management to collaborate and come back with an updated proposal for how we might make this come to life. We think we've done so, and we're very grateful for the partnership of the city, and we're hopeful that we can be heard today. So that's really my ask, isn't even for your support at this point. It's just very humbly, we tend to be like a 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. type of item. I'm just very humbly asking that we be heard today. Thank you.
We're moving really fast through the agenda.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Eleni Paden.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to speak in strong opposition to the proposition to criminalize folks for refusing to go into shelters if they're unhoused. This is an extremely, I think like we just need to take a pause here and think about genuinely how traumatic this is. This is something that is violent. It is a violent act to force people into shelter when that is not something that they want. People need to, just on a very basic level, have the agency to self-determine what they want to do with their lives. And it needs to be noted, and it's been said before, that criminalizing people for this kind of thing is not only completely violent, but it also creates and perpetuates systemic and racist barriers to care, including putting criminal infractions on their records that will make it more difficult for them to access and navigate services. And it really, I just want to take a moment and commend all of the people that have come out against this. I mean, I'm really grateful for all the voices and especially all the lived experience that has been shared here, even in the face of re-traumatizing folks and having to have people relive the violence that has been enacted against them in these systems by coming to speak up against this ordinance. So I really wanted to say that, I'm a social worker. I work in the field of public health and social work. I have a certificate in addiction. I have worked in different shelters in Miami, and it really needs to be said that this is violent, and I feel strongly about that. So thank you for my time.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Pablo Laham, 4421 Sheridan Avenue.
Hi, I'm Romina Orozco. We're here on behalf of the Miami Beach soccer team.
We were the guys that crashed your party a few weeks ago. This time we come to actually thank you for your support for the program. Since then, we had a few teams that just won at tournaments. We had a runner-up. We have one that is going first on their league right now. And we will come back next year for more. But as of now, we brought a little gift. We want permission to approach to you. Romina, do you want to?
Sure.
We brought you some jerseys from the new year for each of you, so you can wear it. Next time we invite you to the games. I'm sorry, some of you are not here, but we'll give it you to. We'll put it in the mail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and it was great to see all those young kids here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is David Wallach. PJ, he's there twice, so. Thank you. Oh, beautiful, wow. Mr. Wallach, please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Oh, look.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Ken Koppel has totally misstated his facts. Many businesses are totally against the closure of Ocean Drive. And many are in financial disarray and chaos as a result of it. One lawsuit has already been filed, and two, it was mentioned in the Clevelander suit but not ruled upon, and there's another hotel group that is prepared to file another lawsuit. The people have just totally mischaracterized all of Ocean Drive. The only people that are benefiting and supporting this live north of the barriers that close Ocean Drive, which is totally not comprehensible because Loomis Park and the beach border their properties and are totally adequate for concerts and their recreation. It should be definitely realized that Ocean Drive is a commercial street filled with small hotels whose only true amenity is their front porch as well as their front entrance, which require automobile traffic to be successful or even have a chance at prosperity. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Dave Dobler, 800 West Avenue. As we come up to the end of some of your terms, I wanted to come personally and say thank you. I understand that this is a difficult job. You've got clean water, you've got advocates like myself representing many, many, many issues coming in front of you, and there are difficult decisions that you need to make. For those of you who are going to not be on the dais in the same role that you're in right now, David Richardson, Ricky Ariola, Stephen Miner, Mayor Dan Gelber, I want to thank you for your openness to listening and advocating on behalf of our city and on Biscayne Bay. We have made tremendous progress in sustainability, resiliency, and Biscayne Bay related issues, and I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate your listening and your advocacy and giving us a space to be heard and to improve this fine city we live in. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And David, I can tell you, we
Thanks,
like
David.
hearing from you, and you've been one of the better pains we have around here, because you remind us what we should be doing, and I think we've made a lot of those changes because of you and your wife and others, so thank you very much.
And if anyone ever says that a single resident can't make change, all they have to do is look at the
advocacy you did on the plastic bottle initiative and came and talked to all of us and convinced us that it was something we needed to stand firm on, and we did. And it took 3 or 4 more months to get the contract done, but it made it a better contract, and it's really because you led that effort. Thank you.
Yeah, and remind everybody who started that.
Our next virtual caller is
The
Alan.
banning, yeah, that's right, me.
Our next virtual caller
I
is
said
Alan
resident.
Levine.
No, I know, but you know, yeah, I take a ton of crap from people and they forget, you know, because you might disagree once.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you're an evil
All right.
person because
Right.
can't always do what they want.
I just don't want you to.
Mr. Levine, please go ahead.
You know that.
Alan, please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go to Grace. Grace Hassel.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Grace. I'm a medical student at the University of Miami, and I'm also a resident of Miami Beach. And I would like to ask you to vote no on the laws criminalizing the homeless and forcing them to be placed in shelters or jail. Incarcerating people who are experiencing homelessness only puts up more barriers to housing and healthcare. And these types of policies are just not part of a compassionate or effective solution for a housing crisis. It's dehumanizing to make folks living on the street to be forced to choose between a shelter and jail and not be given the agency. So please do not support this and instead invest in housing first solutions that have been proven to work. I strongly feel that criminalizing homelessness is not the solution, and it just perpetuates these systems that help to get people in these places in the first place.
Thank you so much. Our next call, please go ahead.
Which one you see it? You saw them.
Hello, my name is Maria Claudia Schubert Fontes. I reside on 69th and Abbott in North Beach. And I also work with Catalyst Miami as their climate justice program manager. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on R5E. I believe that this law will divert police resources, further displace our community members, and needlessly spend taxpayer dollars. This law will not solve the issue of housing affordability, it will not solve the issue of displacement in our city, and it essentially will not disappear the problem, it will only momentarily disappear people. Our current shelter network is not a viable long-term solution, as many only allow people to stay temporarily, often only 24 hours. I urge you to invest our taxpayer dollars in long-term solutions, not short-sighted quick fixes. I urge you to consider the well-being and health of all of our community members, solutions that prioritize housing, not handcuffs. Earlier, there was talk about legacy. I believe that this ordinance will create a shameful legacy for our city in Miami Beach. I believe it will create a legacy of a city that criminalizes homelessness without offering protections for our community members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Eleni Paden. Eleni, go ahead, please.
Hi again. I just wanted to briefly add that I'm not sure if this has been mentioned yet. Apologize if it has, but I just wanted everyone here to be aware that the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Housing and Extreme Poverty is aware of what is trying to be achieved with R5E. They are extremely concerned. They, along with other UN human rights officials, have expressed concern that the ordinance violates human rights by conditioning arrest on refusing shelter, yet the city has no shelters within its boundaries. This appears to be a means and justification for the human rights abuses to arrest or deport a vulnerable population of poor people from Miami Beach. So just for some perspective, like quite literally the United Nations is is monitoring this situation actively, and I need people to be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Rachel Prestopino. I'm also with Catalyst Miami and also speaking against R5E. I just wanted to add that I have a brother who's experiencing homelessness right now due to mental illness. Despite having a loving and supportive family, just a lot of factors out of our control. And you know, I don't know if any of you have had that experience. Perhaps you have, of just the anxiety that comes with that, of fearing for their safety every day. And I know that, you know, it's warranted, beach residents feeling like they're concerned about this as a safety issue, having people sleeping outdoors, but we know that unsheltered folks are really much more likely to be the victim of a crime than a perpetrator. The research shows that, and I think our common experience shows that too. Just think about, you know, your kids sleeping out on the street, being exposed to threat of assault, theft, sexual assault. They're all more likely to experience that than to commit it. And so it kind of violates our common sense. It violates the policy research. It violates concepts of human rights, as the last caller just said, and it's not fiscally responsible. There's so many reasons, but I just ask you all to reconsider this and to think deeply about the impacts that it's going to have and how it's not actually going to solve the problem of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Taylor Neverman, and I'm a resident of Miami-Dade County and a frequent visitor of Miami Beach and all it has to offer. I know that we all want to live in a community where, as has been said, and through so many different discussions this morning, throughout today, with clean streets, successful small businesses, and affordable homes. The enemy to that vision is not homeless people. The enemy to that vision is corporate greed and our own inaction that dehumanizes our own neighbors and actually costs, as was just mentioned, costs our taxpayers more than proven solutions. We can use our resources to invest in our community and work with them to make improvements. We can create a community that is known not only for its beautiful beaches, as we've been talking about, and thriving economy that we want to protect, but also for its compassionate residents and innovative solutions. Policing people experiencing homelessness is not that. So I urge you to vote no on R5E and ask you to consider it with as much breadth and depth as you have, you know, opera houses and closing streets in Lincoln Avenue around there. As much breadth and depth for those issues as this one. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is William Quinlan. I live a block from here, and I'm also speaking out in opposition to R5E, the camping ordinance. I walk down Convention Center Drive, down 17th Street, and you go to Loomis Park basically every single day. And so I recognize that visible homelessness is a serious and fraught question for our community. There are lots of parts to it about provisions of public services or bathrooms or trash cans. I like our city's approach of long-term, stable, supportive, affordable housing options through its PHA. I think that it's a tough call whether that's better or worse than funding short-term temporary shelters, but in either event, I don't think that the police is the actual solution here. I think the evidence kind of shows that homelessness is more than anything the problem of housing markets, of not having enough housing supply in the entire metro area, not just the city of Miami Beach problem. It's not a problem of poverty or drug use. That's why places with lots of poverty and drug use, like Mississippi or West Virginia, that don't have the housing demand, don't have the homelessness problem. And that's one where I think, it's sort of a longer term question that I hope as rental prices eventually come down, we'll start to see some improvements. But ultimately, it's just not one where the solution is the police. And even if there was a home for everyone, even if there was shelter beds for everyone, even if there was affordable options for everyone, I don't think that forcing people to make that choice would even be the right call if it comes at the end of a police baton stick. There's this quote from one court case about this. In 1972, the city of Jacksonville tried to outlaw vagrancy. It goes up to the Supreme Court, that strikes it down, and if you'll please allow me, the Supreme Court, Justice William Douglas, he writes, "The difficulty is that these activities of living untraditional lives, living in untraditional housing structures, are historically a part of the responsibility of giving our people..."
But out of time.
Oh,
Our
okay.
next virtual caller
Thank you.
is Z Spicer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm also speaking against R5E. As a previous speaker has said, this is a genuinely appalling proposal. There are international eyes on the city of Miami Beach, on you commissioners right now as you consider this proposal. The displacement you're proposing is violent, as William just mentioned, at the hands of a police baton stick, and clearly demonstrates that you have no interest in supporting people experiencing houselessness. You just want them out of your sight. What people need is housing in the places they call home. They don't need to be further harassed and moved to places that they don't know. And by removing people experiencing houselessness from the places they know, even if it's the streets of Miami Beach, you're making their situation more vulnerable. You have the ability to create and fund social support networks that can house people and keep them off of the streets. Yet, you are choosing to punish the people, to give them false options. Those of you that vote in favor of this resolution, you will be remembered for championing injustice. It will follow you, and your constituents will remember you. Will remember that you stood here and listened to opposition and decided to move forward anyways. I don't know how else to put it besides clearly people are not in favor of this. And as a representative, you are supposed to listen to and espouse the views of your constituents. And going further with this resolution, with this ordinance, simply wouldn't be doing that. So take a minute, think about deeply what you're doing, what you will be making people experience if you allow this to become law, and change your mind.
Thank you. Next, please.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Crooks, and I'm a resident of Miami. I also work with Catalyst Miami. I live in Overtown, and I recognize that we're living in a very complicated time, and the reality is that we cannot justify violence, othering, or the dehumanization of any group of people, especially when they're in the midst of a very vulnerable moment in life. At one point or another, we've all had moments where life knocks us down, and although it may not look the same, we've all been there. And if we haven't, just keep living, like my grandma says. And so when we talk about loving and leading and exemplifying peace, compassion, and justice, my question is, first of all, what is the metric for determining a human's worth? Prioritizing the humanity and dignity of people must be at the utmost importance. The cost of housing here in Miami is prohibitive. Families and individuals are being displaced from their homes daily. Living unsheltered is not comfortable. It's actually inhumane. And so to my knowledge, there are no shelters here on the beach. So those who are displaced from here are forced into communities in which they are unfamiliar, and that's scary. It's traumatic. Most of the largest shelters are in Overtown, which creates other challenges on top of the devastating challenges we are already facing as a community. Yet even with that, there are significant waiting lists to get into shelters, even when there are children involved. For some, shelters create or trigger trauma. The way we prioritize care for our most vulnerable speaks volumes about who we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next caller is Isaac Rodriguez.
Yes, hi, my name is Isaac Rodriguez.
Go ahead.
I live here in South, and I support R5E. Thank you and move forward.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gabriela Sainz, and I'm here on behalf of the Lotus House Women's Shelter to speak on agenda item R5E. So the proposed anti-camping ordinance criminalizes life-sustaining activities and imposes additional barriers to successful transitions of people experiencing homelessness, which in turn contributes to deeper chronicity. Criminal records, charges, arrests make it more difficult to find employment, housing, and maintain financial stability and transition out of homelessness. as people experiencing homelessness are not there by choice, but rather from a lack of choices. Measures like the proposed ordinance are not the solution to ending this public health crisis. The ordinance is not in accordance with recognized best practices for ending homelessness and does not address the larger issues, such as the lack of truly affordable housing, permanent supportive housing, the lack of shelter capacity, and barriers to health and mental health care. People experiencing homelessness are also our residents, and they deserve to be given choices and opportunities to live a better life. Passing this ordinance will worsen homelessness and unfairly penalize our community's most vulnerable. Let's work together towards multifaceted, evidence-based solutions that will create new pathways to ending and preventing homelessness in our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Ali Kliansky.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm also here to speak out against the anti-camping ordinance. People are unhoused because their salaries, Social Security, and SSI benefits are not as high as their increasing cost of rent. Because of systemic racism, the majority of Miami Beach's homeless population is Black, and this law would effectively deport Black people out of the city of Miami Beach, as the city does not have any of its own shelters. I do not think the government should be taking agency away from people who are unhoused and forcing them to face shelter or prison conditions simply because people are affected by the lack of affordable housing and rising rents, which are both policy choices intertwined with systemic racism. Furthermore, acting as if shelters are humane alternatives to living on the street is a myth. According to a study that the Coalition for the Homeless published in 2021, many surveyed people who were unhoused spoke of fear of the way the shelters were set up. The reasons they gave were that the shelters were often set up to be chaotic, overcrowded, and they experienced poor treatment from poorly trained staff. Finally, if there's any seemingly financial motivation for passing this ordinance, sending people to prison only decreases their chance they will ever find housing or a job. Again, creating a tax burden and revolving door of people being arrested for a housing crisis they did not themselves create. We should instead invest in affordable housing and support policies that prevent rent from rising far beyond people's income or Social Security checks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You are the last speaker. Go ahead. please.
Okay.
No, he is.
Okay, you are the last speaker.
Thank you.
No pressure. Okay.
There is none. My name is Dwayne Thwaites. I am the Miami-Dade organizer for Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, and legally I am defined as homeless. I actually reside listed as 6944 Northeast 3rd Avenue in Miami. It is easy for an outsider like myself to take the liberty to criticize the actions of others. I definitely recognize the need to take action and the desire to address the issue of homelessness in your community. Hopefully you will recognize the concern and need to take action that I have to address this from my position. Many cities and jurisdictions have introduced and passed no camping laws, etc. Doesn't mean that it is just or humane. The world has seen and experienced the effects of laws like this. We are very much familiar of it and have an annual reminder of laws like this. As a reminder, 89 years, 10 months, and 24 days ago, a government, on the pretense of public safety, prevention, and protection against dangerous and habitual criminals, introduced an ordinance similar to this one, right, with the thought that they too were being compassionate. The author of this ordinance, as I'm speaking of, is Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Germany government of 1933. The ordinance was called Habitual and Dangerous Criminals and some measurements to prevent the reformation of it.
1 minute each?
1 minute.
I want to thank you so much to the Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, and especially Mayor Gelber, for bringing forth the resolution to name North Beach Park for Sally Heyman. You don't have enough days in the week to say what Sally Heyman does for the animals. She was on a 2.5-month trip, came back, the first thing she did was go check on the police horses and bring them carrots. She has given more to the Humane Society and to the dogs and to the cats. I listen to everybody discuss the homeless, and I want to identify myself. I am Phyllis Smith. I am a commissioner. I know what it takes to make the decision. I know what it takes to make the vote. But you can never find, no matter how far you look, no matter how far you reach, somebody more deserving that takes care of all the animals and all the people. And you're talking about homeless a lot today. And let me tell you, as a liaison for the seniors, there's nothing more lonely than this people that are seniors, that the animals give them a life and give them a reason for breathing and a reason for getting up. So with that, I implore you, Commissioner Sally Heyman, I can't tell you all the years that she gave the service, over 20, probably close to 30, but I will ask you, Mayor Gelber, the people that aren't here, please share with them, please tell them when it's your turn, the importance of recognizing somebody who took care of all of the animals for us.
Thank you,
It'll
Commissioner.
mean a lot. Thank you for
Thank you so
allowing
much.
me to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Diaz. I'm the Director of Development at the Humane Society of Greater Miami, and I am here to support our 7A. Sally Heyman is an amazing individual. She's done so much for the community, so much for the animals, and especially for the Humane Society. So I implore you to vote yes and name that park after Sally Heyman. Thank you.
Is that it? Raphael, you're getting weak, but okay. You're
We'll
getting
do
weak. Go
one
ahead.
minute and that's it.
I'll be quick. My name is Tracy Slavens. I'm here speaking as a resident and as a board member of the Lotus House. I'm speaking against the camping ordinance. I think criminalizing homelessness creates problems for people that they can never overcome. They may be able to overcome the mental illness and one day get back into society, but with a criminal record, it makes it very difficult for them to get jobs or rent an apartment or have a normal life. So I implore you to think about that in considering the ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Thanks, everybody, for those very eloquent words on a lot of different topics. All right, let's get to the promenade. Are there any, we got a couple missing. I know they're around. Commissioner Minor is here, I see. And Dominguez and Richardson, right?
So for PJ, we're on R9H, PJ.
Okay, where were we? Anybody remember?
Let's vote.
I do.
Okay.
I remember where we were.
First of all, let's put up the, PJ, put up the diagram, please. Some people wanted to see that. Commissioner Fernandez, was your R5A, cars of 5-7's vote, was it 7-0? The Ferry Lane?
R5A.
No, it wasn't. Okay, I'm not going to do it if it wasn't.
I'm actually want to just refer to the Land Use Committee so that we can fine tune this a little bit more. So rather than hearing it today and calling the question on it today, if I may, Mr. Mayor, perhaps I could make a motion to move R5A to the Land Use Committee.
Pull up R5A, show amendment to just, instead of voting on the ordinance, move it to land use.
So by acclamation, it is referred to the
You
Land
got
Use
it.
Committee.
Done this before. Okay, and also, let's pull up R5C and
Today's
D.
most controversial item.
Yeah, you did well there. R5C and D, if you don't mind.
R5, C, and D, we're asking that they be open and continued. So for R5, C, and D, we're asking that it be open and continued to the January 2024 commission meeting, the date of which is yet to be determined. So that's R5, C, and D by acclamation, if we may do so.
Show that done. Good luck, everybody. Okay, let's do R5F, since we got to open and continue that.
R5F, it is the same thing. We're asking that it be open and continued to January 2024, the date of which has yet to be determined. If we may do so by acclamation, R5F.
Okay. want to just get everybody here for the, why don't we do R7B real fast?
R7B is a public hearing, approve Andy Diamond softball field at Flamingo
Actually, let's
Park.
hold off on that. We'll do those when we pull up the Sally Hayman item.
Okay.
So let's get back to the promenade. So PJ, put up the diagram. Okay, I'm trying to keep track of where everybody is on this. So Commissioner Fernandez, my recollection is you were for a pedestrianization.
I do not support opening up Ocean Drive in any schedule from 10 to 4. I think that that's going to create confusion.
Okay.
And, you know, this whole thing about putting the arm at the alley, I get the county is asking for that. It's going to create a problem there. It functions well as it is now.
I just want to get everybody quickly to tell me where they are so we can
The way
figure
that
out
it
if
is
there's
now.
something we agree. You want to keep this, you want to keep it open, and you'd like the city administration, everything it can, to comply with the county so long as that is intact. In other words, you want it to be an open Ocean Drive. I just want to know what sway you
Yes.
have on the
Yes.
alley. In other words, if the county officers say you got to change the direction or you got to put an arm there, but that's what.
I will tell you this, I'm not gonna support that, because I do think it's good,
Okay.
putting the arm there, they think it's making it safer. I think it's gonna make an unsafer situation by forcing a U-turn in such a tight place.
Okay, the only
Frankly-
reason I'm saying that is we're gonna have to do something. If we do nothing, I'm pretty certain what the result will be. So what I'm saying is, in other words, I'm sure, I need to gauge everybody, and I'm gonna move off of Commissioner Fernandez and come back to him later. I just need to know where everybody sits on this issue right now. How many of you want this to be pedestrianized all the time? 1, 2, 3. Commissioner Richardson, you're.
It's complicated, I'll speak on it.
Okay. Commissioner Rosenhaus is up, and you're obviously up. Okay, and I think Minor was as well, and I saw him floating around. Okay, so Commissioner Richardson, why don't you tell us where you are in this? And then I'm going to ask what I want the staff to be thinking about is, Alina and Jose, I need to know what our best argument is to keep it open to the county. What can we do to better put ourselves in a position so that the county will agree or is more likely to approve a permanent opening of that? Because I just will tell you that I understand that some businesses would rather not. That to me that's not something of moment, really. If somebody, a lot of people would prefer something else, but the commission has to determine what the vision of the street looks like. And if we feel like, and I think we do, that a more pedestrian Ocean Drive at the end of the day is better than not, then we should do that, and the businesses should be partners in that, but they can't decide what it's going to be. Now, we have, and I think Commissioner Early mentioned it, but we've actually approved the Ziskovich plan as a commission. That's been approved, which is much different than the current configuration. This is almost an interim configuration, but it's such a long-term plan that this interim configuration could be years. To remind everybody, the 13th South used to be 2 ways without the protected bike path really wide enough to be of any moment. And now it is a 1-lane, I think enormously better than it was before, enormously better, to having the protected bike path, having only 1 lane. I think it's a much better street. But I think the point is from 13th to 15th, we like that as a commission. And I want to hear what people have to say, because I think what we'd like you to do is figure out what we need to do to convince the county that we can do this and in a way that makes sense and that they're going to approve, because I think it is much better the way it is. And I'd love it to have some permanency so that we could build elements into it that only build on its successes rather than take it back. Commissioner Richardson, let's hear what you where you want.
Thank you, and it's very complicated, and you just ask if I want it to be pedestrianized, and of course I would like it to be, but it's not even our decision, and we keep going in circles on this, and it's been over a year that we've been going in circles on this. And I might say that it is delaying other projects. So for example, I very much wanted to move forward with Espanola Way East, the pedestrianization of that. But the county is saying they won't have that conversation with us until we resolve this issue. So it's holding up the resolution of that issue. So this is not a vote of the commission. This is not a vote of the county commission. This is a regulatory item, regulatory that is controlled by the county. So as you mentioned, Mayor, the Zakovich, I think that's the pronunciation, is that plan has been approved. Once that's implemented, we're going to have very large pedestrian areas because the sidewalks can be pushed out further. The plan is to have a serpentine, perhaps roadway that will go through. So I guess that'll be the new Ocean Drive that will look very different from what it is today. I'm steadfast opposed to any parking on the east side because I think that brought a lot of bad activity to that. So I don't want that. But just a couple of months ago, we had the same conversation, and I reminded everyone that the county keeps telling us that they're not going to approve it, and we keep going back and saying, but that's what we want. And I know it's very hard for us to sit up here because we've got residents sitting in front of us, and so if you want to be the resident first commissioner, you have to do what they want. But it's not our decision, and when we keep going back to the county, we're not giving them any additional information. We just keep going back saying, but that's what we want. And so they keep giving us the same answer, that that's not what you're going to get. So if we keep going back saying that's what we want, they're going to keep coming back and saying that's not what you're going to get. And the next letter that we get is going to be even more firm than these last two letters that we got. So, you know, I don't know what else, Madam Manager, we can do as a body. I don't know if you have personally had the time. I know our transportation department's been talking with them, but do you think that there's any hope that if you call or if we call or if we meet with them, they're going to suddenly change their mind? But it's my understanding it's not even a vote of the county commissioners. It's a regulatory issue. Is that right?
It is, in fact, a regulatory issue, and it's a county code issue. And a couple things, again, for clarity. The alley is not a street, it is not a roadway, it is not designed as that. And so therefore, you know, they have very legitimate concerns about traffic in what is an alley. It was not designed for traffic. In fairness to the county, we have been working for a year and a half to be creative. By the way, when the street was closed during COVID, the now chief operating officer of the county was the city manager. And the county worked very closely with us and very creatively with us to give us what at the time they called the block party permit. So they've tried and they've worked very closely with us to do everything and anything within their power to cooperate and to allow us to do what we hope to do during that time and obviously to effectuate the promenade. At this point, we're truly at a crossroads. I heard someone earlier say that our fire chief doesn't have concerns. That's not accurate. Our fire chief has had lots of concerns and has expressed them over multiple periods of time, except he's been, again, also extremely creative and very cooperative and done everything he can to make things work. But at this point, your comments are absolutely accurate. There are multiple permits in a holding pattern and multiple processes in a holding pattern, including the improvements to Lincoln Road, including the improvements and the vision for Espanola Way. And the county has made it very clear they will not consider any of those permit applications until this issue is resolved. So.
Well, I'll yield for the question, and then I need to come back.
I just, at the beginning of this, I asked who was demanding that why Ocean Drive was being taken up, and the answer I got was the county was interested in what the businesses felt, and we talked to a bunch of the businesses, and some said they preferred one way, and one said they had a real problem with it. And I guess my question was to everybody is, you know, I don't know why that's the driving force here. Is the county demanding we open it up? Is the county demanding that we open it up?
The county has sent us a letter dated October 10th
saying that by October 20th, we need to submit an application. They did cite their enforcement powers, so the county is demanding that the city submit an application.
And again, my question is, because when I heard the first description at the beginning, what irked me a little bit was the idea that we did this survey of, and a lot of the businesses would prefer it to be open because of access. And I don't know why that is the determinant, and that was us doing it. Has the county said to us, there's no circumstances by which you can do this? Because that's what I want to know. If there are circumstances by which we want to do it, then I think we should try to solve it, instead of just saying, well, we've decided that some of the businesses want us to open it, so we're going to do that. And because that's different. It's different than the county, and I want to know that.
If I could just, I yielded for the question.
Go ahead, you
but-
go ahead.
yeah.
I'm going to take it back from you as soon as you finish.
Yeah, thank you. So I actually think, Mayor, was mentioned earlier, that the comment about the businesses, I think, was in this letter, Alina. Didn't they made the condition for approval something about agreement with the businesses? I don't want to misquote it. What?
I believe that was not in a letter that came through subsequent negotiation, and Raquel can speak to that.
Sure.
Raquel has participated in all of this personally within the last 6 months.
Sure.
And it was a requirement that the county asked be part of the permit application.
So in early September, I believe September 4th, the county sent us an email stating that they would contemplate the full pedestrianization if we had confirmation that all the businesses within the promenade could be serviced by the alleyway. We do not currently have that confirmation.
Yeah, and we also have a lawsuit. So let me just say, because I said this 2 months ago, I'm going to say it again today. You know, I know that the residents want it the way that it is that live there, but the county's been telling us for a year, you're not going to have that. So what happens when you when you ask for everything? Normally you get nothing, and we're at the precipice of getting nothing. They are, Mr. Koppel, they're going to open the road. Unless we come, they are going to open the road unless we come to a compromise. So we have to come to a compromise. And Mayor, in terms of my position, I will support anything, any compromise that we can come to so that everybody can be accommodated. So that we can have pedestrianization, that the business can be serviced, whether or not, I think Commissioner Ariola mentioned golf carts, because we're going to lose this. This is a regulatory issue. The county's been telling us for a year, you can't have the configuration that you currently have. So unless we can come to a compromise, we're going to lose it all. And I think that's where we are.
Yeah, and I guess my point is that I don't feel like on either side we have compromised. In other words, I feel like we said, okay, the county really just demanded no passenger traffic on the way. That, I mean, all of a sudden it's now grown into, well, we talked to some of the businesses, and one of them says they can't be served, and the rest don't like it, so we're going to go that route and say this is what you must do. And what I'm saying is that you are 100% right. If we said to the county, we've got golf carts, we're going to put an arm, if we did all that stuff, where they said, okay, now you've come to the table. I don't feel like we've done anything other than say.
I've been making that point for a year.
Okay, so
we keep saying the same thing for a year. We'll leave it the way it is. And the county has been saying for a year, you're not going to have it the way it is. So unless the parties come to a compromise, you're going to lose it all. And the road's going to be open, and there's going to be no pedestrianization. So I will support something that will come to a compromise so that we can move forward. Otherwise, we're going to lose it all. The one thing that I do feel strongly about, and I think the county would support, is that there should not be the parallel parking. I want to retain the bike lanes because the parking created all sorts of issues with people partying out of the back of their car and everything else.
On the other part.
Yes, in the other part.
Yeah, stick on the promenade.
Yeah.
Commissioner earlier, then Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez. But in response to what you're saying is, I agree. I just don't think. I think all we've done is not move off of other than, well, okay, we'll do this. And I don't know why we haven't offered other things, because what I want.
Because the residents have said that's what they want, and so.
Well, golf carts I don't know. I mean, there are other things. The point is, we are very harmonious in what we want. I just want the administration to try to come to figure that out. And so much is that it is pedestrianized. Commissioner Early, then Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yeah, so I mean, you both make excellent points, and I don't think you're inconsistent. Mayor, I agreed with, everything you said. I have the same feeling that, we're not presenting our case sufficiently persuasively to the county. And unless we do that, what Commissioner Richardson is saying could transpire, where none of us are happy because we get the worst of all worlds, which is just going back to the way it was. I would like to see us more forcefully, more persuasively, maybe it's the messenger, maybe it's the message, probably both. We need to persuade the county that if they reopen this to, vehicular traffic and going just back to the way things were, the first drive-by shooting is going to be on that person's hands. Whoever okays this is going to be responsible for what I think is a very likely event where we're going to have somebody do a drive-by shooting, or somebody open up their car because they got into a road rage situation or a beef with somebody that was walking along Ocean Drive and open fire, or go in their car and get a weapon. It's one of the primary reasons why I want to see this thing pedestrianized. It is one of the, back in the day, it used to be one of the top places to cruise in the entire country. It was viewed as cool. You could drive by, you could see Ocean Drive. You could cruise for guests. You see people on top of cars, dancing, twerking, throwing things, drinking. I mean, it makes our city look worse. It brings more people to our city if they know they can come and cruise and just drive in endless loops in our city. I mean, I don't know why we aren't all, forcefully saying we have to pedestrianize this and come up with solutions that makes, the majority of the businesses and the residents happy. We're not going to get all of them happy. I don't know why any resident who lives on Ocean Drive would want traffic in their front yard with all the beeping, the fights, the loud music. I don't know why we don't have more consensus on this issue.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Okay.
You turn on your microphone. Nope, turn on.
Sorry. Apart from the fact that we have a group of residents who wants this and then a group of businesses who don't, what we have right now is it says, what is the DTPW? What does that acronym stand for?
Department of Transportation and Public Works.
Okay, so the Department of Transportation and Public Works, it said it denied the city a permit for the temporary promenade as a result of the alleyway presenting several safety and operational constraints. Thus, the existing promenade, as currently configured, is not permitted by DTPW, primarily because an alleyway is designed for service functions and not to serve as a street for general through vehicle traffic. So what we have is an alleyway that we're trying to pass as a streetway, and the county is telling us that we can't. So we are going to lose a lawsuit if we say, hey, please make our alleyway a streetway. So what they're asking us to is reconfigure it. So I don't know how we reconfigure it, but to come to any kind of conclusion here, despite what everybody wants, it needs like a reconfiguration. So that's what we're facing. What does it take to reconfigure it? And how do we reconfigure it so that we can get the permit? And if we can't reconfigure it, then we have to open it up because an alley is not a street. And I understand why the alley is not a street. It is more narrow than a street. It has garbage cans in it. It has utilities in it. There's work that needs to be done. If there's a service vehicle that's dropping something off at a hotel, and hotels constantly need suppliers, then obviously there's not enough room for a thoroughfare. So that's why the county's telling us that this is not a viable option. So this has nothing to do with an arm. It really doesn't have anything to do with 10 to 4 p.m. What it has to do with the fact that an alley is not a street. So that's what we're facing, according to the DTPW.
If we, so what do they just not want passenger cars there?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
So if we made that accommodation, then.
That was the goal. That's part of the recommendation, Mr. Mayor. That's the goal of the gate. The goal of the gate is to have controlled access, and by default, reconfigure the alley into something that is strictly for residents and strictly for service vehicles. That
Okay.
was the goal.
So if we do that, why, what is wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. That's what we've been
But
recommending.
the rest of it, But the 10 to 4 part,
The 10 to 4 part is part of our recommendation because in those conversations, many of them, part of the requirement was that we receive unanimous consensus from the businesses, and we did not. So we came up with this compromise in hopes that the county would approve. We can certainly go to the county with strictly the alley piece, but I can't assure you that they will approve that. We can certainly do that.
I'm going to recognize you, but let me just say this, that the alley seemed to be what they cared about. And I understand there may be different ways to do it, but I don't know why we wouldn't just say that's what we're going to do. And by the way, I think they could be prevailed upon if a single business shouldn't be able to veto something that is important to the vision of that area. And we can make other accommodations maybe that deal with that. I feel like we should be able to deal with the alley if that's what they want. We should be able to convince them that the vast majority of businesses really won't be harmed and that we can do things that might help them. But the idea that we added that on there as our recommendation, I think, is something I would object to. Commissioner Fernandez? All right, let's try to bring this in. Do you all, Commissioner Richardson, you've been listening?
Yes. Yes, of course.
So what about if we as a commission, recommend how do you all feel about making a change in the alleyway?
I think Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez just said it.
Yeah, okay.
She read.
Commissioner Fernandez, are you okay with it?
It's not a street, and until we recognize that it's not a street, we're going to get nowhere. So that's the biggest issue alone. And then the question is, do you open it from 10 to 4 to try to accommodate the businesses, or do you offer golf carts that would be paid by the ODA or in partnership with the city or something as another accommodation? That would be at least going back with something other than what we've been saying for a year, and having them come back and say, we've been telling you for a year that's unacceptable, so what's the point in keeping to repeat the same thing?
You got that, Raphael? Is there, can we make that recommendation? Is that, someone want to move it and second it?
I will move that we go back to the county and say, we're proposing, I guess you need an arm there because you don't want flow-through traffic in the alley, right? It's a service alley.
Mm-hmm.
So I would go back with that, and then as a further say to the county that you want to explore either golf cart or opening it, pretend, that's what you've got to work out with the businesses.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
Okay, now, if we can't get through the alley, then where are people gonna go? You know how many times I've had to turn there? So now you've created a situation where you're going to turn, and then you're gonna have an arm on one side, a car behind you. It's gonna be a nightmare unless you close it at 15th Street.
Well, we would add
If you close all the way
additional-
at 15th, and you guys had an arm too, then maybe it would make sense because you closed the entire thing.
Commissioner, I think she can answer your question.
Well, we would, in preparation for that, we would actually add additional signage and probably some kind of police enforcement until we trained everybody not to do that. I don't know.
And we
You guys
also,
help me
we
out
also
here.
have concerns with the potential queuing at 15th if we were to have the gate arm there. So we did explore that option as well. Our internal working group did take a look at that, and so we're concerned with how that would impact the signal at Collins.
By the way, putting a dead end sign, there's a lot of things you can do. I think that's manageable, frankly. You could make space, you could do a lot. And the point is, if we went back to the county and said, okay, we heard you, we're not going to put passengers on there, but we're going to change the area so that it's the rotaries at the end of that road. Before you make the right turn, it says dead end kind of thing. Maybe you make more room for a turn there so it's safer. There's a lot of things we can do. I guess the point is, let's give, to Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez's point, let's give the county what they really asked for and then try to work through your fine work the rest of the features of it so that they can say we heard them and we're not an outlaw city.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, the signage.
No, you don't get, what?
The signage is part of the recommendation
Okay,
as well
all
as the
right.
gate.
I get it. You guys are you're trying to get through this in the way that makes sense, but I think what we're saying is what makes sense to us is that the priority is to pedestrianize those couple blocks. Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. You had your hand up.
I
Go
believe
ahead,
what Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez has mentioned is what makes most sense. Putting the arm at 15th Street is, from my perspective, because there you actually have a cul-de-sac there. You actually have a roundabout. You can actually maneuver a U-turn there, and you have the built environment there designed for it. Where the county is suggesting us to place it. And by the way, when I say the county, I want to make it very clear, because I have to say, there has been no greater champion for pedestrianism, no greater champion for micromobility and alternative modes of transportation than Eileen Higgins. And so when I say the county, I just want to make it very clear that I think it's the bureaucrats and not the elected officials, because she really is a forward-thinking leader who thinks about public transportation, pedestrianism, and everything we need to do to facilitate people getting around in alternative modes of transportation. This is bureaucracy that is getting in the way. And Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, what you mentioned about 15th Street, to me, makes more sense, because at 15th Street, you don't have, at that point, the interaction with the pedestrians that you have at that intersection where the alleyway is. Because you have people coming off the beach walk, bicycles coming off the beach walk, pedestrians coming off the beach walk, people entering the promenade at where the Betsy is, and then people trying to maneuver there, an odd U-turn, because the county is forcing us now to put an arm where otherwise they would be able to make a right turn into the alley. What you're saying makes so much more sense, because if you put the arm for residents and deliveries at 15th Street, everyone else can just continue and make the natural U-turn at where the built environment is made at that dead end. To me, and I know that there's some stakeholders in the area that don't like that, but you're not always going to get everything that you want. And to me, that what you just mentioned makes a lot of sense.
I don't disagree with you. The only thing I feel a little bit queasy about is none of us are traffic engineers, and I almost feel like
but we have common sense, and I think sometimes we have more common sense than traffic engineers.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez, all I would say is that I think that's a well-taken point, but there may be a configuration of other options that they may come up with, like a dead end or something else that does that. I don't want to give them, if we have to, we will, but I'd rather give them this kind of soft direction and let them figure it out, because there may be other things we don't know that they can do. And frankly, there are parking spots here that might be converted to resident. There's valet. There's a lot of things, and I'd like them to figure that out. But I think to your point, Commissioner, if we simply say to the county, we heard you on the alleyway, we're going to fix those issues, and we're going to provide whatever else we can do. And then we also talk to some of our colleagues over there in a way that lets them know how important it is to us, that gives us a better chance of keeping pedestrianization. Commissioner, you're recognized.
One final thing is I would like to pull all business tax receipts within the area that we're proposing to shut down. That's going to have a harder time having customers arrive and deliveries made. And I would like us to do a poll. Call them and say, are you for or against this? And let's get a real gauge on what the business community says. Because that is also another one of the county's complaints. They're saying, we have businesses, and it's very suspect. Somebody said 75%, we don't know. So why don't we, how many BTRs do we have in that range?
Go ahead.
Within the promenade, the current promenade limits from 13th Street to 14th Place, there are 25.
25.
Active BTRs
okay. So of those 25 BTRs, how many of them would like it closed? How many of them would like it open?
We have received confirmation from 24 of those businesses that they can be serviced by the alleyway. Of those businesses that they can be. Of those, 16 have expressed concerns with the configuration of the promenade.
So right here, they're saying that they can use the alley, but 16 out of the 25 have said that they're not okay with the configuration as is.
That's not 24 said they could be serviced.
They could be serviced, but 16 said that they are not happy with the current configuration.
Yeah, they prefer it differently. And I think that's
and even for some businesses who are in support of the promenade, Some of their requests have been that there be a temporary opening of the street to allow for their business operations to be more smooth.
Yeah, my big concern is, you have these businesses, they're having trucks that are, bringing produce and items all day long. They can't get through. We're gonna have a log jam in the alley. I mean, we have some work to do before we go back to the
Maybe.
county. So I think that we just need to work on this more, and I don't know, I'm not the traffic engineer, that would be Jose over there.
Commissioner Richardson.
Let me just ask a quick, when you say that 24 said they can be serviced, what does that mean? Does that mean commercial service, that they can have deliveries, or does that mean they can bring their guests through the back door? What does that mean, they can be serviced?
That's really regarding deliveries.
Deliveries,
Yes.
okay. But it doesn't address, and is that why only 16 are concerned, because they've got their guests that don't have a way to get there unless they drag their luggage down the street?
Yes, a lot of the concerns are guest-oriented.
Yeah, and Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, I know additional work needs to be done, but we have a deadline of, I think, Friday to file a permit, or the letter on Monday will be open it up, I'm sure. So we have to give you guidance, Manager, on
So what's the
what we
motion?
want your permit request to be for this Friday.
So what's the motion?
Well, I think that we have, I think there's consensus that at least enough to support to say that we're gonna, we will not use the alleyway as a street, and it'll be serviced only, and then I would leave it to the discretion of the parties to talk with the county about what they would find acceptable, if that's golf carts for delivering people, or this partial opening of hours. I think it would be our desire not to open it, but the county may say that, okay, we accept that you will close the alley through traffic, and we'll try that first, and then the next step, if that doesn't fully address the issues, then we'll do the gate. I would try to negotiate that. I would not offer that up unless they insist upon that.
Commissioner Minor, okay, so that's your motion. I'll second it. Commissioner Minor, you're up.
Well, I think I might want to amend slightly the motion, because I want to send a strong statement here, and I think we have support not to open it up during those hours. So our.
Sure, we can, I mean, I think they know that, but we can certainly
Okay.
add it.
Well, we should.
Yeah.
The county has said that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
So,
Listen, right now, we're.
I'm not so sure that's what they said, but I think we should make our position clear. I mean, I don't think we should, I mean, if we're putting it in writing, we should be absolutely clear as what we're stating that is our intent. I think it's important. It's a very important issue.
Okay.
So I think though that it's perhaps can be a negotiation that we can first offer to close the alleyway and not make it a street, and then maybe there's a way that you can artfully express in your permit that you want to work with the county on the issue of opening partial hours or providing additional alternative delivery. And I know where this is going. I know exactly where this is all going. But we're going to go down this road. We're going to issue the permit, and then I'll come back and say, I told you so, because I've been saying this for a year. We keep saying the same thing, and the county keeps saying the same thing. And at least this time, we're going to offer something different than we've been offering for the last year.
Okay.
Can I ask one more
Commissioner, you're recognized.
where is the lawsuit in all of this? Who filed the lawsuit? Where are we in terms of the lawsuit? I mean, right now, we don't really have any leg to stand on with the lawsuit, but I
Well,
think
no,
have
we
to
do
consider it.
with the lawsuit, and the lawsuit was filed by the Netherlands Condo Association, and one of the tenants, one of the unit owners, Ocean City View Inc. It's been filed. We haven't been served with the lawsuit. We're prepared to defend it, primarily by pointing out that it's really not for a condo association to enforce the county code on behalf of Miami-Dade County. Only the county can do that, and we're working through the permit process. There are difficult issues here, and they've given us until Friday to submit a revision, and we're doing just that and going through the process, and it's not for a court to intervene. So, you know, I echo Commissioner Minor's comments earlier of not to be, be mindful of a lawsuit, but not driven in your actions by that.
They haven't even filed.
The focus is really on Miami-Dade County. If they order us to open the road, then we have no choice there. So they have exclusive jurisdiction over street closures.
Okay, we've got it moved and seconded. Commissioner Minor.
Just a quick question. When you make any changes to a street or anything, do you coordinate with GPS, Waze, and all that? Is that automatically part of the process?
We do, so that they display it on their platforms.
Thanks.
Okay, is there objection to the moved and seconded motion? Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to R9D.
R9D is discuss partnership with Miami-Dade County Public Schools, maintenance and security.
Okay, that should be easy. Whose is this? Is that what you were here for, Ian?
Yes. That's what I was here for. Let me say good afternoon to Mayor Gelbert, to the commissioners, and let me take a moment to thank the four of you that are leaving for the incredible amount of service you've given, not just to Miami Beach, but to South Florida. Some of you are old friends, and hopefully the new people here will be friends also. So, we have 6 schools on Miami Beach. And the challenge or the request was the city of Miami Beach would like to explore taking over the maintenance of the 6 schools and taking over the safety in terms of police officer safety at the 6 schools in Miami Beach. So to that end, I met with the superintendent of Dade County Public Schools, and I got a resonating absolutely not, of course, on both issues. But at some point in our career, he was my number 2. So, and he took 2 jobs, actually a region job and also a district job. So
you have stuff on him.
We're pretty good friends. No, we're pretty good friends. And I said, okay, there's the middle and then there's the areas of the side. So I don't know how carefully you've looked at this and what questions that you will have, but here's a macro. You can keep things the way they are, and I call that the status quo. 2, you can use your dollars and you can enhance maintenance funds. You can also enhance security funds. 3, you can change state laws, and they're enumerated in your package, that would allow state capital dollars for capital improvements for schools to be redirected to a municipality. Okay, that takes lobbying, and I know you have lobbyists, and we certainly have lobbyists in our city, and it's also adding it to your legislative priorities. The last choice you really have is to make your schools charter schools. So again, I will go over the 4. Status quo, enhance with Miami Beach dollars, both maintenance and safety. 3, try to change law, both school board policy, but probably more effectively state resolutions, because as it is now, what started as a governor's executive order morphed into a Senate bill 7026, and that really controls the school resource officer dollars. And again, it goes to each county school district. So I think that and I will tell you, I was the region superintendent for many years, and all the schools in Miami Beach reported to me. So I think I've got a good background here. Miami Beach was one of the first cities to enter into a compact with Dade County Public Schools. I think it was a rather remarkable document all those years ago. Okay, I think maybe 2007.
It was exactly 2007.
Okay, I would sincerely recommend going forward, you take the document out and bring it up to 2024 standards and things that are important to the city of Miami Beach that are probably enumerated in my report. You also might want to explore a compact, and I've got more lawyers up here. A compact is one kind of a legal document. A contract is different. So you might want to take the compact and say to Dade County, we want to be the first city that really has a contract with you. And again, you would negotiate that. The state, because I continually got questions, and I will talk for a second about North Beach. I believe it's 87 years old. My husband graduated from North Beach. Feinberg Fisher, probably older, truth be told. And we've got the elements. We've got the salt, we've got the water, we've got the erosion. At some point in time, buildings reach a limit. They're term limited. And so I kept getting asked, how does Dade County decide where they're going to be spending their maintenance dollars? Well, the law mandates that every 5 years, an entire educational plant survey be conducted. Miami-Dade County Public Schools contracted with Jacobs Project Management Company to perform the function. They work with many school districts all over the state, and it looks at deficiencies in every single building that Dade County Public Schools owns. And then they prioritize, of course, looking at safety to life issues first. So a school that would need a paint job, and there's another school that has electrical issues and rebar showing, certainly would be prioritized far beyond that. Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and this was not easy. I have to give great credit to the people, to all of you, and the people who worked at your schools in Miami Beach and dealt with Dade County Public Schools maintenance and capital departments. I think that over the last year, they put $11 million in, and for this year coming up, the 23-24 school year, they've committed to $17 million. I think all of you know that in a 5-year capital plan, the first year is funded. So I really don't go further than that because it's kind of the cartoon and the make-believe, but this year is funded. Security, and again, I think we all have to take security very, 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 very seriously. So Miami-Dade County right now supplies a fully licensed law enforcement officer to every single school. Because it's a school district, their officers get a different kind of training than maybe mine did when I was the mayor of Aventura or yours do in Miami Beach. And Miami Beach's police department has a long history of working with the schools in Miami Beach, also through the Police Athletic League. There would have to be a great deal of coordination. A number of other cities, and I'm not sure right now if it's 2 or 3, in addition to the police officer that Dade County Public Schools is putting in the building, the municipality is adding another full-time officer. Currently, Miami Beach has 3 full-time officers that you pay for, but they're rovers. They go between your 6 schools. So one of your considerations would be, do we want to have them full-time in a building? And I will remind everyone here that prior to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, the only schools in Dade County that got full-time policemen were our high schools, okay? And I just want you to think about South Point and think about North Beach. You never saw a police officer there. They weren't in high crime areas, and it just wasn't what was happening. And after Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, every school has a full-time. I will, because I think I can say this very publicly because it's all in the public domain, just a little bit north of you, Bay Harbor adds an extra police officer. And again, I would suggest that if that's the direction this commission or a future commission wants to go into, the training becomes absolutely crucial. It's not the everyday training. It's when that emergency happens and you have 2 police officers working for different agencies. They have to know who is in charge and who gives the orders. Again, not something that's that difficult, but something that needs to be looked into. So again, I'm going to say to you, on maintenance, status quo costs you nothing. And I think if you went into any of your schools this time last year, and you went into them again this month, you would see some huge changes in your schools. Most of the schools in Dade County are probably over 55, close to 60 years old. I think the schools on the beach have additional concerns because of the climatic conditions. Okay, when you're inland, you just might be able to go a little longer without the work. I also think due to the work done last year, that Dade County's maintenance department, and of course it's a union, it's all unionized labor, they have a better understanding of the needs of Dade County Public Schools. And I will tell you, when you're talking about 50, 60-year-old buildings, as you all know, it's not like you go to Home Depot for a part. You're having everything manufactured that you need. Probably there's some shop in Hialeah and you need some kind of a part for the air conditioning, and you have the specs and they're making it for you because the parts don't exist any longer. So again, I'm going to say that's status quo for maintenance. For you, if you wanted to use city dollars, there's some options. You could increase your millage rate. Maybe not a great option. Okay? It's not something as a former mayor that I would be happy about, but my job was to give you options. You could establish grants, as you do for other projects, for the maintenance of your school. You also could apply for state and federal grants. Donations. Miami Beach is extremely generous. The parents of the children in your schools are extremely generous, so donations are absolutely one source. I said before, updating the compact, including these two areas which are most important, creating maybe a new MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, and to make it really effective. If there were some shared responsibilities, I think it would be important that both entities have a shared platform so that you actually could look and see the data at the same time. In terms of lobbying for change, some of you have more experience at that. Some of you actually sat in those august chambers. Sometimes it's easier than you think. You know, sometimes it just gets tacked on especially now, when we have a governor and two houses that are making changes to education. It seems like every single day they're in session, they change something else, and they seem to be willing to give almost any entity more power in education than what the standard school system has. And by that, I'm including parents, I'm including private schools, I'm including parochial schools. They're making changes, so maybe now is a time that you say, as a municipality, we would like the responsibility of these dollars, but they would have to make some changes to the existing law. And then the very last option you have, the very last, is you'd have to really sit down and think about your 6 schools and say, do we really want to take them over lock, stock, and barrel? Because part of this was saying, we want to take over police function security, and we want to take over maintenance. I will tell you, and I think you should feel proud of this, I probably talked to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of your residents. They love your schools. They love the teachers. They love the principals. Okay, so this isn't where we're really a dysfunctional community school system, but there are these issues. I can talk for a long time about conversion charters. I spent time with your current mayor. I spent time with your city manager. I spent time with your chief financial officer. I can only tell you that from the bottom of my heart, and as a former mayor that had 2 charter schools in my city, I would say tread very lightly on taking over all of those responsibilities. You have an amazing relationship with Dade County Public Schools. You really and truly do. No small part because of you. And not just the people sitting here today, but the people that sat in your seats before you valued education. And it was probably one of the first cities that came forward and said, we want the International Baccalaureate program. And I can remember there was an election, the papers were signed, and on my desk at Dade County Public School, that Tuesday night was an election, and the next morning I got a call from your current city manager, George Gonzalez, saying, that paper's no good anymore, we elected a new mayor. But as you all know, we do have the IB program, and you have the IB program in your schools. Technical education was also very important, and again, I think Dade County has worked with you on most of those issues. So I'm open for questions on any of these things. I don't know how much in depth you want me to, but I saw how thick your agenda is.
So, and I appreciate that, Mayor. I'm going to just ask you a couple quick questions.
Good.
I had some, and then I'm going to see if my colleagues want to. First of all, I know all about what happened with the IB, because in 2006 or 7, I started a committee to literally take over the entire Miami Beach feeder pattern. And I convened a bunch of people, because I was a state legislator at the time. Everybody got mad at me. But I thought, with were there 470 schools in Dade County?
Yep.
With 470 schools, it's pretty obvious that it's easy to get overlooked, especially since we don't have a lot of the challenges of many of the schools.
That's right.
So I just thought it would be a good idea for us to consider taking over the entire Miami Beach feeder pattern, which, by the way, used to be its own feeder pattern, used to be its own district.
Yeah.
We used to have control over our district. We had a school board. We had all the things that most school districts have, because most of them are not 470 schools. When you're 6 of 470, you're not even a rounding error at that point. So I did that, and everybody got mad at me, but Rudy Crew sent his deputy over, erstwhile young man named Carvalho, who said, if you do the conversion, you're going to lose money because your teachers are older and they're paid more, and you get a blended rate when you switch, so you're going to lose a ton of money and everybody will really hate you then. But I have an idea, he said to me. We'll make it IB so you can walk away with looking down, not totally dejected, which is exactly what he did, by the way. He gave us an IB program in our feeder pattern, but it was only because we threatened to become our own feeder pattern, to become our own thing. That's what happened. And it's sort of happening again. I love our school district's been very good to us. After Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, we were the first place to put our cops in our schools.
Yes, you were.
And Carvalho worked out a memo of understanding, rules of engagement. I sat in a lot of those negotiations with our chief. I think, in fact, Chief Oates was the deputy at the time who took on the job of figuring out how to do it, because there were complexities. But I will tell you, and this is really important, our cops in the schools, and I love all our school personnel, are much better than anyone else. They are on the radio system. They call the other cops. They know our kids. They ingratiated themselves into the school system. And I'm utterly convinced there was, and I'm not going to go over the facts again, but we avoided a school shooting in our city because one of our cops had become so friendly with Beach High students who really liked him and told him what was going on. So, this is not imaginary, it's real. And so what I don't understand is why we couldn't simply take over the policing function in an island community with 6 schools where our radios could go right to cops elsewhere. And we've had a few instances where there have been lockdowns where our cops basically just said, lock down the school, I heard a gunshot. And I think that's what they should be doing. And I think our residents would want that. I don't like the idea that we have to pay more money for it. I feel like if there's money for law enforcement, we should have it. And you're right, they're trained differently. They certainly are trained. They're not trained differently. They just have additional training, which, by the way, is not some insurmountable magic goal. I mean, you could train, our cops could be trained on what to do if they had that, and they are, by the way. So I just don't understand why there's not more give on the security part of it. On the larger one is, should we become our own feeder pattern? I don't know. It's an awfully big idea. But on the other hand, probably some of the impediments that I first faced in 2006 and 7 don't exist anymore, because they probably are encouraging people to do this. But I realize that it would create a lot of dislocation and insecurity in people's minds. But I appreciate certainly the work you've done. You were a great mayor and a really greater deputy superintendent and educator, so it's great to hear from you. I hope you continue to work with the next commission on some of these ideas, because I think there is work to be done. I still think we could get the policing function more than just 3 rovers, but we could do it.
And I would say they were much more willing to talk about that. Again, part of what we get into are union labor contracts and who has the right to provide the services. But they were more willing, again, they're willing to accept one of your police officers in the school. They're willing to look at some joint training together. And we all know that's how things start. Okay, so I would be more hopeful also. I think part of the angst is, should anything happen, an active shooter happen, they're not, and by who they, I'm talking the Department of Education, they're not looking at the city of Miami Beach. They're looking at Dade County Public Schools. And in looking at the executive order, and please, the attorneys on the board, far smarter than I am, on that Senate bill, it makes it very clear that the monies go to the school system. I don't think it's that hard to change either, sir. I think it does make sense. I can give you what makes the most sense. And this is so important for all of you.
Speaking to the microphone.
It's so important for all of you, is that SRO, the longer they can stay at that building, the better it is for safety, the more they know the children and the families, the more they can identify the outsiders that may be walking on our streets and come into the building. And sometimes there's a tendency, mid-year, 2 times a year, people do move, people get pregnant, things happen, but the longer you can keep your same SROs in your schools, the safer your schools are. So again, in a compact, I would absolutely specify, and you might even want some voice in a compact on the decision of the placement of the officer. And sometimes when your elementary kids would be moving on to Nautilus, maybe the officer moves. So I'm saying, but they have to know the kids. That's where we get safety. When they know the officers and they trust the officers, it is a see something, say something. They go over to the officer, they tell them, look, we're a little uncomfortable. Somebody had this in their book bag. So I'm saying I think that would be something that.
Yeah, I need to call my colleagues, because this is the one area that I get all worked up about. Just so, I'm going to repeat the story. We had a cop, because I don't know that the resource officers from the county have anything close to the relationship that our cops have with our parents and our students. I don't think it's even proximates it. I think they all know when we put our cops there who they are, they know them by name. I'm pretty certain they can't name the district officer who's there at all, if they know. I'm talking about the students and the parents. I've never felt that. And I might be wrong, but I've never felt it. But the story I'll tell you is, I think, a real one. We put a cop at Beach High who went there, played football there, became an assistant coach, became a friend to everybody, set up the chess board, did everything. And everybody knew, spoke at the assembly, did exactly what you're talking about. And when he was in an art class once getting some stuff, a young lady stood up and said to the whole class, "Thank you, officer, for what you do. You said you would lay down your life for us." And he said, "Well, thank you." And it was a very nice interaction. The next day, that young lady got on a plane, went up to Colorado to do a school shooting, and she was killed in the woods. And I am absolutely convinced that because of her relationship with our cop, she got on a plane and went somewhere else. And I say that because nobody knows that story really a whole lot, but it's a near miss, frankly. And it's tragic, obviously, but it goes to your point, which is police who are known in their school are different than just people who are walking around looking to check IDs. And
absolutely.
And you can say that in an imaginary and theoretical way, or you can say that that's actually true. And it was true in Beach. I could never prove what I'm saying, but what I said actually did happen because it's well known, and that part of it you didn't know, but obviously the part about the young lady getting shot in the woods in, I think it was Colorado, where she bought a weapon to do exactly that, tells you that having your own cops there means something. So, Commissioner Minor, you wanted to say something.
And this is true. I guess it was back in 1999, I opened Michael Kropp Senior High. So I don't know how many years from 99 till today is, but it's well over 20. The same SRO has been there since the beginning. It makes a huge difference. So I'm saying even if these are things you can ask for, the stability of the SRO in the school, and probably over the years that I've worked with Miami Beach, there's probably dozens of SROs that have been changed within your schools.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, quick question. Is this an action item?
I don't know.
Well, you've got next steps on the charts that
You
I
guys
provided
wanna-
for you, but I think as a
You're tired of
group, you
listening to
need
me.
to
I'm
sit
ready
down
to
and talk.
Commissioner Minor, you're up.
Thank you for your analysis. Just a quick comment. I really appreciate the coordination aspect that you're discussing after the tragic Texas shooting, when it became apparent that multiple law enforcement agencies were not working together. I actually brought an initiative, and we had a discussion at commission where the former chief of the Miami-Dade School Police, now the chief of Doral, Lopez, and our former police chief, Because one of the things I was concerned about is my understanding is under the, I don't know if it was an agreement or protocols, that Miami-Dade Police had full jurisdiction, but clearly, in an emergency situation, it would take Miami-Dade Police a long time to get enough officers to come in, where our Miami Beach Police is here right away. So I was actually pleased we got a commitment from this podium that our Miami Beach Police would have authority and jurisdiction to go in and not have to wait for the orders. I assume that's still the case.
And we want to pray that we never need that.
Yes,
Right?
obviously,
We
obviously.
want to pray that we never need that. But I will also tell you, and you all remember, I don't know, 15 years ago, when white powder was sent to Hillary Clinton and a number of people in the Senate and Congress, and we were all put on protocols of opening up envelopes, and one of my secretaries opened up a manila envelope filled with white powder. I had the FBI, I had hazmat, I had county police, I had school police. We had so many different law enforcement agencies that the truth was, had it been anthrax, everybody in that building would have been dead. So that precipitated, with the FBI, I'm not sure at the time Homeland Security, but with all of the entities, a tabletop exercise where Dade County Public Schools has a protocol, should in the event of an active shooter, there is a line of command now. It's not 5 different people representing 5 different entities saying, you have to listen to me. So I think you should get a copy of that, and I'm happy to get it for you.
Good afternoon, Wayne Jones, Police Chief. We do have a working agreement with the school board police department, but in any incident where there's an active shooter in any of our schools, we take initial command of that scene. We will neutralize that threat as soon as reasonably possible. And then in the aftermath of that, in terms of the investigation, school board would lead the investigation. But in terms of an active shooter in any school in our city, we get there first, we take control, we'll neutralize the threat, in the wake of that, school board would do the ensuing investigation. Just want to make one point. About 15 years ago, we had in every school in Miami Beach, a Miami Beach police officer. Because of staffing issues, that was sort of changed, where we had civilians hired by the police department working in that capacity as sort of like civilian SROs. In recent years, in light of Parkland, immediately following Parkland, we covered every school with a Miami Beach police officer. Since the growth of police officers with the school board police department, they now cover all of our schools. But in addition to that, we have 3 roving SROs, like you said, that also supplement and support the school board police department.
Just one follow-up question. Hypothetically, if we staffed every school with a Miami Beach police officer, could the Dade County School Board take away the officer that's assigned there full-time now? Or they're independent?
They're independent.
They're
independent.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, they're independent.
Yeah, and they're charged with actually providing direct police services to all of our schools. We supplement them because.
Right, I just want to make sure,
it's our
'cause it wasn't always that way until a couple of years ago, so.
And it seems to be, it's very fluid, right? We'll wait and listen to this session and see what happens. It is fluid. But I will tell you all, I think more than ever before, parents' main concern today is safety. And I can't imagine what it's like when you're saying to your 3rd grader, 6th grader, 10th grader, have a great day at school, and inside you're going, are they going to be okay at school? So again, I'm one that would say, if this city, and I think I heard you say the prime directive is safety, and as a municipal officer, it is. It's the safety of its people, and anything you can do to harden your schools and make them safer, I think you'd be able to work with Dade County Public Schools on that.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
So thank you so much for your report. The one thing that you said that I think we should take action on today is the fact that our education compact with Miami-Dade County Schools has not been updated since 2007. So if I were to make a motion today, it would be to have Leslie work with Enid, I suppose, or Mayor Weissman, to come back to us with the proposed changes in the compact, given the guidance that you've kind of heard based on our discussion today and what we wanted to do in terms of public safety. Come back to us with the changes and let's update that document and then send it to Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and hopefully both of you can be our liaisons, or I don't know how that works. You might want to vet it at the Committee for Quality.
There was one thing I forgot, and I think it's important, besides the police officer, and I was hoping you're still here. Good. Besides the police officer, all of your buildings have security monitors. I don't really want to talk in the aggregate about quality, but a number of municipalities have looked at their unions and their retired police officers. And as a retired police officer, they've actually gone through the Dade County Public Schools personnel system, and they are now working part-time as security monitors, but they're getting their pension, they're getting all the things that they've earned, but they want something to do. So again, it's part-time. Dade County Public Schools isn't paying insurance and retirement for them, so it's a pretty easy thing, and some cities are really looking at their retired officers who want to work some of the time, and I think it's a double benefit. Many of them will know your kids and your residents as well, and they know the community. And what I'm saying, you know too, right? That's what they're doing.
So if I may, so I mentioned about 15 years ago when we pulled out regular police officers out of the schools, we replaced them with retired Miami Beach police officers who knew the schools, knew radio systems, knew how to deal with an active threat, active shooter within the school. So great point, and we've actually exercised that.
I know, yeah. That's why I wanted you still here. I have to say one thing, because this will be wrapping up, because I'm not sure you all know. Leslie Rosenfeld has been absolutely amazing throughout this. And by that I mean, I'm not talking 8 to 5. Saturday, Sunday, 1 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, wherever I happen to be, and the time clocks are different, she has never failed to get back to me immediately. And often you don't get to hear that about your personnel because you only hear when we have something to complain about. But I give you an A+. Your finance manager or CFO also met with me. And I'm going to say what I saw today, the way you deliberate, the respectfulness, the consideration, I think it's outstanding, and I think a lot of municipalities could have learned a lot by spending a day here.
We were on good behavior today.
Give us time. Give us time. The day is early.
don't want to disappoint
It's a long meeting.
The meeting ain't over.
All right, anybody else? This has been helpful. Commissioner Richardson.
Yeah, so-
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and thanks for all the work in it. On the question of public safety in the schools, I guess from your report, it's the decision of the school board whether or not they want to retain that. If they wanted, does state law prohibit them from giving that, or do they have the authority to?
It was an executive order by the governor that then got turned into the Senate Bill 720-something.
So
And
if we wanted.
It specifies the school district.
Yeah, so what's really interesting is when the requirement for resource officers was mandated, they didn't have the resources. So then they came to our city, and we provided that, and I think they reimbursed us up to $1.2 million is the number I'm remembering, until such time as they could get their own resource officers in place. But it sounds like we would need a change in state law. Because I do believe that we as a local government should have the authority to police our own schools if that's our choice because of the connectivity to the community. But we may want to consider, or a future commission may want to consider putting that on our legislative lobbying list to.
And that's what I would suggest. And you know, when it's an amendment, sometimes, as long as something's taken Tallahassee, you know,
Yeah.
some things can move very fast.
Yeah.
So
Sometimes things happen in the middle of the night.
That's right.
Sounds like you want to. Sounds like you want
Yeah.
to be in Tallahassee more.
Yeah, exactly. And I would support, I think Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez made a motion, it was seconded. I will support having us work on updating a compact. I don't think we can unilaterally do that. I think you would have to propose a draft, and then you would have to go back and forth. Is that right?
Yeah,
for camping?
I can speak to that.
Please.
I'd spoken to Leslie about that. We've had conversations about updates to that. We have a couple ideas that Leslie wanted to do. So if the direction was for administration to review the compact we have, and then start having those discussions with the school board to see what they would be amicable to, and then report back to the commission at the appropriate time, I think that would be something doable.
Does the
Leslie would handle.
contract that we, the city, have with Enid give the flexibility that you could amend the contract to include that work, or do you need action from the commission today on that?
I think it's something we could be able to handle internally. Then if we needed to, we could, continue to interact.
I think the only factor is the date. And that can be,
yeah.
as we know, that can be changed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Hey,
Thank you.
It's nice to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to see all of you. And again, I can't thank you enough for the public service that you do. And the manner, whether it's good behavior or not, the manner in which it was done really and truly sets a standard. Thank you all.
Stick around.
Yeah. No, I gave everybody Swifty bracelets.
Thank you for your service, Madam Mayor.
Okay, all right. Let's do something. Okay.
We're taking a vote?
It's done. Nobody said anything.
Secret vote.
It was a secret vote. We looked at each other.
Acclamation, yeah.
We looked at each other knowingly.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, let's go to something non-controversial, R5E.
Yes, sir. R5E is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 70 of the City Code entitled Miscellaneous Offenses by amending Article 2 entitled Public Places by amending Section 70-45 entitled Camping Prohibited by amending the city's existing prohibition on camping to ensure that the prohibition and enforcement measures contained therein comply with constitutional requirements for such ordinances as set forth by the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit in Joel versus City of Orlando, 232 Federal 3rd, 1353, 11th Circuit, 2000, providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing.
Okay, it's the camping ordinance for all of you who want to know what we're going to be talking about. We're going to do a public hearing in a moment. It's going to be 1 minute per speaker because honestly, there's been so much speaking on it already. I think we got a long agenda, so you can definitely speak even if you've spoken once or twice before. But of course, you're going to be limited to 1 minute, and then we're going to come back and discuss it. So with that, anybody want to be heard before we do it? Okay, let's go. Public hearing's open.
No one on Zoom, no one in the audience, Mayor.
Okay, public hearing's closed. Here we go.
Thank you for giving me a minute. My name is Dwayne Thwaites, Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. I'm living in Miami. I do want to speak on this. I want to highlight, I know I already spoke twice already today, but I do want to highlight the fact that passing a bill like this doesn't address the issues. I know that this commission has made many attempts. I'm aware of all the stuff that you, Mayor Gilbert, have implemented in reference to addressing it. I do want to highlight some realities. Locking people up for uses of guns have not stopped shootings. Locking people up for trafficking drugs have not. Locking people up for being poor and homeless will not stop the homeless crisis. The solution is very complex. I am more than willing to suggest other solutions if we ever given the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, by the way.
Thank you. Our first virtual speaker is Isaac Rodriguez.
Yes, hi, my name is Rodriguez and I live in Beach. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
We can hear you. We
Hello?
can hear you.
Yes, I support R5E. Please move forward. Many have been rescued due to being arrested. There's a lot of programs and medical services in the jails, including a bed, okay? And they can get a lot of help there. So many of these homeless people or drug addicted or they have been rescued because they've been arrested, okay? Please stop handcuffing us from cleaning up our city. We are trying to clean up our city. I live in Miami Beach. It's a beautiful city. And all those that think that it's okay to urinate, defecate, put garbage in the streets, sleep in the streets, sleep in the storefronts.
Thank you, sir.
That's not
Thank you so much.
good.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for giving me the chance to speak again. My name is Casey Munga. I live in Overtown. I just want to talk about my son. He's now 18 years old, and thank you for not having this ordinance, because I would have been arrested from living in my car. He's an autistic boy, nearly died from having sepsis, and in the hospital from being in the homeless shelter, and now he is on School of Advanced Studies and on his way to being an engineer. So if you had done this before, I would have been in jail. He would have been in somebody else's house, and he would have never been able to, realize a dream I had for him. So I'm just gonna say, please vote no. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Melissa Azuri.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I support the no camping. I'm a Miami Beach homeowner for the last 23 years, and I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else in the audience? If not, we're going to go to the next virtual speaker, Richard Dawson.
Yeah, hi. I am a Miami Beach resident, and I just wanted to say on the camping ordinance, while I appreciate the various viewpoints that have been presented, I just want to point out that many of the speakers here today, first of all, don't live in Miami Beach, and second, do not represent the views of the vast majority of residents of Miami Beach, who I believe are in favor of the ordinance which is being presented today. I also want to say that I believe that the Miami Beach commissioners have constructed a very thoughtful and compassionate ordinance to manage our homeless affairs, and so I want to thank you for putting this ordinance together.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Raquel Hanshaw. Raquel, go ahead, please. Raquel, we're going to go to the next speaker, Mr. Wayne Roberts.
Hi, again. I want to say that I'm in favor of this ordinance that I think Steve Miner put forward. I believe that, well, many things. Doing nothing is not the answer to homelessness. That a court is a much better solution for finding care for that individual than leaving them on the streets. People have made comments about racism. There is as many white people on the streets as there are African American or Hispanic. There are concerns not about like cases where people are homeless, but they're crazy, and they're often crazy, and they're often drug addicts, and I can't go to the Publix without 3 of them stealing something.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
And having.
Our next virtual speaker is Alan Levine. Mr. Levine, 1 minute, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
please. Yes.
Yeah, I'm a resident of North Beach. I'm a civil rights lawyer, and I think we really should be honest about what's going on here. This is about getting rid of unsightly people, and we should remember it wasn't so long ago that Miami Beach considered Jews and people of color unsightly. This isn't about safety. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever that homeless people are a threat to public safety. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez spoke last time about sexual assaults and rapes. I asked her aide to produce those statistics. They haven't been produced. I don't believe they exist. As one of the earlier speakers said, people who are homeless are much more likely to be vulnerable to criminal activity than they are to committing it. It's perfectly clear
you, sir.
there's unanimity.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual speaker is Geneva Claus.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I strongly urge you to vote no on this ordinance. As other speakers have mentioned, it's very inhumane to be arresting people simply for existing. As other folks have mentioned, as you all know, there are no shelters actually available in Miami Beach for people to go. You are shipping people off away from your city, and that is not treating people with kindness that we all deserve, the dignity that we all deserve, to live as in dignity as human beings. And contrary to what someone said before, putting people in jail is not a treatment option. Having worked in jails and prisons, that is absolutely not a treatment option and often exacerbates PTSD and other mental health disorders, and is absolutely not a form of treatment.
Our next virtual speaker is Z Spicer.
Hi, I oppose R5E and encourage you all to do the same. A lot of different things to say. One is that, in reference to a previous speaker, actually 66% of folks experiencing homelessness in Miami are Black, so there is clearly a racial dynamic to this. Second, as I mentioned before, this ordinance presents people with a false binary, which is either to go to jail or to leave the only place that they maybe know or that they know where to sleep. There's been a lot of disparaging things said about people experiencing homelessness on this call and in these comments, and I invite you to consider just that these are people too, and that a solution to someone experiencing houselessness is a bed and a house, and that should not, there's absolutely no sense in making that bed be in a jail cell or a temporary housing shelter. Rather than an ordinance proposing criminalizing camping, the Miami Beach City Commission could and should propose an ordinance.
Our next virtual speaker is Chris Pena.
Hi, thank you so much. Regarding, with Catalyst Miami, regarding R5E, I think it would be in everyone's best interest. I think all the speakers have spoken well. The last speaker was going to say, build some affordable housing. It's probably, no, for sure. The studies show it's cheaper and more effective than imprisonment. I think it's in the best interest of the residents. I mean, I was asked to share based on comments from a university professor and an activist, successful litigants on this subject. It's an assault on civil liberties to condition accepting shelter to avoid arrest, yet prohibiting shelters to operate within the city. I'm an attorney, an MBA. I mean, unintended consequences. I think, it's much more effective to provide housing than criminalize this. Many shelters, people who are unhoused experience crime in the shelters. They're sexually assaulted, they're robbed. So urge you all to consider.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Raquel Henshaw. Raquel, unmute yourself, please. Okay, PJ, let's go to the next caller, Leanna Vasseur.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, I just wanted to say I am a Miami Beach resident. I live in Mid Beach, and I also oppose this ordinance. Though I am grateful for all of the efforts that you guys are making to improve the quality of life for visitors, for residents, whether they're transient for a day or two or for a few weeks. I do think that all of us would benefit by improved showering and bathroom situations. So I'm against public urination, defecation, and I do recognize that as a problem that is actually not only a product of our homeless population, but of our tourists and our local workers. So if we could do some steps to improve our bathrooms, make sure that they are all open and possibly open more hours, I think that
Thank
might
you.
actually resolve some of the problems.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Our next caller is Ella Faiz.
Hi, I am also a Miami Beach resident, and I strongly urge you to oppose this as well. I currently work with people who are formerly incarcerated, and it is appalling how inaccessible housing in shelters is. And so I really would urge you to use any funds that you might be putting toward increasing arrests into affordable housing on the beach. I truly cannot emphasize enough how inaccessible the shelters are, and would understand why people don't want to go there as well. They are not very safe. And I strongly urge you to oppose this.
Thank you so much. We have 3 speakers left. Nancy Duke, go ahead, please.
Alan Levine spoke already.
Hi, my name is Nancy Duke, and I live on Lincoln Road on the Bay, and I am strongly in favor of this camping amendment. We have had homeless people here. I've walked out and interacted with them. I've actually told them that I would help them find a place to stay. They're not interested. They harass the residents of the neighborhood. They actually moved in with a lady that was in our building and proceeded to use her credit card and run up bills for her and take over her apartment. Basically, the police had to ask them to move. So I strongly urge you, please help this community and support this amendment. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashley Moline. Ashley, go ahead, please. PJ, we're going to go to the next speaker, Raquel Pacheco.
Is the last speaker?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Raquel Pacheco, Miami Beach resident for almost 20 years now, and it should be no secret that I've been very opposed to this ordinance. In fact, I met with Commissioner Fernandez and his staff and the leadership from MCARE to oppose this legislation, fundamentally because it's flawed, because, we look at the numbers. We have an estimated 150 people, homeless people on the beach, and we have approximately 35 beds available based on the statistics that we've heard, and those beds are across the bridge. We have no housing, no temporary or permanent housing here on the beach to address this issue. So on that basis alone, I'm opposing this. I want to add to that that it's inhumane, and it's
Mayor, that concludes the public.
Okay. All right, let's get to the bill, the ordinance. There are 4 sponsors. I think it was a 4-3 vote last time. Assuming there's not a change in the vote, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to my colleagues. If there is a change in the vote, let me know, because we might not need to speak. But Commissioner Fernandez, I'll recognize you, then Commissioner Minor, and then Commissioner Areola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Dominguez.
As elected officials, we have such a great responsibility towards the public safety of our city. And when we talk about a city, we're talking about a city made up of people, housed people and unhoused people, individuals who deserve the dignity of a safe and a clean and an adequate place to live. Right now, we have individuals, human beings living in the streets of our city who are not living with dignity, notwithstanding the amount of resources that our city allocates for homeless-related services. And this year alone, over $7.5 million. Just think about it. It's over $1 million a square mile of our city. All right, because we're 7 square miles, so over $1 million per square mile of this city allocated towards homeless services. And we have individuals who are living on the streets, exposed to illnesses, exposed to crime, exposed even to rape. Actually, recently I was sent an A form of a homeless individual, a victim who fell asleep. And the defendant fell asleep, and she woke up to someone who was raping her. Someone in our city, a homeless individual in our city, that could have taken advantage of the services that we invest in for her safety, ended up being the victim of a rape in our city. Why? Because she was in the streets of our city. We need to protect the safety of unhoused people who are the subject of these types of crimes. And it's not just rape, it's been violence. It's been the unhealthy conditions they get exposed to, having to urinate and defecate in public. The lack of dignity that they encounter having to be naked in public to take a shower. And it's not right. It's not right for them, and it's not right for our city either, because we have a responsibility to also promote the aesthetics of our city. We have a responsibility towards the sanitation of our city, not just for the unhoused individuals, a homeless population that should have a cleaner, a better, a safer place where to engage in their life-sustaining activities. But we also have a responsibility to make sure that our streets are free of urine, are free of other bodily fluids, and to maintain clean and streets for the general population. It's important that we keep in mind that we need to maintain and promote the economic viability and the economic vitality of our city. And this aims towards that as well. It's not an easy position for us to be in. Do we believe in housing first? We absolutely believe in housing first. We recently invested a few $1 million towards the Homeless Trust, specifically to secure additional housing for homeless individuals, to create capacity in the shelters so that individuals on the street have access to beds and services that prioritize those homeless individuals referred from the city of Miami Beach. And we've established the national model for that. What we can't allow to continue happening is to continue having individuals pass away in our streets when they could be in a much more dignified place that is not the dirty streets of Miami Beach, that is not exposed to violence. What we can't continue happening is individuals continue being victims of rape and violence and theft because they haven't accepted the services that we make available to them. Now, I hear the argument that we don't have shelter beds available in Miami Beach, but make no doubt about it. We have placed people, families that have been at risk of homelessness and individuals that have been in emergency situations. Our Office of Housing and Community Services have found them places in Miami Beach and have placed them in housing on an emergency basis when it's been necessary. But the expectation is that there are going to be 34 homeless shelters in Miami-Dade County. If every city tries to adopt an ordinance like this, it's unrealistic. Because homelessness is not about municipal boundaries. Dignity is not based as to whether you don't base whether you're treating a human with dignity or not as to the location of where the homeless shelter is in. Dignity is about the conditions of the shelter you place them in. Dignity is making sure that they have access to mental health services, to medical services, to employment opportunities, to education, to the ability to stand on their own 2 feet and to be self-sustaining members of society. Or at the very least, be in safe conditions, not be exposed to the threats that they're currently being exposed to on our streets. Is this about criminalizing the homeless? This is absolutely not about criminalizing the homeless. This is about helping the homeless community accept services that we make available to them that right now are not being accepted, and when they're not accepting it, worse things are happening to the homeless individuals. So I fully stand by this ordinance. I look forward to seeing what other innovative solutions we can come up with to help the homeless community. And hopefully the day will come when we can repeal this ordinance because it will no longer be necessary. But till that day comes, we have a responsibility to protect everyone in our city, including the homeless population that right now is becoming victims of crimes because they're not accepting these services. And if this helps us encourage them, then we have to do this. Now, the one thing that will never happen is no one in Miami Beach will ever be arrested simply for being homeless. That will never happen. And if a bed is not available, and if a safe place is not available for an individual to go to, that person will never be arrested. But if there is a safer place for homeless to be, and a more dignified place for them to be conducting their life-sustaining activity, well, then I favor us doing everything we absolutely can to get them to that place. But certainly the streets of Miami Beach is not the most dignified place for anyone to live. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I support this item. I move this item so that it's properly before us, and I look forward to the feedback of our colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner. And the mayor said that Commissioner Minor, you're up next, so I'll recognize you.
Thank you. I'll second your motion. Yeah, we're a nation of laws. We're a city of laws. And to me, this serves two purposes. One, it protects our residents. The public right-of-way is for the public to use. And we see instances, not every homeless person, but we see many instances where the enjoyment and the going through the public right-of-way without fear or without having to scurry around someone who's screaming or whatever they're doing, and that's not every homeless person, but it happens, that is a right that every resident, every visitor in our city deserves. The second thing, and I echo your statements, Commissioner Fernandez, and by the way, I appreciate the comments. I was listening, and I know everyone is coming really from the right place, but I look at it the other way. And I know everyone thinks they're on the right side, but I actually look at this as being more humane because we are trying to help people, and we have had people. We have employees in our city who were previously homeless, and they got the help that they needed, and now they're living in homes. They're working for a great municipality, and we are offering those services, even in our prosecution program, in our municipal prosecution program. And I'm very proud of this. That I brought this initiative, that we offer pre-diversionary programs. We'll actually reduce or dismiss a prosecution potentially if they complete mental health counseling or addiction counseling or drug testing. And we've had people who've told us it's been a huge success. So there are success stories. I mean, I think we just have to look no further than Los Angeles, San Francisco, what's going on there. Crime has spiked. It is not, and it's just not a good situation. Now, we're not at that level, but the point is you got to prevent it from going that level. And I think that the genesis out of this comes from our numbers did spike. We heard the 150 number of how many homeless individuals, but we did get into about 235 not that long ago. And I give and we as a commission spend a lot of time talking about it here at the dais, and I give our police department and our homeless outreach team a lot of credit for reducing those numbers. But I look at what's going on in some parts of the country, and I say that is not good for anybody, for the residents who live there, for the homeless individuals, and that to me is unacceptable. I am not going to never allow our city to come close to that, and I think this is a way to do it. This is the way to do it. And a couple of things have to happen here. It's not like the police are going over there and they're seeing somebody and just arresting them. First, the person has to be sleeping in public. The individual has to refuse the shelter. So there's always that offer. Now, I understand they may not want to go to the shelter, but there is that option before an arrest. They have an ability to avoid the arrest. I think that's such an important component of this ordinance, and which is why it's passed the 11th Circuit, it's passed muster. And I'll just add, finish off on this. The police have the discretion. Doesn't mean every single time that this happens that the police are going to make the arrest. The police ultimately have discretion to make, but it is a tool that our police are going to use, because I know that I'm consistently talking to our police chief and other in senior command at the police, and they're telling me, Commissioner, and I'm sure they've told others this, there's not much I can do. I wake them up, I ask them to move along, so they move a block, they move 2 blocks. It doesn't really rectify the situation. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't help the individual. It doesn't help our residents just to move someone along. This gives our police department the extra tools that they need to fix really such an important issue in our city and an important issue that we're seeing nationwide. Actually, I said I'll end off, but one more thing. In our surveys that we do every couple of years, the worst rating on 30 issues, the worst rating that our residents give us, and I think it was 2 surveys in a row, was on the homeless issue. On how we deal and deal with the homeless individuals that people are seeing and believe that impacts negatively their quality of life is the thing that they criticize us the most for, and this is a step in the right direction to address that. Thank you.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Oh, Commissioner Ariola, I'm sorry, he was next. Yeah, and then I apologize. Commissioner Ariola, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Then you, then.
Yeah, I'm a no. And I've said a lot of this before, I'll say it again for the record. I mean, look, I know everybody here is well intentioned. I know that the homeless crisis in our city, and it is a crisis, and sadly it's gotten worse. And it looks like it's going to continue to get worse. But arresting folks for being homeless is not the solution. Creating a new category of crime, which is basically the category of being homeless, is not the solution. If somebody commits a crime in our city, and we have a lot of laws on what constitutes a crime, and this commission has expanded those laws, they can be arrested. So anything from drinking in public to having drugs on them to, getting into altercation, property destruction, a lot of categories for which someone can be arrested that are actually criminal in nature. Being homeless is not a crime. Our society is facing massive headwinds when it comes to how we're going to tackle homelessness. Look, I, for one of the first things I did when I was elected 8 years ago, when I looked at our homeless situation then, and I looked at the feedback that we'd gotten from residents and their dissatisfaction with how we were handling homelessness, I was the only commissioner who proposed having the 1 cent penny tax. I brought that up 3 times, folks. The first 2 times I brought it up, and it was different commissions, different mayors. First 2 times, I could not even get a second from my colleagues to actually even vote on it and to take it to the voters. So everybody here who's talking here in the past who talks about wanting to tackle homelessness, I couldn't even get a second on a motion so that we could put together language to send to the voters to see how the voters felt about it. So, I'm a little frustrated and perplexed when I hear some of the comments I hear today and have heard before about how we want to address homelessness, because we have all heard, and many of us have said, housing first, and we need to, have money to tackle the problem. But yet, so many have resisted creating that pot of money so that we could actually have solutions for the services and the shelters that these folks need. It wasn't until the 3rd time, and it wasn't until Mayor Gilbert seconded my motion, that we were able to actually have a discussion about it so that we could vote on it. And even then, it required some, finagling and maneuvering to actually get the vote that I needed. And I think it was a 4-3 vote. I could be mistaken about that. But it was a close vote, contentious, that we put together ballot language to go to a straw ballot for voters. Voters voted, majority voted, saying yes, they're willing to tax themselves a penny, 1 cent on food and beverage in a very restricted category so that we could create a pot of money to fund the needs of the services and shelters that the homeless and domestic violence population need. Even despite voter approval, there's still resistance from some folks up here to fund the money that's needed, because now that we got voter approval, we had to go to Tallahassee, and it wasn't until the second time, the first time they rejected it in Tallahassee to allow us to tax ourselves. We had to go to Tallahassee and get it. This last go-around, in this session, they said, okay, you put together the ballot language, and in next year's election in '24, we'll be able to hear from the voters whether we'll get this thing passed. So this has been almost 8 years' effort that I have championed to try to address the homeless problem that we have. And it's met with incredible resistance. And despite voters saying, yeah, we're willing to actually pay for this, there's still political resistance. So we'll see how 2024 goes. I hope that it passes, because the homeless population is increasing. The other thing, I think it's going to get worse for several reasons. Obviously, we have a major housing affordability crisis, which doesn't seem to be abating anytime soon here or anywhere in the country. We now have this incredible situation where we're allowing people into our country just by the millions, unchecked, and you're seeing other cities. Fortunately, for whatever reason, it hasn't happened in Dade County to the extent it's happening in New York, D.C., Chicago, all these other cities, where you're just having migrants come who, are either unable or unwilling to work, that are now just going to need a massive amount of social services. It's just going to cripple those cities. The mayors and some of those governors are starting to beg now to close our borders. So this problem is not going to get better for us. There's a really good article that came out, I think it was Sunday's paper, in the New York Times about, the homeless population that's increasing in our country, but the number of people that are living in cars. So in most cities, including Los Angeles, in Chicago, D.C., a majority of the homeless population in those cities actually are sleeping in their own cars, okay? And they detail the stories of these folks. So, a lot of the homeless that we think of, hey, they're drug addicts, they're socially, maybe not redeemable. A lot of the homeless people are actually working, okay? They just can't afford housing anymore. They had a great case study of a woman, a single mother with a small child, made $72,000 a year, living in Washington, right outside of Seattle, actually worked for the government there. She made too much money to qualify for a lot of social benefits, but couldn't afford rent. Rent's about $3,000 or so a month, and didn't have great credit, so she gets rejected from housing, can't afford the security, last month security deposits, so literally cannot afford housing. She has a car, it's a used car, because she has bad credit. She pays 27% interest on that car. She can only afford the car payment and the little she can provide for her son, and so she sleeps in a car with her son. I mean, that's what we're talking about. We talk about these folks that are just sleeping, that are drunkards or druggies on the street. This homeless problem is coming at us fast and furious, and it's going to get worse. Criminalizing this behavior is not the solution, and I hope that we reconsider this. I hope that we get more serious about how we're going to fund the social services and the shelters they need. A great majority of people are homeless because they can't afford housing. We have to look at how restrictive we are in our land use regulations here in the city. We just do not have enough supply of housing. We make it deliberately restrictive so the housing prices go up. Voters are happy. They keep getting us reelected. But we have to increase supply. That's going to upset some people. But if we want to address affordability, we have to create more supply. That means more housing. That means some people are going to get upset. But you can't have it both ways, where you complain about homelessness and lack of affordability and then restrict housing development. And I'll leave it at that. I can go on a lot of other things, but we're restricted on time.
Thank you, Commissioner. I recognize Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm not supporting this item again this time around, and the reason is I completely understand why my colleagues brought this ordinance about. There was a time earlier in the year where the homeless numbers had spiked and things were out of control. But since then, we have appointed a new chief of police, and the numbers for the homeless people has dropped dramatically. And as Commissioner Ariola mentioned, the police already have tools that they can use to arrest people that are doing criminal behavior. So I just don't feel that this particular item is necessary at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, you're recognized.
I heard everyone who spoke today, and I feel like the people who did speak and criticize the criminalization of homeless did not necessarily read the ordinance, especially Section 7045 4D. And here is what it says. If you are asleep, we will wake you up, and we are going to ask you, would you like a shelter bed? Can we get you a ticket to go someplace? Can we offer you any services? Are you willing to accept any services? And if you are willing to accept services, even if we don't have a bed, no arrest will take place. But if you are camped and living and in one of our public spaces or on private property, and you refuse to accept any services, and you refuse to go to a shelter, and you are in effect living in our parks and you refuse to leave, then we are going to make an arrest. Now, this is designed for a certain population in our parks, people that have been arrested countless numbers of time and go through the system. These are people that we see selling drugs, having sex outdoors, naked. There's defecation, there's masturbation in front of our children in parks, open containers and parties, they're screaming, they're harassing, and they are stabbing. And they are refusing any services, medicine, any ticket that we would give them home. So this is a compassionate way of removing and reclaiming some of our public spaces that are no longer safe. Now, it is absolutely not the optimal solution. But I did go tour Judge Stephen Leifman's Center for Mental Health and Recovery in Miami. He has a $51 million facility that has taken him 20 years to build in Miami-Dade County, which, by the way, Commissioner Ariola, if we are going to fund anything, it should be this facility, because there is no place apart from a jail to put this population. But Judge Leifman has created a place for the people that are constantly circulating in our criminal justice system and falling through the cracks. And this is a welcome place. It has a court inside. It has medical services. It has tattoo removals. It has, he made it so that it's not like an industrial jail. It's warm woods and lighting. We need to get people to accept medication, and many times they won't accept the medication that they need so that they can function. There's going to be a dentist inside. I mean, this is the solution for our homeless population, not just here in Miami-Dade County, but across the United States. Everybody is watching this facility. Unfortunately, this facility is lacking a few $1 million before it can open. And I'm confident that our homeless population that wants to live on the street and wants to defecate and wants to just harass because they're not on medication, I'm feeling hopeful that this will be the compassionate facility that they deserve. But right now, it is not there. And we have these public spaces that have become very dangerous. At the same time, you know, these public spaces happen to be in the economic driver for all of Miami-Dade County, which is South Beach, in the middle of our hospitality industry, right around where our convention center is. So we owe all of Miami-Dade County, because we are generating more tax revenue in the state of Florida than any place else apart from Disney World, a safe space. And so what we need to be able to do is say, listen, do you want a ticket home? We'll get you a ticket home. Can we get you a bed? We will provide you a bed. But we are not going to allow you to sit here and masturbate and sell drugs and have sex out in the open and stab each other and do whatever you want in the middle of our public spaces, right in the middle of South Beach, which is world-renowned, because we are suffering. Not just the residents who are living here, but our hospitality industry is suffering because of it. And believe it or not, we have seen it in our numbers this year so far. We have seen a decline in the number of people that are choosing to come here to South Beach. we've seen declines of 15 to 20% per month. So we need to take action. I get phone calls almost every day. I see all of you here who live near Altos Del Mar Park, including Betsy Perez, and I've heard that your park right there has been taken over, and the library, by a group of drug dealers. Somebody mentioned a gang. We want to help people, but if people don't want to help themselves, the state and federal government have given us no option except for this ordinance, which I think is pretty compassionate. Not only that, but if you refuse the services and we remove you, we don't just take away your things. Upon arrest, it says any of your belongings, we are going to take them and we are going to pack them up and we are going to make sure that you have them. Okay, so we're trying to be as kind as we possibly can and find a solution to help a population that lives by their own rules and laws and completely disregards our local laws, our state laws here in Florida. So while it is not the optimum solution, it is a tool that our officers can use in certain areas so that we protect our local industry, our jobs, our public safety, and our residents. And that is why I'm voting for it today.
Commissioner Vice Mayor, you want to be heard?
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief. First of all, I want to say that I think everyone has the right intentions because we have an issue to deal with. You know, many of the acts that you described, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, such as rape and stabbing and everything, there are currently laws on the books to address those issues. The numbers are down. I just don't think this is the optimal, and I think that was a word somebody used. It may not be the optimal. Maybe we should be looking for the optimal solution. My fear is that, you know, Miami Beach is an incredibly welcoming community, and my fear is some people will view this as a way of simply expelling, dismissing people from our city simply for sleeping. And I don't know of anybody who can live without at least getting a nap occasionally. So I would rather this body look for a more holistic, comprehensive approach to the issue. I'm encouraged that the numbers are down, and so I'm not going to be supportive, and I say that with great respect because I know everybody is, their heart's in the right place.
Thank you, and I'll just make my comments brief, but I think it's important to think about this in the context of our city. And first of all, to the people who spoke against this measure online, here, repeatedly, I want to thank you because, you know, we talk about a lot of issues, and people often thank us for spending taxpayer money to solve issues, but the fact is many of you do this every day for our most vulnerable residents. Honestly, you do it every single day. You work for them, you advocate for them, you stand up for them, when probably most other people don't do this on a daily basis. Certainly almost no one does, but you do, and it's a very hard thing to do, and I just really want to thank you because, frankly, it's important that someone does that, and you're doing it. So I can't say enough to the many people who reached out and said, don't do this, because this is what I do for a living and it's not a good idea. I want to thank all of you for the work you do every single day. And the fact that I'm supporting this shouldn't diminish that I think what you do is incredibly significant, and I'm grateful you do. But here's the point, because you have to understand something about our city. We spend $7.5 million a year on the homeless population. Okay, there are 152 homeless in our city. That means we spend a little under $50,000, $49,000 every year on every homeless resident. There's no other resident population that gets anything close to that attention, not even in the ballpark. Almost $50,000 a year. The reason is because a lot of the things you told us that we should do, we do. Many of you said we should pass that 1 cent tax. Our commission now, and I commend my colleague, Commissioner Areola, for really pushing us, but we did. And I'm proud to have supported you on it, and I'm proud our residents, by the way, voted for it. The legislature does its way, and it doesn't get in the way. We will pass that, and there will be more money going to the Homeless Trust. We provide housing. We have 20 shelter beds and 3 after hours at the Salvation Army, 15 shelter beds at Miami Rescue, 12 shelter beds at Camellus, 6 at the Lotus House. And the thing about this ordinance is, there's a reason why it passed constitutional muster with the 11th Circuit, that it wasn't intended to chase away the unhoused. It wasn't intended to make uncomfortable the unhoused. It wasn't intended to just get them out of people's sight. It was intended to say exactly what my colleague, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, said, which is, we want you to have services, we want to give you shelter, but camping here is a problem because in a city with as many parks as we do, we would have encampments. And the one thing that nobody said, not a single speaker who is urging us not to adopt this said, is they didn't say what we should do about encampments in parks. And the reason they didn't say that, because the only obvious conclusion of the position that we can't move people out of parks or public spaces is that we simply have to let that happen. And I think you have to understand, in a city, we're a unique city in a couple ways. Number one, we have an enormous amount of public park space. And they're very attractive to the world. People come here for them. Our residents enjoy them. But if they become encampments, well, then they're unsanitary, it hurts the economy, and it's something, it's not just an aesthetic issue, it's a health and safety issue. I noticed this. I walked through one of our most beautiful parks, Soundscape Park. I saw 20 or 30 people there, obviously spending the evening and overnight camping there. I saw rats there. I saw food there. We can't allow that to happen in public spaces. So this isn't, so for all the people that spoke, you gave us great advice, which we do. You said, pass that penny, we did. Provide housing, we do. Solve all the underlying problems. I don't think we can do that, but we spend an enormous amount of money, and we do enormous things. We support our coordination and care services, provide family reunification, ID replacement, on-site temporary employment, on-site legal services, homeless prevention services, coordination of voluntary treatment services, funds for outreach for mental health services, transportation and day treatment services, outreach engagement interactions, coordinate unified missions with sanitation for both city and county. We manage the contract for after-hours specialized outreach at New Hope. We purchase pre-treatment beds through our New Hope contract. We purchase our own residential level 2 beds for treatment at New Hope. We coordinate housing placements after involuntary treatment. We offer rent assistance to clients with stable incomes. We work with community services to assist elderly clients in identifying assisted living facilities they can go to. We offer food stamp applications and reunification and recertifications to clients. We provide referrals to rent assistance. We coordinate services for homeless veterans, and we work with Mount Sinai if the client consents for specialized treatment and placement. And there's more. And my point is that we are not a heartless city. We are quite the opposite. We believe that our unhoused population is an important population. But nobody got up here and said to us what I think the only logical solution is that if you have people encamping in your parks, you just have to let them stay. You just have to let the sanitation issues fester. You just have to let the park become unusable for the public that comes here, for our economy. And those are the things that we just can't endure, frankly, because we're a different city than a lot of places where people might be in a car. We have all these parks here, and we have great weather, and we have wonderful industries that actually would, provide food and things like that. So we're a little different. So I would typically be one of those speaking against this measure. I'm pretty certain my kids were trying to call in. But you have to understand that the reason why this ordinance passed constitutional muster is that you can't criminalize a status of homelessness. You can't criminalize that. But what this ordinance does is it says we're going to give you services, we're going to give you shelter, but you can't encamp in this area, because if too many people encamp in an area, it becomes unusable for the purpose for which it was created. It becomes unsanitary. It destroys our economy. And those are the things that we just can't have. Now, I understand some of my colleagues might believe in it. Maybe they're right that we're not going to get to that point. But the point is, if you get to that point, it's too late. And I think we have to have this in our toolkit. I have incredible faith that our police and our social service officers are going to treat this as simply a part of their toolkit only to be used to stop really the sanitation issues and the public health and safety issues that crop up infrequently. We will continue to deal with our homeless population as we always have, humanely, with an enormous devotion of resources, with the goal of getting people off of the streets and into their own homes or into shelters. That is what we will continue to do. I think that I've talked to our cops, I've talked to our staff, and that is what they intend to do. But I think this is something that ought to be in the toolkit, which is why I'm supporting it. So with that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I just want to just happen, you mentioned humanity, humanely, treating individuals humanely. That requires compassion. And the city of Miami Beach has a great level of compassion, investing over $7.5 million in the dignity, in the services to enhance the life and protect the welfare of our homeless population, as well as the dignity of our residents. But we need compassion with accountability. Allowing human life to decay in addiction, decay in illness, decay in filth in our streets should be the very definition of inhumanity. And that needs to end, because every human life, whether housed or unhoused, deserves a certain standard. And most certainly when you're in a paradise like ours, a community of such great resource. And so to your words, we're acting humanely and compassionately when we move forward in this direction, because allowing human life to decay and fade in the filth of street, in the loneliness of death on an alleyway, or exposed to the illnesses of others through urine and fecal matter is no way for anyone in a community like ours to live. And shame on us if we don't try everything in our ability. In addition to everything we've done, Commissioner Arriola, the homeless tax, the expansion of services with the homeless trust, the addition of homeless resource officers, and the expansion of staff in the Office of Community Service, and the joint outreach teams that go out every single morning together with police and sanitation workers and social service workers that every morning are going in homeless individual by homeless individual in a friendly and compassionate way, offering them the services they need so that with every sunrise, they have the optimism and the opportunity to say, yes, I want to get on my own 2 feet. But when they reject it time and after again, and we see those who reject it eventually become the victim of rape, become the victim of violence, and become ultimately the victim of death on the streets, then it reminds us of our responsibility that compassion is not just letting people hurt themselves in that way. Compassion sometimes means taking a bold step to help others lift themselves up in ways like this so that we help them reach their maximum human potential. And I'm proud that we're putting this ordinance forward. This is not the ideal, but hopefully it gets individuals of great potential back to being contributing members of society where we want them to be. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, can we move? It's been moved?
It's been moved and seconded.
Oh, good job, Vice Mayor. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
No.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
No.
Commissioner Arriola.
No.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Gelber.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5.
Okay, do I need to open, can we show R5F open and continued?
I think we did that already.
Okay, let's move to the three, what's this? I know he's got to leave. R9AD.
Yeah. Yeah,
R9AD is discuss update, save on Miami Beach Cares campaign, LGBTQ youth, requested by Commissioner Richardson. Vice Mayor Richardson.
So, thank you, Mayor. As you recall, some months back, the body approved a grant to SAVE to coordinate an educational program. As we all know, the state of Florida has made it very difficult for school boards to communicate about resources available to the LGBT community. As we were just saying, how supportive we are and inclusive we are in the city of Miami Beach. And so Today, we have the outgoing executive director of SAVE and the incoming new executive director, Todd Delmay. And so I want to turn it over to them. And guys, we don't have all day, and neither do you, but spend a few minutes and talk to us about the educational program and the resource program you put together for our community. You're recognized.
Awesome, and I'll be very fast. There are some slides. I don't know if the slides are loaded. So just first, really big thank you to the commission, the mayor, and to Vice Mayor Richardson for sponsoring this proposal, which was a wonderful grant to the SAFE Foundation, of course, to create resources in a space where resources have been pulled from the public school system. And so these resources are designed to be able to provide people with information, healthy, good information about, exploring what it is to be part of the LGBTQ community. It's intended for parents, it's intended for youth, people who are looking for information when information has been pulled away from them. And so I'll share with you that the program has been affectionately titled Miami Beach Cares.LGBT. And I'll tell you that when the program was named, one of our staff members said it, and I said, that's brilliant, where'd you get it from? He goes, it writes itself. All over the city of Miami Beach, you can see signs that say Miami Beach Cares. And I said, that's brilliant. I'm glad you're paying attention, because I'm not, but I will now. In the resource page that we have developed online, the way that it's designed is that there are 9 categories that people can explore to seek information. So that includes very basic ABCs about the LGBTQ community, information about advocacy, the arts, faith and spirituality, health and wellness. So that's just a really broad view example. The most important thing that I could share with you about this website is that at the very top, there is a button that says, Get Help Now. And I will share with you, so this is the front page of the website. At the top, you see the Get Help Now. That button, that link is the most frequently clicked link. We have about 750 visitors a day, but that is the one that is the most pressed. And when you go to that site, these are some of the topics that are on there. I got ahead of myself. When you go to the Get Help Now, it has information that you can immediately dial to 911, get suicide prevention information, contact the state attorney's office in case you've experienced a hate crime, and then specific hotline for trans individuals, so it's very culturally sensitive. So this has been welcomed really well by the community in terms of its use. People are going to the website and they're experiencing and getting much more information than they thought they would. People throughout the county are actually saying that it's a benefit to the entire county beyond the borders of Miami Beach. I will quote the mayor in saying that, of course, Miami Beach doesn't just check the boxes, they create the boxes for other people to check.
Thank you.
I've heard you speak before, sir. This is an example of the arts and culture page. When people first enter the page, they get very broad information. Sometimes it's a little bit more detailed, but right below it is links to organizations that could provide them with any kind of assistance they want in the given category. Of course, at the bottom of the page, we give you all credit for doing this together in partnership, and so we're really proud of that partnership. Over the last month, all the way through mid-December, there is a lot of promotion within the city of Miami Beach that's happening digitally. So anytime that you're on Facebook or you're on Google or anywhere searching for pages, you will see paid ads, but you'll also see what we call out-of-the-home ads, like the ones that you see on the screen. So these floating cubes where people are carrying these cubes walking around Lincoln Road, those have called a lot of attention, as well as the bus shelters, the ads on the bus shelters, and so you'll see them there. We made sure to strategically put these ads specifically around high schools where that information is missing so that it can be seen. So any questions from you all?
How many a day? You said you're already getting
750 visits a day to the website on average, and the Get Help is the most common place where it's going. So with that, I do want to introduce you to my successor. He will introduce himself, but I'm really proud to be able to have a successor of somebody that I can, who I can call my friend, who I trust, and who I'm confident will do a really great job. So I'll allow him to introduce himself. Thank you.
Thank you, Orlando. Thank you. And Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for this moment to introduce myself. My name is Todd Delmay, as he said. These are really big shoes to fill. Everybody keeps telling me that, but we discovered the other night we both wear size 12, so at least that's one less thing I have to worry about. But I am so proud to be the next steward of SAVE and the legacy that SAFE has built, certainly here in Miami Beach as well. And I look forward to continuing the work with you in all the programs that SAFE is doing and to taking this place. So I am so excited. So thank you for this moment.
Thank you all.
Thank you. So I would just say to the body that I think your grant was a one-year grant. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. With 2 extensions.
With 2 extensions, right. So I would encourage you to coordinate with all of the commissioners, the mayor in the future, because some of us are going to be going, so that this program can continue. Unless, of course, the state of Florida and the legislature rescinds all of their hateful laws that they have passed against the LGBT community and reauthorizes the funding to the school board, in which case we wouldn't need this program, but instead of that, we'll need your services. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Peace.
Thank you for all your work, and thanks for hanging around here so long. Okay. All right, let's go through. We're going to, right.
Mayor, we had a 1:30 time certain for the Harding Town site.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So we have a second reading public hearing. Tom Mooney, where are you? Come on up, can't hide.
So we're R5G?
R5G.
R5G is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending subpart B, land development regulations of the city code by amending chapter 7, zoning districts and regulations, article 2, district regulations, section 2.2.2, RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, single-family residential districts, but modifying subsection 7.2.2.2, uses RS to provide supplemental conditional uses for properties within an RS4 zoning district, designation that abut a public park on at least 2 sides and are located within the Harding Townside Local Historic District, providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5G.
Okay, I'll entertain someone to move it.
I'll move the item.
Okay, I'll second it. Okay, Tom, this is the sore thumb thing. Why don't you explain it just briefly, and then we're going to go to public hearing, and then we're going to come back.
Sure. This particular item was approved at first reading at the last commission meeting on September 27th. And as I explained at that meeting, what this proposed ordinance would do is it would establish certain non-residential uses for a limited property that is zoned single-family and located within the Harding Townside Local Historic District, so it will only apply to one property. When the item was discussed at first reading, the recommendation for approval included an amendment to the ordinance that would require that the uses that were proposed would become conditional uses. And so the ordinance for second reading has been amended. They would no longer be main permitted uses, they would now be conditional use. And any of the uses that are proposed would require the approval of the planning board. So they would not be uses as of right, but instead the homeowner would need to make application to the planning board for any of the proposed
Who asked for that?
conditional
I'm just trying to, because I'm not sure.
That was an amendment that was offered by the commission. I believe Commissioner Fernandez offered
Okay.
that amendment.
Okay.
And the commission approved the ordinance with that amendment. Since these uses became conditional uses, there was no longer a need for the comprehensive plan amendment, so that item has been withdrawn, and there's only one item before you, which is the LDR amendment. Additionally, the commission requested that a supplemental mail notice be sent out, which was done, and we attached a copy of that supplemental mail notice to your agenda package. And then finally, there was an appraisal done of the property. That appraisal was also included in your package. The item is before you for second reading, and the administration recommends that the ordinance be adopted as amended.
Okay. Let's go to the public hearing. Anybody wants to speak?
Yes, sir. We have one person virtually. We have a couple. First one is Meriden Gelb.
And as before the virtual speaker, Commissioner Fernandez, Mr. Mooney went through the changes between first and second. You had made some of those requests, and he explained how they were incorporated into the measure. Okay? All right.
Meriden, please unmute yourself. TJ, let's go to Luis Hernandez. Luis, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Luis Hernandez, and I am an owner at Ocean Blue Condominium. I have been a proud resident of Miami Beach for many years, and I'm currently coming to you from Washington, D.C., because I have not heard, after what Tom said, the purpose for why this particular individual owner wants to have this overlay done on their property. And I highly encourage the commissioners to consider the benefits of the park to the entire community. We all enjoy it. It enriches our experience at Miami Beach. And we're not even sure why one property is seeking to change. They have a beautiful home there for a different purpose, a commercial use. And so we shouldn't allow one individual to benefit at the cost of the entire community. Thank you so much. And I hope you would be prudent, because the whole community is watching, and we really do love our park.
Thank you so much. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak?
Well, thank you. Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Betsy Perez at 7605 Collins Avenue. I stand before you along with my family and several of my friends here and on Zoom to ask for your support of this ordinance. Please allow me to give you some background. I know a lot of people want to understand. At one point in history, in the 40s and 50s, all of Altus Del Mar was a neighborhood. It consisted of single-family homes running from 75th to 87th between Collins and Ocean. As time went on, these single-family homes became dilapidated and torn down. The library was built, the parking lot was built, and most of the remaining lots became a park. Our property was surrounded by single-family homes when we bought it 23 years ago, and actually the building across the street didn't even exist yet when we bought. So as time went on and those houses became dilapidated, they all got torn down. So we were the last house standing. And the neighborhood evolved, and it became very commercial in nature. So my family consulted with our legal counsel, the staff of the city, the mayor, the commissioners. We requested the city obtain, from the city, that our property would obtain a usage change because it no longer was single family anymore. It was archaic zoning at the time and now. We met with each commissioner and we invited them to the property. We also met with our neighbors, and I explained to them what I was doing. We have done this all above board. We have, it's been transparent, including numerous outreaches, notices, and mailings. Please note, and this is very important to anyone listening out there, it does not in any way affect the park. I was the one that helped bring that park to fruition. I worked for years to make sure that park was built. I would never do anything to harm the park. So as you can see, it's not a single-family neighborhood anymore, and it serves no public benefit to have this be a single-family residence anymore. We've worked diligently with staff to outline possible uses. Having the property become activated helps the police to secure the park. Having the property allowed other uses serves the entire neighborhood, not just one family.
Ms. Perez, I need you to.
Oh, okay. What I'd like to say is that I've lived here for 40 years, and I love Miami Beach, and I humbly ask for your vote on this, and I thank you all for your service. Like they said earlier, I thank you to Kristen for understanding our plight as far as the homeless that live in the park, because that's been a problem for us, and it's difficult when at 3 in the morning your ring buzzer is being buzzed by the homeless, or someone wants to stay there as a hotel because they think it's a hotel. It doesn't look like a home anymore. But thank you very much for everything and allowing me to speak.
Sure. Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Charlotte Light.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Light. I live in 7728 Collins. And I really appreciate what Betsy has said, in each meeting, and I do strongly disagree with her. I do think that changing the zoning would actually harm the park, and the intention of the park was to be a passive park. Now, what does that mean? That means that it's completely open ended and available for the entire of the community to be able to enjoy it in the ways that we see fit, not necessarily adding in a commercial space to it. Also, many other meetings we have discussed that there has been an extreme lack of transparency on her part, and she is still to this day yet to include any solution or anything specific that she would be doing with the rezoning of her property. So we've been wasting a lot of our time also having meetings with the city commissioners, begging to know, please, what are your plans with this, so we can at least try to work with you together. But we are not given any information, and we are left here, you know, just trying to fight from phase one because we don't know what's going to happen to the park in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor Gelber, Commissioner Michael Larkin, Turner South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing Rudy and Bessie Perez. With regard to the current use of the property, a single-family home, and that's outdated based upon the change in the neighborhood. Surrounded by a park to the north and to the east, you have a street, then you have a library to the south. There's no single-family neighborhood on the east side of Collins anymore. Over 1 year, we've been at this, and the purpose of this legislation is to widen the uses for this property to appeal to a larger group of purchasers. However, we have heard the neighbors. In order to try to address their concerns, we've also spoken to Commissioner Fernandez really yesterday, and we are very willing to remove the restaurant cafe use as one of the permitted uses through a conditional use process. We're also willing to include a sunset provision that makes the legislation only valid for 1 year from the effective date. We like to have retail be the primary use of the property rather than accessory use. We think it would be a clothing store or a Starbucks. I think that would be a helpful use for this property. With regard to the appraisal, we looked at the number. It's included in the packet, and at $4.2 million, it's too low for us to seriously consider entering into a dialogue with the city with regard to the purchase of the property. I also heard the argument at the last hearing that if you all increase the range of permitted uses within the property, that will increase its value, making it more expensive if the city would want to purchase the property in the future. We reviewed the property appraiser records for all commercially zoned property from 73rd to 75th Street on Collins with regard to similarly sized properties to Rudy and Betsy's property. And what we found is that there is no property that has commercial zoning that is valued higher than the Perez's. The closest one was $3.8 million at 74 Collins. So commercial zoning in and of itself would not increase the value of this property. The property is valuable now as a single-family home adjacent to the ocean, similar to the Altus Del Mar properties to the north. But the mere increase in the number of permitted uses here to include some low-intensity commercial uses would not vastly increase the value of this property. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Melissa Razuri.
Hi. Good afternoon. This is the first time I'm listening to this, and I don't agree with changing the zoning. There's so much changes going on already in North Beach. We have that huge building, and we don't know what this, I know it's her property, but it affects just everyone in North Beach and all residents, not just her. And we don't want this to become another South Beach, and we don't know what her intentions are exactly. So I'm against the rezoning, and I hope you listen to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
My name's Mark. I live at 7600. With all due respect, I do appreciate the reasons for why she's wanting to do the zoning. But the gentleman just said he wanted to make it more attractive for potential buyers. That to me sounds like it's a property increase issue. Also, she stated that the area has changed and that there's things about the area that she doesn't like. That sounds like a real estate preference issue. If she doesn't like the area, I don't know if it's the commissioner's job to make her house more desirable. If she wants to sell me the house, I'll buy the house. I'm sure there's lots of, on the north side of the park, I think those houses are selling for about 20 million. So that strip is obviously a very valuable strip. Changing that law could, or the zoning could be a benefit to the one. Everything that it's been a test of endurance today staying here. So hearing all of the things, whether you're trying to help homeless, you're trying to help schools, different things with police, that seems like the betterment of a community for all. I don't see how this benefits more than one homeowner. Therefore, I'm not sure if that's actually something that's valid for the whole neighborhood, for taking up all the valuable time when you're trying to do funding for schools and funding for taking care of the homeless problem, which you say there's 185 homeless. There must be 25% of them in that park then, if I count it correctly. But, you know, I'm all for capitalism, all for the potential of properties. I love real estate, but I don't know if changing the zoning for someone's personal preference is maybe the tasks of the commission. If someone doesn't like where they live, they move. I think it happened in Wynwood. People had to move. They didn't like how things were. Areas change. If you don't like it, there's other areas to move to. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Kristen Spillane.
Can you guys all hear me?
Yes,
Kristen
go ahead.
Spillane. I'm a Miami Beach resident. Here speaking, representing several of my North Beach neighbors from 76th Street, 77th and beyond. Key items here is I think I agree with a lot of my neighbors that I've heard so far. You've heard from lots of us in North Beach. We've conversely heard from just one family and their lawyer. So my main ask is please listen to your constituents. I have a couple of points here. This motion only stands to benefit the owners of the house. If it passes, it creates a trend and opens up opportunity that we've seen play out time and time again in Miami. I honestly don't think this makes any sense in terms of zoning and planning. I understand the single family housing change, but it is a clearly defined residential area. There's plenty of commercial space in North Beach. This area is residential. It opens up the opportunity for other uses to encroach on that residential area. New commercial operations further cause nuisance traffic impact to the residents of this area. And the commercial heart of North Beach has plenty of space and opportunities for clothing and retail stores, for Starbucks, for all of those places. It just seems very illogical that we would need another random commercial space slotted in here among all the other residents. And so again, just have the facts here. Tons of North Beach residents speaking out versus one family, one attorney. I hope the logic plays out here. Otherwise, it's a little disheartening to see how this could all play out in any other way. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, excuse me. My name is Bob Nanis. I'm a resident at 7600 Collins Avenue in the area that we're talking about. So first of all, the first thing I'd like to do is to thank very much Commissioner Dominguez and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez for your no votes. And I can tell you personally, when you run again, call me. I'll help you. I'll be a campaign worker for you. And especially Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, you were the only one who spoke the truth of what's really going on here in the last meeting. What's really going on here, this is a very simple thing, okay? The question is whether we as residents of Miami Beach get to have some influence on the direction that our neighborhood moves. Is it up to a single family to determine that, or is it up to the hundreds of other families in the neighborhood that don't want the commercialization of that park to move forward? Okay, you noticed that there were a lot of people here last time talking in favor of Mrs. Perez's motion, but I don't know if you noticed, but not a single one of those people except her son was from North Beach. They were all from other places. That is absolutely.
Please, we don't interrupt people in this meeting. You have a right to
There might have been one or two. I'll stand corrected. But most of them were from other neighborhoods, and everybody that we know and that we've been talking to in our neighborhood is against this, and there is no good reason to do this. We don't want that park to be commercialized. And we do want that property ultimately, in the long term, to become part of the public lands.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Our next virtual speaker is Sava Kabilarov.
Yeah, hi, I'm a resident of 7600 Collins Avenue as well. And we have a beautiful park across the street. There is a beautiful playground for children right behind the house that's being discussed here. This is a quiet area. There's no extra parking around that house. You know, it's a restaurant. There is so much empty real estate, commercial real estate on Collins Avenue, a block from the house that's currently vacant, that we just see no reason why do we need to add one more commercial property in this quiet area in a place where it's built for, you know, for families to come and enjoy a quiet time. We don't want this restaurant. I have not heard from one single person in the neighborhood that they want this. And I agree with what I just heard from the prior speaker. I mean, I have not heard from one person in this neighborhood that they're supporting this. And, you know, we want a quiet area here. This is a residential area and a park that's being used by families with children. You know, there's, again, a beautiful playground right behind that house, and you want to turn this into a restaurant? No, we don't want that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have two more speakers that were in queue. Ashley Moline.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I'm a lifelong resident of Miami Beach here in North Beach. I live in the Altos Del Mar neighborhood that's north of this park. I'm on 78th Street in between Atlantic Way and Collins Avenue. I just want it acknowledged and stated for the record that this has nothing to do with the park. In fact, why don't they zone the park as a park? Betsy has the right to do what she wants with their home, but this park is a public space, and I just want that recognized. Thank you.
Renee Bleemer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm a resident of Miami Beach for over 36 years. I'm well familiar with that area and the park itself. And I have to echo what the last person commented, that what the Perez family is doing has no impact on the park itself. I feel the area, is fine, and I think she has every right to ask to change the zoning on her property. I think it would only serve that area as something other than a private residence, perhaps not a restaurant, but there are plenty other types of businesses that could go in there, and the area could benefit from. Possibly, it could be a dental office, a law firm. It could be many things other than something that people seem to be perceiving that would be more of a nuisance. I think it would only benefit the whole North Beach area. And I hope you would reconsider. I know there's a lot of people saying that it's a negative thing, but quite honestly, I think it would only be something positive and the community would benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it from.
Okay, last speaker.
Hi, good evening. I'm the son from North Beach. Good evening to all you guys, my neighbors in North Beach. I've grown up. I was born in Miami Beach. I was born at the hospital that used to be on 63rd Street, right there by the overpass. I spent my entire life in this neighborhood. I want to say to all of you that I understand this neighborhood deeply in my soul. I don't understand what anybody's saying when they say it's a quiet neighborhood. There is nothing quiet about 76 and Collins. It's one of the most heavily trafficked beaches. There is a huge public parking lot right next to us that I don't see how traffic or any of that would be impacted by that one square little sore thumb, like you said, Mayor, being something other than a single family home. Again, people use this beach so frequently. I love that park. My mom had a great hand in building that park, including the playground where the kids go and play. What it used to be was horrible, and I was there. I saw what that park's existence in North Beach was. I grew up in it, okay? So I can tell you from the bottom of my heart and from the bottom of my family's heart that we have no interest in diminishing the quality of life in North Beach, okay? It's entirely about presenting the opportunity for this community to have something greater to have than just this one family living in a home there. It doesn't make any sense for any of us. So I don't know what we're all fighting about. Thank you.
Okay, let's go.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Yunaisi. I live in Ocean Blue. I'm sorry I do any mistake talking in English. English is not my first language, okay? So I want to be clear. First than anything, I want to tell to Betsy that it's nothing against her. It's nothing personal. So I don't want that you think that we are against her. No, just that we are doing is protecting our park. Our park that is needed for kids. I have a kid that is a special need, and he needs all time be in the relationship with another kids. So that's the first thing. I don't want any change zoning. I don't want that this disappear in the future because anything moving on, change. So that is my first point. The second point is that all of you, ladies and gentlemen, the commissioners, mayor, minors, and all of that, you are there because we vote for you. So you are a leader to represent our community, not the benefit for one person. Like she said, she has been living there 23 years, and now she wants to change for commercial. If you don't want to live in that condition, please move it on. If you want to put it any business, you have a lot of space in all Miami Beach that you can put it your own business. But don't do it. Don't play with the community. We need the park, and we don't want anything moving behind all of this. Okay? Thank you so much.
Mayor?
Yeah, that's it? Okay, thank you all. Okay, you guys got to, if you want to speak, you got to come up and let us know, because we went to the...
Good afternoon. My name is Antonio Lopez, and I reside across the Altos del Mar Park. I'm here, along with many of my neighbors, in the support of the preservation of Altos del Mar Park, and also to strongly voice the opposition, as has been shown, to the proposal granting the commercial zoning. This is the only single home, it has been stated already, within the perimeters of the park. This proposal is absolutely incompatible with the vision guiding the creation of this park. Instead, I have to tell you that after the last meeting and looking at the overall picture, we hope that the city moves eventually to purchase this property once it becomes available, and developing an expansion of the park by acquiring the parking lot and the public library that is there to its south. Commissioner Arriola, you mentioned something that last meeting, if I'm correct, that you have proposed to UP at one point that the park should expand over the parking lot and library in order to expand that beautiful place that we have in our amazing city. Unfortunately, it was rejected by UP at the time. You had the right vision. I will tell you that I and many of the supporters of this amazing park will work with the new commission to enhance the park and even expand it if we can. I want to conclude my remark by sharing with you that this park has extended beyond our expectation. It really has become a place where hundreds of families, young families and users gather and are developing relationship, which is critical to really have a strong a strong community
Thank you.
and healthy families. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, we have several speakers online also. Can we just do 1 minute per person? to
Yep,
try
1
to-
minute. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to do 1 minute. So I'm going to call the next person, which is Melinda Berman. Ms. Berman, you have 1 minute.
Hello, everybody. I just want to speak in favor of this zoning change. People have seem to have talking points that were, I don't know, they got together to oppose this. This has nothing to do with commercializing the park. The idea of this proposal would give parity to a single family home in the middle of a commercial area. I think it was Betsy's son who said, this has never been a quiet part of town, and that's true. I live in North Beach. I get it. I understand the property and where this is. This would not negatively affect all of North Beach, as someone said. And look around what's next to that house, the parking lot, the library. The park will be there. The park is not being commercialized. Nobody's building on the park. And Betsy
Thank you so
Perez
much.
was the.
Thank you. Sir, do you want to speak? Sir? Oh,
Hello, everybody. My name is Kaylin Quiones. I live at 330 74th Street. I'm here today in support of this proposal. I heard someone earlier talk about leadership. An important part of leadership is fairness. And I think what Betsy Perez has done is create a very fair proposal. I think we all have taken a look at the property. I have visited the property multiple times, and you can see it is an island. It's surrounded by commercial use. I don't think making these conditional uses is going to affect anyone's quality of life, and she cares about these residents' quality of life. She cares of everyone's quality of life. That's why she has worked on the park. That's why she has years and years of involvement in the community. So I think that this can be a great opportunity for the community. I think the conditional uses of it being retail, of it being a nail salon, there is already a public parking lot. It will not affect the traffic, and I think it will improve everyone's quality of life, and it's a fair proposal. So please vote in support of this. Thank you.
our next virtual speaker is Meriden Gelb.
Yes, hi. I've visited the Perez home also, and I've known Betsy for a while now. Our family lives on North Bay Road in Miami Beach. And I just want to say there's nobody that has taken better care of a property or the park. She's done so much for that park. And she is just, and her husband and family are so devoted to Miami Beach and to the community. I'm in favor of letting them do what they want to do with their property, because I know that they will do the right thing and they'll work with the community. So please vote yes for them.
Thank you. Sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Raposo. I live at Ocean Blue. Really, I don't even understand why we're still here after the planning board, okay? And I don't understand why Mr. Moody is still pushing for that property to become commercial when the planning board voted against it. He's supposed to represent the planning board, I hope, okay? But again, here we are, and nothing personal, but I wish every investment that I ever made, okay, $500,000 would turn into $4 million. Okay? Again, if she has a problem, nothing personal again, if she has a problem in that neighborhood, she could sell the property and move. Why are we zoning this property just making a convenience for one person when the whole community, everybody that called here, 90% of them are against it. The whole neighborhood across the street is against this. And why are we wasting our time with this?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next virtual caller is Jill Racklin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Gil. I'm a resident of 7600 Collins. I actually have a family member living in the Altos Del Mar houses north of the park. I'll clarify first that I'm completely against the proposition. I'll repeat what Frank was saying about this not being approved by the planning board before, but I'll talk really about value. Who benefits from this approval? There's three parties here. One is Betsy Perez, one person, the community of residents, hundreds if not thousands of people, And lastly, is the city, tens of thousands of people from North Beach and beyond. Who actually benefits? Only one person, Betsy Perez. We increase our value of the home. Even though I appreciate binding the conditioning on the previous hearing, this will just add more process and more ways for a well-connected person to bypass the rules. She can now sell this to build townhomes or bring alcohol with restaurants and whatnot to an environment with kids. The community, thousands of people's values is not valid anymore. Lower the values.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am, go ahead.
I want to say that in 1966 I came to this country,
Can you state
and
your
I
name,
remember.
please? Your name?
Excuse me?
Your name.
Oh, Maria Luisa Rocco. I live at Ocean Blue. Yeah, basically, I came in 1966. I was 10 and a half. I remember getting on the Freedom flight plane to the US from Cuba. My dad had been taken to jail twice. And my dad told me, as a 10 and a half-year-old girl, listen, we're going to a country in where our voice matters. And it is a democracy. What I have seen in the process that has gone on here is that this is no longer a democracy, because you guys are supposed to represent the constituents. And that's what I understand by a democracy, the voice of the people. The people don't want it, it is nothing personal. This park was designed to be a passive park. I understand there's noise, but what we don't want is an open-ended use.
Thank you,
Anything that can,
Thank you. I'm going to the next one. Could you close it up, please? Go ahead.
okay. I hope, and the only thing I hope now, that you prove the words of my father 57 years ago, that this is still a democracy, that the voice of the people matter, that our voice, our community matters. And I hope you vote against this rezoning.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is,
Hey, please, everybody, everybody has a chance to speak here from the podium. Please, everybody.
next virtual speaker is Ashley Moline.
Hello,
Ashley, did you speak already?
can you hear me?
Did you speak on this item already?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Ashley, did you speak on this item already?
Hello,
Let's go to Chris Price, please.
can you hear me?
Go ahead, Chris, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Hi, I just wanted to speak briefly. I am part of the family that is in the home in question. First, I just wanted to say to the woman who just spoke, my father, the owner of that house, also came on one of those flights right around the same time from Cuba. So I can certainly relate to a lot of the sentiments that you just said. What I can't relate to and what I don't understand is why people keep saying that this place is going to be turned into a restaurant when it was just stated earlier, just a few minutes earlier, that we've already offered to get rid of the restaurant proposal in the agreement. And I just want to say that that park wouldn't exist without my mother's tireless work and passion. We care so deeply about that neighborhood, and this is not about changing anything for bad or for ill. I promise you there is nothing but good feelings and good love
much.
for this neighborhood, and we want
Thank
to.
you. The next speaker is the last speaker.
Yes, it is. Charlie Sposato?
Yes, I live at Ocean Blue, and my whole problem with Betsy starting this business across the street is that there are so many vacant properties right down the street. I don't understand why we can't be using one of those buildings instead of starting something in front of what is our view currently. Nobody wants to look over people going in and out of that building all day long, shopping for whatever, doing whatever, when all of that, the buildings down the street are currently available. I just don't understand what the point is, so I completely vote against this.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing's closed. Let's come back to the commission. We voted on this last time. We're about to vote again. Anybody want to be heard? Commissioner Fernandez, then Commissioner Areola, then Commissioner Minor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So last time when we were discussing this item, I've mentioned it to both sides, and I'm looking at this from a very objective perspective. And seeing this from an objective perspective, you go over there and you look at this property, and you walk around this property. It's surrounded by a large parking lot. It's surrounded by a library. And it's surrounded by a busy park right in front of Collins Avenue. It does not, the character of the site does not feel single family anymore. Now, I know that the property is not zoned single family. It's zoning designation, Nick. What's the zoning designation of the site?
Tom?
It is zoned single family.
Single family, but what's the actual zoning?
RS4.
RS4, which is a little bit more intense than single family.
It's actually the single family district with the smallest lots.
Smallest lots, okay. So it's actually zoned single family, but around it does not feel single family anymore. What I completely agree with is that this should ultimately be part of the park. That I ultimately agree with. And I cannot take any action today that hinders the city's ability to act in the public's best interest and in the taxpayers' best interest. I cannot do something that is going to hurt our ability or price us out from being able to purchase this property in the future. So I want to go about this in a very deliberate way. There's a property owner that currently owns the property. We can't force the property owner to sell the property to the city. What we can do, I feel, is while this property owner owns the property, we can help the property owner with more uses than what they have now. When they came to us asking for townhouse, personal services, office, restaurant, cafes, accessory uses associated to restaurant and cafes, and other stuff. I met with the neighbors. The neighbors don't want any of this, period. And they especially don't want restaurant or cafe use. They made that very clear to me. They also told me that they ultimately would like to see this property be part of the city's parcel of the park. And I completely agree with that. My understanding after communicating with the representatives of the property owner, Mr. Larkin, is that, okay, there could be the possibility of, and I wouldn't do anything that will give them the right to place there a restaurant or cafe. So from where this started to where it is now, before it was not a conditional use process, now it's a conditional use process under the amended language. And today, I want to further amend the language to remove any restaurant or cafe use from the conditional use process. But most importantly, the only way I can support this today, besides removing the restaurant and cafe, is that I don't hurt the city's ability to purchase this in the future, and that the eligibility to apply for any conditional use approval only be limited to the owners as of October 18th, 2023, as of today's date, so that this only be applicable to the current owner. So if the current owner doesn't want to sell the property, and because they bought this property and they don't want to sell it, and they want to expand their ability of how they can use this property, I'm fine if they want to apply for a conditional use permit for townhouses, for personal services, for offices, for retail with no on-site food preparation. if you want to have a store or something, meanwhile, there's no on-site food preparation, I'm fine with that. But I can't allow this to continue with the property if you sell the property, because then it's gonna hurt our ability to buy the property. And that's going to price us out of this. So I wanna be able to help the current property owner have additional uses while they own the property, but I don't wanna pull the rug out of our residents and out of our taxpayers and price us out of our ability to be able to afford to purchase the property in the future. So Mr. Attorney, we've drafted an amendment that reflects this. I don't know if you need to restate this amendment in order to put it in a more proper posture, or if you want to distribute the amendment. I don't know if I described my intent well here.
We can do both, Commissioner. I can read
Why don't
the.
you, listen, I'm going to accept your amendment, but why don't you tell me first, why don't you just describe it? I assume you're going to be able to put it into the item.
So the first change would be to limit eligibility to apply for conditional use approval under this section to owners of affected property as of October 18th, 2023. The second amendment would be to strike restaurant or cafe as an allowable use. And the third amendment would be to further limit the retail that would be allowable to only neighborhood retail, meaning clothing or specialty goods, with no on-site food preparation. The exact type of retail could be determined by the planning board, but convenience stores, alcoholic beverages, vaping, tobacco, souvenir t-shirt stores, medical cannabis, and grocery stores would be prohibited.
And then, and with that amendment, if she sells the property, if the family sells the property, then we're not increasing the value of the property because it would only apply to this property owner. It wouldn't apply to a future property owner.
Well, I can't speak to how an appraisal might change, but if eligibility were limited to current property owners, I think it'd be safe to assume it would probably not change.
Okay. That is the only thing I can support right now. You know, and in addition to that, this site has other protections because it is historically designated. It is a historically designated site. So you know, for as long as they don't demolish the structure and they go to the Historic Preservation Board, you know, if they want to try to do a townhome there, I don't think that's out of character or would affect the quality of life of any of the surrounding people. If they want to do a limited, you know, personal services that's like a spa or nail salon or something like that through a conditional use, I don't think that deteriorates the quality of life of the surrounding area. Limited office uses, you know, again, if it goes through the conditional use process and the community gets to be notified and gets to have a say. Retail uses to have no on-site food preparation. Again, I don't see that as being anything that's inconsistent with what already exists in the area, and I don't see that being anything that affects the quality of life of the residents of the area. But it does give the property owner the ability to do a little bit more with their property, that as it is, it's kind of like out of character with the area, without passing it on to future property owners as well. So that's my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for accepting it.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola, then Commissioner Minor.
Commissioner Ariola, you're recognized.
Thank you. Look, I mean, I'm frustrated. You know, some of the discussions. You know, I want to sort of give everyone the benefit of the doubt that is speaking out against this. But you know, some things get said that I just think are ugly, unnecessary, and not factual. Certainly, as it pertains to us, and certainly as it pertains to the petitioner here. You know, look, the city. Every day we deal with very similar situations. In fact, today, just looking quickly at the agenda, we had a very similar item with R5B, which had to do with the Airbnb of the woman who's going to open a yoga studio. It was very unique to her. They needed a zoning change. We have R5A coming up, which is very similar. We had a matter earlier with Penrod's. I mean, that affect neighborhoods, particularly people who live directly near a property. And then they talk about, the will of the voters and blah, blah, blah. How about all the people who use and enjoy the beach every day that aren't here calling in, who might like to stop at an ice cream shop that could go there, a clothing shop to get some, a wrap or a blanket or suntan lotion before they head to the beach? All those people are voters too and residents of Miami Beach. They're not here talking, because they're not aware that this is even on the agenda and how it might pertain to them. But we, as elected officials, have to think for them what is in the best interest of the city, the people that use the beach, and all of the neighbors. We hear you, and we're trying to address your concerns by having some of these restrictions that were proffered by the petitioner here, such as not using it for a restaurant or cafe. But we have to think about what we envision for that area. I think ideally all of us would like the city to have the money to buy the property and just convert it fully into a park. The next best thing would be not having a single-family home sitting in the middle of the park. Personally, I don't think it's safe anymore to be there. This is almost like an eminent domain by the city over the past several decades, or a taking where, we've expanded that park, we've created potentially some attractive nuisances by creating a child's park there. We have a city bike right across the street from where Ms. Perez lives. We bring more and more people from all walks of life, night and day, right to her front doorsteps, just by actions of the city. We, have approved hotels to open up across the street, this development of 7600 Collins many decades ago, that are now incompatible with a single-family home sitting smack in the middle of this whole area. Ideally, it either becomes part of the park, or it could be used for commercial use that benefits the residents that live nearby, and or beachgoers that go and use the park and the beach, so that on their way to the beach or to use the park, they can stop and get what they need for the day. I used to live south of 5th. South of 5th 25 years ago was slum and blighted, and over the course of that time now has become one of the most exclusive places to live in Dade County. A lot of the single-family homes there got converted to other things. Some of the bungalows now that were crack houses 25, 30 years ago are now law offices, they're real estate offices, they're other things. But this is what zoning allows you to do, is repurpose properties that at one time were compatible with the neighborhood that are no longer compatible. Ms. Perez, I think, is trapped in a situation where she's in a single-family area where there are no, a single-family home where there are no other single-family homes, surrounded by a heavily used park, heavily used beach, and a heavily used commercial area. It's more compatible with zoning that her home is also designated for use, for commercial use. I don't think it's a threat or incompatible with the folks that live across the street. We've already put, potentially, if this were to pass today, some restrictions on that. And even at some point in the future, if this were to be used for commercial purposes, you're going to have the ability to come in and weigh in on that use, because we do hear you. We have these hearings all the time. Somebody's going to come in, want to open a law office, want to open a yoga studio or something. You're going to get input if and when that day ever comes. So I think we're trying to do our very best to address the needs of everybody here. But if any one of us were to be fair and objective, does a single-family home deserve to be or properly belong in the middle of a park? The answer would, I think, very clearly be no. So we're trying to correct a wrong, trying to just face reality. I don't believe this is an enrichment at all to Betsy, because if you look at where commercial properties, particularly a small one like this, transacts in terms of value, they sell for a lot less than residential family homes do. I think the appraisal here was roughly 4 million, I can't remember. I mean, where are you gonna find, if this was such a valuable residential property, where do you find a single-family home on the beach, on a park, for selling for 4 million in Dade County? You can't. It's a distressed property because it's abandoned in the middle of a commercial district, in the middle of a heavily used park. It should not be a single-family home. It should be a commercial property. If we're gonna do right by the city and the residents, we should just acknowledge that and move on.
Okay, come on. All right, anyone else? Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I have a few questions. What Commissioner Fernandez has proposed is a conditional use, and upon sale of the property, it would revert back to single-family home, correct?
It's a little different. It's Commissioner Fernandez's amendment would allow only existing property owners to apply for conditional use approval.
So how would that change the zoning then?
The zoning district remains RS4, but the whole purpose of this amendment is to add additional uses for eligible properties.
So if I may, if you yield, if the property owner sells the property, the conditional uses cease to exist in our code. They wouldn't be able to apply for, the new property owner wouldn't be able to apply for any of these conditional uses.
That's right. Under your amendment, a future owner would not be eligible to apply.
So what would, can I ask?
Yeah,
So what would the property owner be able to do? Just keep it a single-family home, basically?
Right. Anything that's, and it's an RS4 district, so I think it's really only single-family home.
So you've limited it to offices. The thing is townhomes, I don't really understand. I mean, if you're gonna build townhomes, then you have townhomes. You can't revert back to whatever it is. If Betsy wants to build townhomes there, then how would, if she already had townhomes, then it's already commercialized and as a conditional use. So if she sold it, they could no longer be townhomes?
No, I mean, once a conditional use permit is issued, that the owner at the time is vested in that approval. And that would run, that approval runs with the land.
So if I may, with a condition, with the townhomes, remember, this is also, this would, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney, this would have to go to the Historic Preservation Board, is that correct?
Any change to that property would have to go to the HPP.
And any other use then becomes a legal non-conforming use? Any, like for example, an office use, a personal service, the moment that this transfers, it becomes legal non-conforming? If
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else?
Well, I'm
Go ahead. Oh, I'm
not
sorry, go
finished.
ahead.
So I'm not voting for this today, but what Commissioner Fernandez has done, in effect, is created a situation where if it's commercialized, you can't flip it and you can't increase the value of it because it really will stay the same value. So he's kind of tied. I mean, I think that the idea behind this was kind of to commercialize and then sell the property, which can't be done now. So the whole premise of, I think, what you guys were going for is no longer valid, because it doesn't make any sense for you to accept this unless what happens is things change. First you start off and you have one commercial use, and then they say this is already commercial, so why can't we just change the use? And then once it's commercial, oh, let's give it a little height, let's give it a little density, and that's when you get the creep. Okay, and then once you have a commercial use inside of a park, then you say, well, there's already a commercial use inside of this park, so is this really a park? Is it not a park? And I think that's kind of where the danger is.
Come on, please.
And where this is going. I have the floor.
No, I'm telling the audience. I'm just-
Okay, sorry.
You.
So, I didn't want the city to negotiate against itself by granting a use that was going to increase the property value. So at least if this passes, I don't know if it will pass or not today, but if it does pass, I don't think that there will be an increase in value, and I don't think that there will be an incentive to sell it because I don't really understand what happens when it does sell, except for the fact that you can't do anything with it except for it being a house, correct?
Unless it's sold after a CUP were issued, then.
Oh, okay, okay. So then you are increasing the value of it, because if a conditional use permit is sold, then that conditional use stands. So you have commercialized the property and therefore increased the value of the property.
But I have a
So-
question on that.
Okay.
I have a question on that. Doesn't that require then the new owner to have a hearing before the planning board? It's not automatic. It requires a rehearing before the planning board at that point for change of ownership.
The planning board can require that a new owner or operator appear before the board.
But it's not can, it's required under the code for them to appear before the planning board for change of ownership.
I don't think it is required.
It's not, because I remember when I
The
sat on the
the
planning
planning
board.
board always requires that a new owner come before the board to
Okay.
acknowledge the conditions, but it's not a reapproval of the CUP.
Okay.
So they come before the board, acknowledge the conditions. The applicant who the CUP is issued to is changed on the order, but it's not a reapproval. The CUP doesn't sunset.
Now, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Once this zoning goes through, if somebody comes before the planning board and says, we now want to allow food preparation at this property, is that something that the planning board can grant?
No, because that would violate the ordinance
So they would have to come back before the commission and then
and seek another text amendment, yes.
seek another text amendment. I mean, I think that in theory, what you wanted to do is place a protection in place, which is kind of a protection, but not necessarily, because if in the future, having a single-family home inside of a park, the idea would be to work with the Perez family to somehow acquire that residential house that is inside of a park that doesn't fit there, instead of granting the owner something that's much more valuable that she can then sell, that does put the park in peril in the future, especially with the Live Local Act and the other stuff. I've seen this stuff happen before. It's kind of like a creep, and then, government use changes to a commercial use. So the whole thing I don't necessarily like. We've had a bunch of residents come here before us today and say, listen, you bought a residential property inside of a park. It's not the ideal.
No,
You
stop,
bought a
please.
residential
Hold on.
property, wait.
You guys, you
own a
cannot
residential
interrupt.
property that is now inside of a park that you helped create, but it's not everybody else's fault that now this property kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. But to grant you the zoning to flip the park and then enrich and increase the value, it means that we would be competing against our own interest. And I think as commissioners here, we are stewards and fiduciaries and have to look after what is best. What are the best interests, the best financial interests for the city of Miami Beach? What is best for all and not just one? And in this case, I think that the best for all would be to leave the zoning alone and see what happens. That way, if you do sell the property, somebody else might want to live there and keep it a single-family home, and the uses are contained. Also, I like the fact that it is a single-family home, because when you do live in a single-family home and you happen to be next door to a park, you are going to call code compliance. When you do have a business or some sort of commercial use, you tend to attract, especially in that area right now, all sorts of vagrant uses. Okay, so what you would be doing is opening up some sort of, like bathroom facilities, like inviting a situation that currently does not exist right now. And I think you heard earlier today that somebody said that a gang had taken over the bathrooms in Altos Del Mar Park this morning and was not letting people in. So by changing the use, I think you're inviting vagrancy instead of deterring vagrancy, because if somebody was invested in that house and they were living in that house and that park surrounding the house is something that they care about, then they would be more invested in making sure that the area was clean and safe, okay? Rather than, somebody who's renting or retail. There are a lot of vacancies in that area. I'm not quite sure, clothing and specialty goods, I'm not quite sure what that means. No on-site food preparation, fine. The planning board would have to approve the retail use. But what gives me the most pause, Mr. Mooney, is when the planning board voted unanimously against this use, why did you change your mind and not follow the planning board's recommendation? What was the planning board's justification of their unanimous vote to not rezone this property?
So the planning board, they voted actually 4-3 to
Oh, it was 4 to
recommend
3.
unfavorably.
Okay.
We had recommended in favor of the ordinance to the planning board, and the planning board also recommended by a unanimous vote that if this ordinance moves forward, that the bed and breakfast and those high-impact type of uses be removed. We still thought that it was a worthwhile ordinance, that's why we recommended approval.
But what was their justification when they voted against it? You were in the hearing, I was not there.
They were concerned with the introduction of some of the non-residential uses.
So, you were? And, okay,
All right.
well, okay.
No, wait.
It becomes very difficult when we have these types of situations, and especially when the adjacent neighbors come out en masse and say, please don't do this, please don't consider this, please, we're feeling uncomfortable about this, and the planning board also felt uncomfortable about this, and then we move forward and we don't listen to residents, and then we wonder why people don't trust us in government and why there's so much distrust and why people don't like politicians, and it's because of situations like this, where there wasn't a lot of transparency involved, and there was really no group process, and there was a little bit of, somebody with a little bit of political influence, and frankly, this is not a coincidence that this is here at the last possible meeting before my colleagues leave office, and that is because this is egregious, and it's something that should not be done. And that is why we waited until the absolute last moment, because it's an embarrassing piece of legislation. And frankly, I would like to be able to send an email to the city tomorrow and say that my colleagues did the right thing, and that we listened to the residents, and that we worked with them. And unfortunately, I feel like it's gonna be one of those situations where once again, I'm gonna have to say, we didn't do the right thing. We didn't protect the public trust. We created legislation against the fiduciary responsibilities of commissioners and representatives of the city. And it's a very sad day once again for the city of Miami Beach. So I'm hoping that I don't have to, I'm hoping that I can just be proud. Be proud on the last meeting here to do the right thing. I think that's really important. And I'm not profiting in any way. I don't speak to this lobbyist. I'm not running for anything anytime soon, so I'm not pandering for anything at all. I was elected up here to do the right thing, and voting no on this is the right thing, in my opinion.
Okay, we're going to get to the vote. Commissioner Richardson, you want to speak?
Yeah, I want to weigh in on this as well. So, as Commissioner Ariola said, it's troubling when we hear comments that disparage the work we're trying to do just simply because someone might disagree with our position. So one thing I'm not going to miss, and I've enjoyed 4 years here, but I'm not going to miss people coming to City Hall and threatening me that they're not going to vote for me unless I do what they say, when there's absolutely no way to please everybody. I remind everybody that I only won my election with 58% 4 years ago. That means 42% of the people wanted the other guy. There's no way I'm ever going to be able to get 100% of the vote in this city. There's no way. And right now, this is a very divided situation. So it also offends me when I hear that this is doing something to benefit one family, because what I think we're doing is benefiting a community. Imagine if all of that property was zoned single family. So what if people came and said, you should never change the zoning to create a park. You should just sell off all the land to single-family homes. So that would have been actually far better financially for the city, because where the park is now could have been just sold off as single-family homes. That revenue would have come to the city, and we would have created a tax base that would have created millions of dollars of revenue for the city. So financially, the best thing that the city could have done was never change that zoning, because it was all single-family home. So, but that zoning was changed. That changed, please. That zoning was changed to benefit the community. And it wasn't the best and financial best interest of the city to do that. It was in the best interest of the community to make it a park. And to correct the record, because the gentleman mentioned the item that was brought on the park, I'm the one that brought the item a few years ago, about 2.5 years ago, to designate the back of the parcel behind the library a park for the rest of time. And the only 3 people who voted for it was Mayor Gelber, Commissioner Ariola, and myself. Now, Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, and Commissioner Fernandez, they were not here. But I could not get a 4th vote at the time. I had 4 votes against designating that as a park until the end of time. I would love, if maybe there are 4 votes today that we could do it, or tomorrow, or on the 25th. I would love to do that. So this is not about benefiting one family. It's about benefiting a community. There's a single-family home that is surrounded by a park and a commercial entity that never would have been unless we had changed the zoning to allow for the park. It would be a lot of home sites there. So, you know, it's silly to think that we're trying to benefit one family. Now, Commissioner Fernandez, I hear your point on the amendment that you're offering. I'm not sure, with all due respect, it's practical, because if there's a new owner, then I don't know what happens if there's a retail store and then there's a new owner. Do they have to come back, and then they may not get, so that may affect whether or not that property can be sold. I too think the best thing that we could do is buy that and make it part of the park. But the problem is, we got an appraisal which I think is completely understated. There's no way that property is worth only $4.2 million. Maybe if you consider that it's a single-family home and you can't do anything with it, I wouldn't want to live there. It's like an island, even though it's proximity to the ocean and a beautiful park. That property is worth a lot more than $4.2 million. And maybe this body will recognize that, because I would like to buy it, and I would like for the city to own it. But then the next step would be, I can't tear it down because it's got some sort of historic contributing factor on it. So then that's another problem. What would the city do? Would it then just sit vacant and the homeless move into it?
Okay,
You know?
please.
So this is the whole thing. There's never going to be a good answer here. The best answer would be if we could buy it at its true fair market value, and incorporate it into the park and go through a process of trying to demolish it. But, you know, Commissioner Fernandez, I don't know, and we could maybe speak to the applicant. I don't know that your amendment is going to benefit, you know, really the process, because it may actually make it worse with unintended consequences. So, but I think that's why it's complicated. You know, you've got to get 5 votes, and I'm not sure that that's going to be there. But
Okay. Well, I think without Commissioner Fernandez, we don't have 5 votes, so.
Well, let me just say this, if I may. I'm a little bit frustrated, because I think us as a body have been asking, what is the intent of the property owner? And we've been wondering, does the property owner want to sell? Does the property owner not want to sell? We've been wondering this, and we've even contemplated, you know, let's have the city buy the property, and we even had an appraisal done and all that. But we never were told whether the property owner wants to sell or not. Today, for the first time, I heard that the property owner wants to sell the property. I wish I knew that at the beginning of the process, because I think that our approach probably would have been very different. I think this all could have been handled much better. I think ultimately this belongs in the public domain. You know, I've offered an amendment that's been received with resistance,
Not for me.
unfortunately.
I'm accepting your amendment.
No, not by you, but
Right.
by the property owner. I'm not sure that they even accept the amendment. I know they accept certain parts of the amendment, but I'm not sure they accept everything that's in the amendment. And then today, today, 2:30 is when I find out that they want to sell the property. Commissioner Richardson, you're right. I'm gonna withdraw my amendment because it's just, if the intent was to sell the property, just be upfront with us. We want to sell the property. We want to come to the city and give the city the option to negotiate with us, see if the city wants to buy the property. If the city doesn't want to buy the property, then, we want to go to private market and all that.
Well,
So,
let me, could
I'm
I
just,
just?
I'm
so-
just gonna, for now, withdraw the amendment because I think you're right. It just complicates things. If we pass this amendment and then there's a conditional use and the property owner ends up selling it, then we've already inflated the value through the conditional use. So if the intent was to sell the property, I just wish if there would have been that clear line of communication with us from the very get-go. This is our intent, to sell the property. And I wish that would have been made clear to us and communicated to us, because this has been going through the process for a long time. We could have put it through the budget process. We could have found a way to possibly purchase the property. I'm trying to listen here to my constituents, and I'm trying to find a middle ground here that serves everyone. A middle ground, but I don't think it's there to be found.
So, Commissioner Richardson.
Let me, and I don't know what we do as a body, and maybe we can get some advice from professional staff, that what do we do when we have an appraisal that we know is not accurate? I can just look at what the property at the Champlain Towers sold for, $120 million. Yes, it's on the ocean. Look at the property across the street up there that remember we offered people to make an offer to us. The owner of half the parcel at 87th offered 4.2. I laughed at that and said, go back and remember you agreed with me. I said, let's go back. We'll offer them 4.2 million for their half. Then they laughed at us because they were trying to get the property really cheap. But I know that there's no way that property is only worth 4.2. I don't know if it's 6 million. I don't know if it's $7 million. But I do know that the best thing that we could do is buy that piece of property. And so,
Is that a motion? Because I'll second.
Commissioner Fernandez, if you're not offering your amendment, it sounds like you're going to be a no vote. In which case, there are only 4 votes here.
So at the county, what we used to do was get 3 appraisals. I think I might be wrong on that, but it sounds to me that this was not being accepted by the interested party. So, and it sounds to me that what they're really interested in is not operating the property, is to sell the property. This is only good. This only makes sense if the current property owner is operating the property. This is how this makes sense. And I drafted this thinking that, okay, they wanted to hold on to the property and giving them, I get it, communities change. Today, my house has more traffic than when it did 10 years ago when Robert and I moved in there. But I understand the situation that the current property owner is in. And for as long as they own the property, I was trying to think creatively, how do we expand the uses so that it has other uses other than single-family residential? Because I understand how that's no longer the character of the area. But I didn't draft this thinking that they wanted to sell the property. That was never communicated to me till today, and I don't appreciate that lack of transparency. And so, that's why I'm withdrawing this amendment. I was putting forward an amendment because I thought that they wanted to hold on to the property and they didn't want to sell the property. So I'm willing to entertain anything that is the city buying the property, getting more appraisals to figure out what is the true value of the property so we can get, okay, what is the average of 3 appraisals so that we get a more independent assessment of what its value is.
Let me react to that, and I don't know what the process is for that, but I think any appraisal, I'm not a professional appraisal, right? But anyone looking at that is probably devalued it, because I can promise you that if this were to change to commercial, right, and there's a retail store, and then it changes hand, no one is ever gonna wanna live there in a single-family home. And in fact, if it's single-family, I would imagine, I don't know if it can be torn down, but it might be modified to build townhomes 5 stories high, which would be single-story, a single-family. Would that be accurate? Could that be townhomes on that property?
I don't think a townhome could go that high. I think it would be subject to the current height.
The issue with a townhome is that on that property, intensity is measured by unit size, which is 0.5. You might be able to get 2 townhome units in there, but the ability to go very high would be very limited, and it would require historic
So
preservation.
the 50
board
feet would be if it's rezoned commercial, is that right?
No, well, even with the zoning amendment, we're not changing the development regulations. So all of the physical attributes that are limiting the property would still be in place,
Yeah.
including setbacks.
But I don't think that's what we want anyway. I wouldn't want to see a townhome there, because that's not the character of what's happened. It's changed. It's commercial space. It's a park now, you know? So, and I don't know, Mayor, we haven't really heard from the representative for the owner if, as Commissioner Fernandez says, I don't know what the intention is. I would assume, well, I'm not gonna assume anything. I don't know what their intentions are for buying or selling, and quite frankly, it's not really my interest to, I'm not worried
come on
about
up,
one
Betsy.
individual families. I'm worried about doing what's best for the community.
Betsy, what do you want to do?
Well, I'd love to accept the amendment from Commissioner Fernandez, and I hope he's listening, because I really never wanted to be not transparent. In the beginning of this whole
Did you hear the
process.
beginning, Commissioner? I'm hearing. Go ahead,
Okay.
start over.
Did you hear everything I was saying? Do you want me to start over?
Repeat it, just
I
repeat
just
it.
want to be very respectful to everyone and my neighbors. Initially, I didn't want to sell, but this process has been a year, and it's been very, very difficult. And I've received very much negativity from my neighbors and from other people on social media. And I really do want to sell now, because I can't live like that anymore. So I do accept your amendment, and I hope you all vote too. And I just want to say to everyone in the public that this is a cautionary tale, that a city can come in and kind of state what your property's worth. And I really didn't know that existed in America. I really didn't. And thank you for all your time, and I will accept your amendment, because I can't live there anymore. Thank you.
Okay, let's try to, Commissioner Ariola.
Yeah. Listen, Betsy, I apologize on behalf of, those of us who have empathy for what you've had to deal with in this process, because, knowing you for a while now and all that you and your family have contributed to this city that benefits everybody, including your neighbors, it's unfair and gross that you had to deal with it. I'm sorry that you had to deal with it, and it's not lost on me that the lead person charging against you is the person who ran against you 8 years ago. That's not a coincidence, I'm sure.
Okay, let's try to, all right, first of all, we got to figure out where we're going. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah.
You're a fifth vote on this.
Well, I just want to explain.
So, you want your amendment? Well, I think we just need to know, well, why don't you tell us? You know what we need to know. You're a smart guy.
The amendment, and I get, Betsy, that you accept the amendment. But again, the amendment was written with the belief that was represented to me, that you were not intending to sell the property. And you recently decided that, I guess very recently decided that you want to sell the property. I can't legislate against the city's interests of purchasing the property. I just can't. It's in our interest to buy this property. It's in the public's interest to buy this property. We're always endeavoring and expanding our park spaces. I can't, in good faith, as a fiduciary of this city, agree to change legislation that's going to make it more expensive for us to purchase this property. And I think that that's the first conversation that's to be had. If anything, this should be deferred until we settle the matter of whether or not the city of Miami Beach can afford to purchase this property or not, until we've gotten perhaps a second or third appraisal to determine what is a fair market price for this, because we owe that. We owe that to the people that we represent. And in order for me to legislate fairly in this, I need to recognize
Well-
my priority is number one to the city's interest. And the city's interest is to buy this property. If I advance this amendment now, I am legislating against the city's interest.
Well, please note that when I started the process, nobody ever mentioned purchasing the property. So when I started the process, no one ever talked about it. And then Commissioner Gonzalez came to me and said, "Don't worry, Betsy, we're going to get you 10 million. You told me that."
I did. I
Yes,
said, we'll buy it from you.
Yes, you did tell me that.
I did.
And
I thought
All
we'd
right,
get
let's
her.
go one
Wait,
at a time,
wait.
please.
I did. I think that if the property was valued at 4 million, I will get you a price that is fair. Okay? I don't know if it's $10 million, but yes. I remember when you came to me, you said, "I want to sell, I can't live there anymore. I want to sell the property." And I said, "Well, I don't agree with the rezoning, but I will try to convince my colleagues to purchase the property, which is the right thing to do, which would give us a community center. Or if we wanted to, we could make the whole thing a park." And that makes sense. So if that's the direction that we want to go in today, why don't we make a motion for Betsy to sit down with the administration
negotiate.
and negotiate the purchase of this
All right,
property?
let's stop for a second.
That would be the right thing to do. It would be taking something, instead of commercializing it and putting the park at peril in the future, it would be acquiring public land for public purpose. We could probably get some funding, possibly, I don't know if the county, we have a CRA. We have a North Beach CRA right now, and I believe that property is within the CRA. Maybe we could pay for it with CRA dollars moving forward. There are different pots of money that we can pull from. I believe firmly in acquiring this property, and I think that is the right direction to go in. Because to change the zoning and flip the property, that is not okay. Buying the property from you, I'm okay with that.
All right, let's, this has gone on for a long time. And Commissioner Fernandez, you had an amendment, you're a fifth vote on this, so my assumption, can you just tell me where you're at if your amendment's sounded?
I'm in the position of deferring this item before us and directing the city administration to negotiate with the property owner the purchase of the property.
I second.
Okay, well, there's.
Second that motion.
First of all, there's already a motion and a second, but I'm not, let's step back for a second. First of all, the reason I put this item forward is, look, I appreciate all the neighbors, but you can't really walk in that area and not realize that we've almost reverse condemned her house. We've built around her house a park, a parking lot, a library, all that has cropped up around her. So it's just, I understand we have a fiduciary duty to the city, but as one of the people said, there's a fairness question here. We regularly we dealt with a landowner earlier today on an Airbnb issue where we felt that she had been treated unfairly and we're trying to make her fair. But I just want everybody to understand, you can't walk in this area and look at this house and not say it has no place here. And that's the city over decades building around it and creating essentially probably a diminished value in a home that might not have had that value some time ago because it's now got a parking lot, a library, and a park around it on a very busy, one of the busiest, loudest streets in the city. So I didn't think this was unfair to anybody. I thought it was pretty obvious, and the reason I support it is very simply, I asked Tom Mooney what his thoughts were, and he said it doesn't fit there, obviously. Anybody could see that. Anybody can see that. So a lot of people have made this more personal than it needs to be. It shouldn't be personal. If any of you were there, you would, I think, hope that the city would treat you fairly rather than allow city development to affect your home, because that's what's happened. This has happened around her. And ironically, she was very integral in getting the park created, and that's probably the saddest irony, is if she had tried to develop it, she had pushed something else, maybe her home would not be a sore thumb right now. But that said, let's figure out what we're going to do. If you guys, we don't have the 5 votes, if you want to sit down, I don't know what that means.
I could put it in proper
go ahead.
posture if you'd like. There's an item that's been been moved and seconded, so that's on the floor. But it sounds like there's interest in having the parties sit down and have a meaningful negotiation, recognizing that the appraisal that we got is not a fair market value, in my humble opinion. So we take the item, we would amend it to say we will defer action on the zoning requirement. We would take a second amendment and direct the administration to sit with the property owner and to see if you can come to terms. And it sounds to me like Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez would not want to exceed $10 million. And I would not want to exceed $10 million as well. So
And neither would I.
So that would be then the amendment on the motion. And the second is to defer action on the zoning. You need to leave the item in place because otherwise we're creating a new item. And so we defer action on the zoning, and we direct the administration to sit down with the owner and see what is possible for the city acquiring it. I'm only here for another month. I promise you, if you come to terms, I will find the money in the budget as your budget guy. Remember, I'm out fertilizing the budget money, the budget tree, and we'll find the funds.
Okay, does anyone have objection to the amendment? Sure, Commissioner Gonzalez, you're recognized.
I would add to your motion that we, during the negotiation, that we go out and we get 2 additional appraisals for the property so that we have something else to negotiate with. We had 2, and I do think that those appraisals came in low given today's property value market. Let's have two additional, let's do 2 additional appraisals if you're okay with that, and then sit down and negotiate, and maybe we'll come back with something that benefits everybody.
Yeah, I think
You will get what you want, and the city will have a park and whatever we're going to do with this, yes. Oh, I
No,
can't, I'm not
no,
allowed, I don't
no,
have the
no,
right
no,
to call on
No,
people.
I think that we should get additional appraisals, but I think what we have to do is also use our good judgment that, you know, I don't know that an appraisal just looking at the sale of single-family homes is going to get us to the number that's a fair market value because as the mayor said, the property value's been diminished because rather than building other single-family homes around it, we've got a beautiful park. And probably no one wants to buy it as a single-family home.
Well,
Which is why we shouldn't rezone it and we should purchase it.
And on the motion on the table, if I may, because an appraisal on the property, from my perspective, should be based then on the intended use, recreational use, government recreational use. And I don't know if, you know, if it was appraised at that. It was appraised, you know, as residential use. What is the appraised value as, you know, government use, recreational use, which may be different, I don't know.
All right, look, I got the motion. You got the motion? You got it? You
Yes.
understand it? Okay.
Yes.
So is this a voice or a roll? Because we're not voting on it, isn't it?
Well, I think the first part of the motion is to open and continue the ordinance.
okay.
And Ralph, would that be to December?
No, I think this is on second reading, right? So.
That's right.
So, yeah, you can open and continue the ordinance as it's amended, and while it's opened and continued, you can direct the staff to move forward with those discussions as amended.
When's it open till, though? What's the,
So it could be open and continued to December. The item will need a new sponsor.
well, that'll be fine. Someone will be around if they want to be.
And Mayor Gelber?
Yeah.
So we're happy to sit down with the city administration, but
Okay, he represents the owner of the property. And by the way, there's been a lot of public speaking on this. He represents the owner of the property, okay?
So who would be the point person within the city administration that we should sit down with?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
Who
you.
would be the point person in the city administration that we should sit down with? Because we are interested in talking.
City manager?
Assume it's the manager.
You can call me. We'll define that.
All right, very good.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I think, you know, let's allow one, if.
No, listen, can I tell you something? This has really gone on way too long. And I didn't do this for the last meeting. I tried to get it on many meetings ago, and because people complained they didn't have enough time, I agreed to move it to another meeting so more people could speak. I didn't do, and I understand you can make any accusation you want, but I had tried to get this done.
No, I don't make accusations.
I understand that, but if I'm a little, but I tried to do it earlier. People said they didn't have enough time. I said, fine, I'll give you more time. We'll do it the next month and the next month. So and if it goes to December, that's fine. I'm only doing this because, frankly, everybody talks about fairness and they want to be treated fairly. It's just reverse condemnation of property is when you build stuff around it that diminishes the value of the property. And while we have a fiduciary obligation to our residents and our taxpayers, the truth of the matter is when the government does that, it's a fairly onerous thing to homeowners. And so this is a very unusual thing, the way it's come up. So I understand, I want the next commission to be able to deal with it, but I certainly don't want, this seems like a logical next step. Let there be with the representative or the owner, a discussion with the city about whether they want to buy it. But, that's what we need to do. So if that's what the commission wants to do, we'll do it.
But I have to tell you, because I think what we're saying probably resonates in a lot of people in our community. I'll tell you, there's a lot of people in our community that feel that our city has built around them. And that because of the traffic that's been created because of that, they're trapped in their homes. And for example, North Bay Road, I've had constituents calling my office screaming that have met with our transportation staff and insulted them because we've built so much and the traffic has gotten so bad that they've had to take their homes off the market because they can't sell their home because we've created a parking lot outside their homes. And they're not coming to us asking us to rezone their property or to purchase their property. Here, I think we're doing the right thing, but many of us, all of us, we've dealt with the dynamics of a changing community. And so the only thing I ask, I wish I would have known from day one that the intent was to sell the property. Word on the street was that, but I was taking what was being told to me for granted. I was taking them at their word what they were telling us. But I was not told till today that the intent was to sell the property. And so that changes my posture and my position of where I'm at. But we've all dealt with the dynamics of a changing community, and everyone's property values have been affected by it, because I can tell you of many people that have tried to sell their homes and they cannot, because outside their homes they have a parking lot because of the community we've built around them.
Okay, Commissioner, let's get this done. Commissioner Richardson?
I think that it's in proper posture, and
Okay.
I think all we have to do is this a voice vote, Ralph?
Anybody
So,
opposed?
any
Anybody
opposed?
understand?
Anyone opposed to this?
Okay. Show it done.
Show it done, as amended.
Okay, let's move to the next couple items. Getting close.
So wait, what did we just, somebody just clarify what we just voted?
You voted to, I think, to try to meet and to negotiate a price?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we have postponed action on the zoning change. So the ordinance is still on second reading and it's opened and continued. We have amended the item to direct the city administration to sit down with the property owner and explore the opportunity to purchase the property at its true fair market value and report back before action is taken on the deferral on the zoning.
But no more than 10 million.
But no more than $10 million.
And the ordinance is open and continued to December 13th.
Yeah, assuming somebody picks it up, I assume.
Right.
Okay.
December 13th.
Okay. All right, thank you all. Now we're going to move to the next items on the, right on time. R7B. Yeah, call up R7B.
R7B is a public hearing, approve Andy Diamond softball field Flamingo Park. R7B.
Mayor, may I tee it up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Is it called up? Is it all called up?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So Coach Andy Diamond was a fixture in Flamingo Park. He was a coach, and he mentored many, many children. My aide just started this week, and he's a Miami Beach kid, went through Biscayne, Nautilus, and Beach High. And when we were having the agenda review, he said, Andy Diamond was my coach. He was very beloved, and he worked with the Boys and Girls Club for at least 35 years. And we have somebody here who's going to say a few words about him.
Great. Go ahead.
I'm Joe Hidalgo Gato. I was captain of the graduate softball team and a member of Andy Diamond's Drew's crew. They were the best bunch of people I've ever known, and I started to gather that this was a trickle down from Andy Diamond, who had been coaching them since the age of 5. So I'm going to demur to one of his players who's got plenty more to say than I do. We had 3 rows of people here, ages 5 and up,
Yeah.
waiting to just cheer anything
Aw.
in a positive decision. They've left, of course, because they've got lives to live. And cheers to you guys to do this every day. That's extraordinary. We have a city worker who is also here, who is one of the most amazing outfielders I've ever seen. So this is a feel-good thing. It's got diamonds all over it. Enjoy it. Thank you so much for bringing it this far. Laura, you've been fantastic. I've lost my voice waiting, but thank you so much.
Sorry for the wait.
Good afternoon. My name is
Hey,
Joel Bichachi.
we're not
Before I
voting.
start, I'd like to thank Commissioner Dominguez, Mayor Gilbert, Cindy Casanova, and her team at Parks and Recreation, and the entire commission board, and anyone else that was involved, Joel Bichachi, and anyone else that was involved to make today possible. I was born and raised in Miami Beach. I've known Andy Diamond since I was 4 years old. He dedicated 45 years of his life to the children of Miami Beach. I was someone that stayed very close to him throughout the years. He started as my coach, became my coworker, my teammate. He was a friend, and more importantly, he was family. So I got to know Andy in many ways that most people didn't. Andy worked at the Boys and Girls Club part-time and was a substitute teacher. But what most people don't know is that Andy did all his coaching on his own time. From baseball, football, basketball, the practices and games, until 9, 10 p.m. at night, Monday through Friday, he did it on his time. Coaching Saturdays and Sundays, he did it on his time. He didn't get paid a single dollar for that. We were his life. We were everything to him. A man like that comes once in a lifetime. The 45 years of dedication that Andy put into the children of Miami Beach can never be repaid. But this is definitely an amazing way to honor his legacy and make his name live on. So thank you. I know Andy, Coach Andy, is looking down and smiling. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Olga Bichachi. I reside at 5757 Collins Avenue. One thing I can tell you, and I just lost this. Hold on. One thing I can tell you about Andy Diamond is once you met him, you never forgot him. He was not eye candy, but as you got to know him, he really
That's what I say about the mayor.
Prettier and prettier as you got to know him, because his heart was so big, that's all you could see. His love was so great for our children. That's what you could see through him. Coach Andy didn't care about money. He didn't care about material things. I don't think he ever went to a mall. All he cared about was the children of Miami Beach. Andy coached my 3 sons in baseball, so I witnessed firsthand his love, his devotion, and dedication to my children and all boys and girls. Through the years, I got to know him through my son's eyes. As he became sicker, his health was fragile, he didn't work, and he had no family members around. So Joel, my son, became his son. And Andy was taken care of by Joel and several other people until the end. So I urge you to give this honor to the great Coach Andy Diamond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Anyone else
you.
want to be heard?
Thank you, Joe, and thank you to the Bianchi family. And I think that's it. We can.
Okay, you move the item.
I
I'll
move the
second it.
item.
I think we need 5 votes. It doesn't say that here.
It doesn't, but we do need 5.
Okay, Minor?
And the public hearing is closed. There's no one else.
Okay.
So
Where's Richardson? See, Kristen. We have, nobody's voting against this. Let's go ahead and, is it a voice vote?
it is a voice vote. I have a motion. I didn't hear the second
I
there.
second it.
Is
Okay,
this
so
number
show,
140 time certain?
The what?
Is this our 1:40 time
Yeah,
sort
we're
of?
right on time. All right, show it approved with 6, and as soon as we hear from Richardson, we'll make it 7. And nobody's, okay? All right. Congratulations, thank you all.
Good job, Laura.
Okay, where is Richardson? The next one is 5.
He moves Friday.
And Michelle, we'll go to the next item while we're waiting. Let's go to R5V. V.
Victor.
Yeah.
Got it. R5V.
Yeah.
It is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 7 zoning districts and regulations, Article 2, district regulations, Sections 7.2.11, CD2 commercial medium intensity district, subsection 7.2.11.2, uses, CD2, subsection B, supplemental conditional uses, regulations, CD2, to amend land development regulations applicable to restaurants in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood generally bounded by Purdy Avenue, 20th Street, Alton Road, and Dade Boulevard, and amending Chapter 5 off-street parking, Article 2, vehicle parking, bicycle parking, and off-street loading requirements, Section 5.2.4, vehicle off-street parking requirements to modify parking requirements for the Tier 2 area, a parking district, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires 5/7 vote. We are on item R5V.
Mayor, if I could just put on the record, I had to step out for an interview. I am up on R7B, if the clerk will record my vote.
As a yes? Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
so R5V, that's a Sunset Harbor restaurant that's being built by Deco Capital. What's really terrific about this project is that every step of the way, they've worked with the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association, and they're prepared to speak in positive about this item. And initially, it was the capacity of 199, and then the restaurant requested a higher capacity, but in discussions with them, we've agreed to 225. Anything else, Tom, that you'd like to add?
Yeah, just in terms of clarification, as it pertains to the parking requirement, in the ordinance, the parking requirement has been modified to 1 space for every 8 seats, up to 199 seats. I believe the proposal now would be to modify that to 1 space for every 8 seats, up to 225 seats. And 225 seats. Because the reason that the proposer is requesting this is because they have a new development project where the first floor was permitted with primarily retail. They would like to add a larger restaurant use. And so the purpose of this ordinance amendment is to, 1, allow for an increase in maximum occ load to accommodate the larger restaurant to go from 199 persons to 299 persons. And secondly, to reduce the parking requirement so that they can meet the parking requirement without having to pay the impact fee. They are providing parking within their building, but because they were permitted for retail use, they didn't meet the parking requirement for the current restaurant parking requirements, and so they're seeking a modification to that parking requirement.
Commissioner Ayola.
Yeah, I fully support this, unequivocally. It's my hood. This is, out of 100 things, my colleagues, my neighbors agree on 99. Just frustrated that if we disagree on one, all of a sudden I get canceled. It's one of the things that we've all been talking about. It makes this job extremely unpleasant to hold because, you could do everything right, but you disagree with one thing just because you disagree, and all of a sudden you're this cancelable, horrible person, and it's just so offensive. But anyway, I fully support this. It's great. But, going back to the previous item, Betsy's item, the argument that people are making is benefiting one owner, and therefore we shouldn't do it. This is the exact same thing, right? This will benefit, one particular business, but we do this all the time, and we do it for the public good. It makes good policy sense. It doesn't hurt the public. It helps the project, and so we do it. But the constant casting of aspersions and the name calling, I'm not going to miss it, and that's why people don't want to run for office these days, because people sit here and just say horrible things. because they want to get their way. They don't want to listen to you for whatever reason. That's why this country and this world's falling apart. People just won't listen to the other person and try to compromise. When you start attacking the person, you know they've lost the debate, but so they don't want to engage in actual meaningful conversations. They just want to try to cancel you. So we're running out of time. I just want to get my couple words in. Yeah, it's a good idea, and we should all do it.
Couple of questions. Right now, the restaurant is entitled to how many seats? Is there a restaurant? Is there, like, what's going on?
So right now, under the code, the maximum occupancy for a restaurant use in Sunset Harbor, which is actually lower than the rest of the city, is 199 persons. Realistically, that means you could get anywhere between 130 to 150 seats, typically within a establishment that has a maximum load of 199 persons. They are proposing, I believe, 225 seats, and that's why they're requesting an increase in the maximum allowable occupancy load to 299. It would still require conditional use approval, because anytime you go over 100 persons or 100 seats in Sunset Harbor, you have to get conditional use approval. So they'll still be going to the planning board for conditional use approval. They would just have the ability to have a slightly larger restaurant.
Have they put in an application for how many seats they actually want in the restaurant?
As part of their conditional use approval, they will, yes.
And one more thing, what are we waiving in parking fees? We did something similar for Maculina, so I get it. They were more established, though. I just want to know how much money are we losing?
They currently 225 seats, based upon a parking requirement of 1 per 4 seats, would be roughly, now I'm trying to do the math in my mind, it would be, let's see, 60 spaces. They currently provide a certain number of those spaces within their garage, so that's why they're asking for the 1 per 8. If we did not do the 1 per 8 and kept it at 1 per 4, I believe that they would be short between 20 and 30 parking spaces, which would require an impact fee of $40,000 a space, which is close to $1 million.
So we're giving $1 million. And potentially the liquor license, because I think if you hit a certain amount of seats, then you no longer have to pay for the license. You just get it, which is fine. That I don't mind.
Will you allow the neighborhood association to speak?
Sure.
Sarah de los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association President. We have had lots of meeting about this with Deco Capital. And one of the reasons why we accepted this is because they're gonna have a 6,000 square foot restaurant with only 225 or 36 seats, meaning that the space between each of the tables and space between each person that is sitting there is going to be a lot further, and the noise is a lot less and less people. Because if you take 6,000 square feet and they put a partition, they could have 201 and 200 on the other side. That would be 400 seats, and we didn't want that. So this is for the whole neighborhood there in the city too. Go ahead.
If we're gonna give Deco Capital $1 million, what can we get in public benefit? Is there any way that you can negotiate some sort of public benefit for that? Maybe you get, instead of, they're getting $1 million.
I did negotiate already because they wanted 250 and we went down to 225. I said that in the intro, and it's not really giving $1 million. While some people drive to Sunset Harbor, so many people walk. I walk to Sunset Harbor. I don't need a parking space. And people that live in the townhomes in Palau, in Sunset Harbor, in those 2 buildings will be walking, which is why parking isn't as intense. And there's a garage there.
No, but that understood. I'm not so concerned about that, because I do think that people walk, people from Belle Isle, people from the surrounding neighborhood. So I don't necessarily think that everybody needs parking, but he's getting $1 million waived. And the question is, What
don't
can we
think
get
it's
back?
quite
Why don't we get him to
$1 million.
donate 50,000? Why don't we ask for Deco Capital to
Yeah.
give
Hold on.
50,000
Commissioner, you have
for the
the floor.
park?
Let her.
Why don't we ask
Tom, we
Deco
went
Capital to
over
give
Guys,
us
guys,
100?
stop.
Wait.
Commissioner, you're
Can I
gonna
wait?
have to stop.
Can I say something?
Uh-huh.
If you want them to give us something, we have that, what do you call it, the cover for the pump. And I've been asking for 3 years to get the lighting, to fix the lighting, so when you come in into Sunset Harbor, you see Sunset Harbor there. But we can't, we have been trying to get it approved in the city, in the financials, and it hasn't been for 3 years. So you don't see it at night. At night, you don't see the sign at all. And that's something that we've been asking, and Dave Martinez has been helping me to try to get that. It's been 3 years. So if they want to do that as part of a public thing, we would love that, because then we'll make the sign visible to everybody.
Do we have anyone who's representing the applicant? Would you consider providing that lighting and cover for the storm pump?
Would you yield, Commissioner, just for a second?
Good afternoon.
Bradley, where are you?
Bradley's in Switzerland. Tracy Slavens, my address is 3800 Northeast First Avenue. I will speak to him about what the options are, what kind of public benefit they can bring to the table, proffer, in connection perhaps with their development, perhaps at DRB or something relating to the design of the property that has a nexus to that development and its impacts on the neighborhood.
So I would vote for this on first reading, and I would encourage Mr. Colmer, who's getting $1 million, to come back and find out, speak to Sarah to find out how much that would cost to provide what is it that you want, Sarah? The lighting and the cap for the pump station?
The letters are there, welcome to Sunset Harbor, but you can never see them. Once the sun goes down, you don't see them at all. We tried. There's lighting, but it's so far down, and the sign is so huge. We need lighting, some lighting that goes from behind in order for us to walk in. You see it at night. It lights up at night, and you're able to see welcome to Sunset Harbor no matter where you are. It's too high. We have tried putting focal things. The city has tried, but we haven't been able to get it done. And that's something that we would love to have, because it would look beautiful.
Well, if Commissioner Dominguez, this is your item, would you consider speaking to the property owner to see if he would? You wouldn't? No?
If you yield.
Tracy said she was going to give it a shot,
Okay.
and the neighborhood association really wants to move forward and not have stuff get dragged down.
Right.
And Sarah can attest, we talk almost every day.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
We try to compromise as best as we can.
We're not allowed to extract from you something
Yeah.
as a condition, obviously, of any kind of zoning change. That would be improper. But
That's a
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez has raised an issue. Let's get through this and vote.
Did we know?
Commissioner Fernandez, you wanted to be heard.
Yeah, I think this is one of these things that we can do, besides encouraging individuals to use different modes of transportation. Soon we're going to have a ferry that's going to be in close proximity. We have a trolley service that is highly successful, perhaps one of the most successful trolley services that goes by there in a very pedestrian part of our city. Pedestrian not just to Sunset Harbor, but we now have the pedestrian bridge that connects it to West Avenue. You have residents from Belle Isle that walk there as well. In addition to, capacity in the G10 parking garage, during the weekday, during peak hours, you have over 60 parking spaces available. In the weekends, during peak hour, you have over 100 parking spaces available. And so when you take all that into consideration, we often speak about how can we help attract good quality businesses into our city. Well, this is one of those financial incentives, because that's how I see this. This is an incentive that helps us bring a good quality business into our city. So Commissioner Dominguez, I commend you actually for thinking outside the box on good policy that brings something of quality into this neighborhood, taking into consideration the multiple and different modes of transportation that are in very close proximity to where this would apply to. So really, congratulations on an excellent crafting of policy here.
Okay, let's get
Mayor, let me just
Commissioner Richardson.
very quickly. I'm very supportive of this because I don't think we need the parking. But I do think that the city, and maybe somebody wants to pick this item up, the city really should be looking at other areas, because as Commissioner Ariola has said, this is one incident that it's about 1.2 million in impact fees. We should be looking at other areas, because as our community changes and we have less parking needs, we have more parking needs in some areas and less, so we should look at other areas. And then unrelated to this, I think the applicant should look at whether or not they want to help the homeowner association with the lighting. I don't know the value of that, but they should certainly look at that.
Okay, can we vote? It's been moved and seconded?
Second by you, Mayor, because
Yeah, why not?
And just before you vote, just to confirm, we're going to be modifying the ordinance for second reading to reflect a change to 1 per 8 spaces for up to 225 seats.
say it again, Tom.
We're going to be making a modification to the parking section of the ordinance for second reading that will change the ratio from the current 1 per 8 seats for up to 200, currently it's 1 per 8 seats up to 199 seats. We're going to change that to 1 per 8 seats for up to 225 seats.
Thank you. So as amended, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Ariola.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Mayor Gelbert.
Yes.
Motion passes. Second reading, public hearing is December 13th.
Okay, let's move to the Sally Hayman Dog Park.
Yes, sir. That is public hearing, rename North Beach Dog Park. It is item R7A as the Sally Hayman Dog Park. R7A requires 5/7 vote.
Okay. Anyone in the public?
No one on Zoom? No one
Is
in person?
is there a parks guy here?
He was here.
Okay. All right. Close the public hearing. Okay, someone needs to move it?
Mayor, I'll move the item, but it's your item.
I'll
It's your item.
second.
I'd like you to
Yeah, I'm gonna.
to talk about it.
I'm gonna. I couldn't
I'll
move it,
move the
though.
item.
You know those rules, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is Sally Hayman Dog Park, and it would be in, I was hoping somebody would give us the description. You got it? Okay, here he comes. Just so we understand what they're talking about. This is, we had this set before for a public hearing. Is someone coming in? Yes. Okay. You talking on this? I love Sally. Yeah. Who doesn't? John. John Rebar, come on down. All right, our best parks director in the world is here.
Thank you. Good evening. We're here on the last step of the process of naming a part of an interior section of a park, the Sally Hayman Dog Park. This was heard at committee, and it passed on consent to come to this public hearing. So we're at the public hearing section.
We've completed the public hearing. I want you to just tell us where it would be in the park so we get a sense of what it is that.
This is specifically for the dog park. Now, the park will be still North Beach Oceanside Park. And just like we just did the Andy Diamond softball field, this would be a naming of the dog park section, which is in, I guess you would say, the mid-south section of the park.
Okay. All right, I don't think there's anyone in the public. I'll say a couple quick things about Sally. I served with Sally Hayman in the legislature. She was senior to me when I got there, and she did remind me of that with regularity. And she served as one of our commissioners in the area. And I'll just tell you this about Sally, which I think is really pretty remarkable. First of all, her love of animals is legendary. She's sort of the Pet Trust's unofficial lobbyist. For her whole career, she has had a love of animals. free rabies shots. She constantly is messaging people about how to keep animals safe. She herself has, I think, a blind dog now, and she's had animals like that before. But the other thing about Sally is that she's done amazing things for our community. There's so many parts of our city that she has touched, both as a legislator and more importantly as our commissioner. You can just look around and see what she's done. And the one thing I think we should recognize about her is that she's enthusiastic about everything she does, but she treats everybody, I think, anyone, with respect. She cares about every single person, and she always conducted herself in 20 years of service to our community in that way. So when they asked me to put this on, I was very happy to. I know some of you have served with her as well, and maybe you want to weigh in. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that Sally Hayman is one of those individuals who define what it is to be a public servant. She genuinely cares about, she has fought for the elderly, has fought for public safety. I think she herself was a law enforcement officer before serving in public office. So much she's done to advance on issues and initiatives on mental illness and treatments of mental illness. So much she's done to advocate in Tallahassee for home rule and local control, and advocating in Tallahassee for protection for our firefighters and first responders, and how much she did in Miami-Dade County for so many years as a strong voice for Miami Beach, even on beach renourishment. I mean, recently we saw, you know, the federal government come in and do a massive beach renourishment project. Sally Hayman worked very hard for that. And for decades, she was a voice for Miami Beach, back when perhaps Miami Beach didn't have the level of representation that it has today. I think this is very well deserved. Not only is she an exceptional public servant, someone who I saw from the front row, seeing her fight for our community, but she's also a great human being. Someone who I call a friend, someone who I care for very much. And I'm so honored as her friend that this item is before us today. During COVID, she would just drop by our house, knock on the door, and check how we were doing, and visit us. And you know, to this day, she still drops by City Hall to say hi. She doesn't have to. She doesn't need anything from us, but she does it because she cares and she loves our community, and she continues to be here all the time, looking after our needs. So, Mr. Mayor, I proudly second the motion to rename the North Beach Dog Park in honor of this dedicated public servant and a dear friend, Sally Hayman.
Okay. Anybody else? Sure.
I don't know Sally well at all. I'm sure she's a very nice lady. I did receive a lot of opposition emails that our park should be named after people who lived here. And so I'm going to be a no today.
Do you want to change the parks that we've named after people that don't live here?
She can have a park named for her in North Miami Beach, where she lives. But in Miami Beach,
But what about our parks that are named after people that don't live here?
Well, today I'm voting a no on this.
Okay, all right. Anyone else? Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I also received a lot of opposition, and I am a no on this because Sally Hayman did not live in the city of Miami Beach.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
And I just want to remind us all, we also received a lot of opposition when it came to the Hall of Fame. And we still waived stuff so that we could honor, friends of ours, public servants as well, people who have done great things for our community. Because it was important to us, it was important to colleagues on this table. And I supported that at the time. And so, I just want to put that out there, that we've at the time considered the alternative as well.
And by the way, I would only point out that we usually give these honors to people for their impact on our community, whether they pay taxes here or not. And some people we honor don't pay taxes here, and we honor them. I'm not sure Marjorie Stoneman Douglas lived in our city. She's got a very nice park south of Fifth. And there's probably a bunch of others like that, but I understand. Commissioner Ariel, you recognize.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, some of the no votes are personal in nature and not grounded in foundational or values-based decisions. She did represent our community very, very well for a very long time. Whenever I needed her, whenever most of us needed her, she was very accessible. When residents needed her, she was very accessible. She made sure we got our fair share of money from the county. And, for folks in North Beach, and for folks here who champion North Beach, there would be no CRA without a Sally Heyman. She was the #1 sponsor. So, we name things after people who have very tangential token relationships with the city. We give all kinds of, accoutrements and proclamations and things to people who, barely step foot in the city. And, you have Sally here who represented us for decades. Miami Beach voters voted for her. And so, to all of a sudden just say, hey, she doesn't live here and that's why I'm not voting for her, I think there's more to the story than that. And I'll leave it at that, but I'm a yes.
Okay. Anybody else want to be heard? All right, let's do a roll call.
You want to do a roll call? Okay.
What?
No, it means a lot to me.
I'm sorry.
I know it means a lot to me.
Yeah, I'll just say, look, I didn't get an email, by the way, from anyone.
And neither did I.
Yeah,
And
by the way,
if we did a public records request, it would confirm it.
Okay, let me,
Did you get it?
listen,
I don't.
it's okay. You can vote as you choose. But the one thing I just point out that I don't know what the residency requirement is or what that has to do with somebody's impact in our community. We honor people all the time who don't live here anymore or never lived here. But I understand. So let's go ahead.
We even put people on boards that don't live here.
Right.
And give them a parking
Okay, let's
permit.
go ahead and call the roll.
Roll call. Commissioner Ariolo.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Point of information, how many votes are needed for this?
5.
5.
5, wow.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say, there's nothing worse than dishonoring someone and trying to honor them. And I don't know,
You're worried we don't have the votes? All right, let me add Commissioner
I'm going to
Minor.
vote the same way I did last time.
Okay, then let's pass the item.
I'm sorry,
I'm going to defer the item.
to December.
Sure.
So the item R7A is deferred to December 13th.
Okay, let's go to R5H.
R5H is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, subpart B, entitled Miami Beach Resiliency Code, Chapter 1, entitled General Provisions, Article 2, entitled Definitions, Section 1.2.2, entitled Use Definitions, subsections 1.2, 2.4, entitled Commercial, by amending and expanding the definition of neighborhood impact establishments to include rooftop alcoholic beverage establishments adjacent to properties with a residential unit, providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. R5H is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. R5H.
Tom?
Okay, I'll go ahead and kick it off. This particular ordinance was approved at first reading on July 26. The commission was not able to get to the item at their September 13th meeting. It was approved with no changes, and the ordinance would set forth a new threshold for neighborhood impact establishments of alcoholic beverage establishments or restaurants located on the top floor of a building, whether fully enclosed, partially open, or open to the sky, including all open-air portions above the rooftop, which are located on a property that is within 200 feet of a property containing a residential unit.
Okay, who wants to be heard? Is this Fernandez?
This is a public hearing.
Okay, is this, which item, whose item is it?
R5H,
5H.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, you want to be heard, or can I go right to the public hearing in second reading? Second reading. Go to the public hearing.
No one on Zoom, no one in person.
Okay, come on back. I think we voted on this already. Was it unanimous?
Yes.
Okay, let's, move by Fernandez, I'll second it, let's call the roll. Commissioner Fernandez, you don't need to speak, do you?
No, it's pretty straightforward, the intent. We need to protect surrounding residential uses from rooftop alcohol establishments, and I think the CUP procedure, when the property is located within 200 feet of residential, only makes sense with that. Mr. Mayor, move the item.
Call the roll?
The mayor seconded the item,
Yes,
I
you did. I just
believe.
wanted to know if I could call the roll.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Absent. Commissioner Ariola.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Minor. Also. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Gelber.
Yes. Is that
Motion
five?
passes, yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
So
what
the
we
item
gotta-
is
we have
approved,
bad-
R5H.
Okay. Yeah, I need a quick bio break.
I'm not going to give him an item. What's the next item?
Mr. Attorney? Through the mayor? What's the procedure to reconsider an item?
Well, you need to make a motion, and it would require a second, and then it's debatable, and
You have to be on the prevailing side. What
That's
are you calling on?
What was my vote on the B&B item?
on the bed and breakfast item, I believe you voted in favor of it.
I voted in favor? Okay, thank you.
You can renege because it won't change the outcome.
If he moves to reconsider and someone seconds it and there's 4 votes, we'll reconsider the whole
Or
vote.
5, there were 5.
Not to reconsider on the
Oh,
ultimate vote.
that's right, yeah.
Okay. Let's move to the next item.
So R5I. R5I is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 7 entitled zoning districts and regulations, article 3 entitled overlay district, at section 7.3.6 Ocean Terrace overlay, to prohibit hostels within the boundaries of the Ocean Terrace overlay, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5I.
Okay. Let's go to public hearing.
No one on Zoom, no one in person.
Let's come back here. Commissioner Fernandez moves this item. I'll second it. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Dominguez. On R5I.
I'm not usually called first. Ocean Terrace, yes.
Commissioner Ariola.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Minor is absent. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Mayor Gelber.
Yes.
On R5I, the item is approved.
Okay, let's go to Commissioner Fernandez's next item, which is, what is it, R5J? I want to make sure.
J is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 7 entitled zoning districts and regulations, article 2, district regulations, section 7.2.12, CD3 commercial high-intensity district by amending section 7.2.12.2, uses, CD3, to list convenience stores located on Lincoln Road between Washington Avenue and Collins Avenue as a conditional use subject to strict criteria, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5J.
Okay, R5J, we're going to go to public hearing. Anyone other than Tom want to speak?
No one on Zoom, no one in the
Okay,
public.
We've heard from Tom already. Let's bring it back. Commissioner Fernandez moves his item. I will second it. Let's call the roll.
Can we
Up,
just be reminded exactly what this
Okay.
was, please?
All right, we were going so
Yes,
smoothly,
Commissioner,
but okay.
this is the ordinance that would amend the CD3 regulations in a very limited area along Lincoln Road to accommodate convenience stores that are set back at least 75 feet from Lincoln Road, Collins Avenue, and Washington Avenue. The only change to the ordinance was it was approved at first reading on September 13th with a modification to the sunset period, and the sunset period was reduced from 18 months to 12 months. That's reflected in the draft for second reading.
What does What does that mean?
That means that this ordinance sunsets 12 months from the effective date. So anybody who is eligible for a CUP has to obtain it within 12 months.
Has to apply or has to obtain it?
I believe it's
Obtained.
obtain.
Obtain.
Is it
within
obtain?
12
It's obtain.
months.
This is in that block between Washington and Collins?
Correct, the 200 and 300 block.
Can they do it 7? Or is it
Yeah.
too late? Okay, back. Commissioner Richardson, you're up?
you're
Okay.
calling the- you're
Moved, seconded, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Ariola is
No.
a no on this item. Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Mayor Gelber.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved, R5J.
Okay. We got through the regular agenda. Let's move back to some of these items on, let's go to the C4B.
Yes, sir. C4B is a referral to the Planning Board, LDR amendment to North Beach Mobility Fee Incentive Area. This is Commissioner Ariola's item. It was separated by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, you're recognized.
Okay, so let me pull this up very quickly. C4B. This is for the development in Town Center, correct?
Yeah.
So when we approved the Town Center zoning, or when the commission approved the Town Center zoning, the developers had a certain amount of time to get their building permit in order to get certain incentives. Let me just, it's C4B. Hold on 1 second.
I can help you with it if you want me to.
What? C4B, and this was mobility fee.
Yeah.
So these buildings are gonna have a tremendous amount of impact on traffic. And what this will do, so they're getting a reduction of 62.5% of the mobility fee when they're building these very, very large buildings that are going to cause a lot of traffic issues for the surrounding residents. And what this does is it gives these developers another year to get this discount.
Can I help you?
Wait, another year to get this discount up to 2026. The problem is, there's been a lot of outcry in the North Beach area surrounding these tall structures, a lot of surprise surrounding the current zoning. So I don't think at this point that we should give any more reduction of mobility fees, because we don't even understand the traffic impact of the one building that was built. If you add, 2, 3, or 4 buildings, and then we actually don't charge them the mobility fees, it seems to me like we're not doing the neighborhood or the city any services, because we, the taxpayers, will end up absorbing all of these costs surrounding all of, everything that's happening. And by the way, you have a lot of projects up there that are underfunded. So this was something, if somebody decided to get their building permit by 2022, and now this is just an extension, and I don't think we should make it any cheaper, any easier, because we're gonna need those funds moving forward for mobility fees, for traffic mitigation, and why are we gonna charge the taxpayers for that if these developers should be paying these fees? Commissioner Ariola, it was supposed to be for a finite period of time. Now we're gonna extend that period of time. It doesn't make any sense, because we are gonna spend this money in traffic mitigation.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola, it's
Yeah.
your item.
Look, first of all, we had a long discussion at land use on this. We raised a lot of the concerns, and we shared a lot of the concerns that you just articulated. What I'll just say is, look, this is a referral to the planning board for them to kick around. The recommendation at land use, if you'll read, it's on page 142. First of all, they're already entitled to a reduction in the mobility fee, and there's a schedule for what the percent discount will be and the time in which each of those will sunset. So the 62.5% that you referred to is already gone. they don't even qualify for that anymore. So the question will be, do we extend for another year, or 6 months, or 9 months, whatever the planning board, and then ultimately the future commission will consider the reduction fees of 50, 38, and 26% based on the schedule that's put in our memo. The developer in this particular property has asked that we extend it for another year. I think the request might have been for 2 years, if I recall. We said, no, let's extend for 1 year. And a lot of the delay had to do with COVID and just a lot of the permitting process. So that they're respectfully asking us to extend it for a year because they got delayed primarily during COVID, but also other factors beyond their control.
Okay. Anyone else want to be heard?
Yeah, again, we heard this in land use, so I don't think we're really increasing the total amount of fees that we're not collecting as a city. I think what happened is because of COVID, projects got pushed back, so that's why we're doing this, so the people that intended to use at least some of this opportunity can do that. And we're not voting on anything today, it's just a referral, I think, to planning board.
Okay. Commissioner Gonzalez, you're recognized.
What kind of fees, so when we talk about a 50% reduction in mobility fee for the size of these 20-story buildings with hundreds of units in them, how much money are we talking about waiving?
Hang on, Tom. The 62.5% is off the table, correct?
But the 50% is on the table.
Yeah,
I just wanted to understand
the
what we're
direction
gonna
that we
have.
appeared to get from the land use committee was that this would be prospective. So the real benefit would be there would be another year for people to take advantage of the 50%. In terms of the specific number, if this item is referred, we will do kind of a deep dive into that to analyze exactly who has paid what. If this is referred, a new sponsor will have to be identified because the earliest that this could get to the planning board would be November, which means the earliest it would come back to you would be December or January, depending on when it's transmitted by the planning board. So if it's referred, we would certainly do an analysis of what those specific numbers were in terms of what people have paid and how the reduction could impact future projects.
Could you give us a ballpark, just so that we know what we're referring? Are we talking about $1 million? Are we talking about 500,000? Like, how much
It would really
money
depend on
be?
the size of the project. So for instance, this only applies to the area north of 63rd Street. So you may have a very small project where somebody's building, say, a 4-unit building, and their mobility fee would be much smaller, probably $10,000 to $20,000. But if you talk about some of these much larger projects in the TCC districts, they're well into the $200,000 to $300,000 range.
So, I mean, I think I'm gonna vote no on this today, simply because I think that we're gonna need that money we're gonna need that money as these projects are built, and we need to reconfigure streets, and we need to figure out different traffic impacts, put in different stoplights and stuff, and I don't understand if it's $200,000 or $300,000 and we have these extremely wealthy developers that are coming in and building 20-story buildings, I don't think we should even consider waiving these fees. Now, if we want to refer it, I suppose, and I don't know if anybody's going to pick it up, but I definitely think that we should be charging even more than $200,000 or $300,000 in mobility fee. They should be paying $600,000 in mobility fees, because if not, the taxpayer is going to be absorbing that. Plus, they're going to be absorbing a park that is cast in the shade, North Shore, plus the height of all of it. So, I mean, I would say it's insulting.
Okay. This is a referral, as I understand it, so it's, I rarely have voted against the referrals because we can, but let's go ahead and vote. Anyone else opposed? Commissioner Reyes-Gonzalez is opposed. Anyone else opposed? Okay, then show it passed.
Show a motion by Commissioner Ariola, seconded by you, Mayor.
Sure. Okay. Trying to get a couple things all right, let's do C4L. My item.
C4L, referral to finance, Inspector General pensions accrual. It was separated by Commissioner Fernandez.
Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled this item because my understanding is that this would elevate the Inspector General's pension to the same level as other chartered officers. And while I respect your intention in that, I like to be very fair. We put great demands, and we understand demands of public service. You know, public service is thankless. You know, we experience it ourselves. We work. People work decades in public service, and they're not even honored. And then you have, you know, public servants like city managers and city attorneys that we call upon constantly. You know, the city manager, you know, the day of you know, when the horrible war in Israel started, you know, the city manager and we were on the phone early that morning with the police chief, the city attorney, you know, on a Sunday night at 8 o'clock at night, responding to questions from us, and constant demands that we put on our chartered officers, such as the city attorney and the city manager, and even the city clerk that has the intensity of running elections and the amount of time that requires and sacrifice that requires is very different than that of the Inspector General, who we don't place as much expectations on. We don't put as much pressure, as many deadlines, as many requests on the Inspector General as we do on our city clerk, on our city manager, on our city attorney. And I have to just say, I have to be fair. We call them early in the morning and late at night, Saturdays and Sundays, and 7 days a week, constantly. And they constantly mobilize their staff to get us answers, to mobilize services, to solve problems for us. And we don't have that same level of expectation from the Inspector General. And so I don't think it's fair now to say that we're going to give the Inspector General this same compensation that we give to the city manager and the city attorney when the demand and the expectations are not the same. So I just can't support this at this time.
Okay, thank you. That was as polite as possible. Appreciate it. So listen, this is a referral for the pension accrual. Anyone else want to be heard? If there's not support for it, then we won't make the referral. This is to essentially elevate the Inspector General's office, really, as much as anything, to the same level of the charter officers. But I figure.
I support it.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I don't support it.
Okay, we got two down. Commissioner Minor?
This is a referral.
Yeah.
Yeah, I support it.
Okay. Dominguez, Richardson?
Yeah, I don't refer, this is something that we just did. We just
Yeah.
had a review process, and we asked everybody to come in with what their proposals were, and there were no proposals. So I don't think that we should be doing this outside of that process that we have designated on an annual basis.
Okay, I think we have 4-3, as I see it. Dominguez, Ariola, Gelber, and Minor. So show the referral. We'll see what happens to it. Okay. All right.
And again, it's just based on the demands. We really, Mr. Attorney, Madam Manager, Mr. Clerk, the demands we place on you guys really are intense, and I'm just grateful to you guys for
And I don't disagree with
24/7
any of
being
that.
available.
I appreciate
Do we know
those
what
comments.
the financial impact of this is?
I guess with the referral, we'll find out. I'm not, nobody's committed to it. They're just committed to the referral. Okay.
Can I list someone as making the motion? I'm sorry. Commissioner Ariola, seconded by the mayor.
Okay. All right. We're getting near the end. R9AA.
R9AA, discuss continuation options for Florida Fresh Market, R9AA.
I'll tee this up. I think you all know what this is. This is, you know, a continuation of discussions we've had with the folks that were running the market down in Loomis Park. You know, I think we've all heard, you know, pros and cons on it. My personal feeling is we've got a current vendor that really has their heart in the right place. They want to work with the city to address any concerns and then take also all of the accolades they've achieved and build off of those things. My personal view, because I led the charge many years ago to actually bring the artisanal market, farmers market, to Loomis Park. We've never gotten it right, and it's frustrating to me, and I don't know exactly why. There's a lot of reasons. We started, I think, right before COVID, or right at the same time of COVID. I don't think we gave the right direction to our then city manager, who's Jimmy Morales, and then, over the years, I just think that we've never really gotten this thing properly positioned with the right vision. Obviously, throughout the country, artisanal markets work. They're cherished by their communities. They add a lot to the neighborhoods and communities that they serve. And I think, and I want to see us pull this off. I want to see this work for our city. So what I'm asking for the commission to do, if you want to continue discussions, is to provide input to our city manager and to the folks that are here from the market on what you'd like to see, what you don't want to see. And let's try to give this one last stab at making this work for our community.
Mayor, if I could ask.
Yeah, Commissioner
Thank you. Maybe the manager can remind me of the history. It seems like it was last month or the month before I think we directed the administration to meet and try to come to some resolution. Could you give us a status report?
You did, Commissioner, and Francis is prepared to give you what our recommendation would be based on the direction and the policy guidelines that you provided at the time. Again, I want to reiterate that the vendor has been a really great partner. There were areas of the city where things didn't work, and whatever feedback we provided them, they were extraordinarily accommodating at all times. At this particular location, had a lot of issues, had a lot of complaints from residents and businesses as well. And I think part of the consideration now is changing the vendor mix and perhaps shrinking the footprint. But Francis can give you what the options are.
Mayor, can we hear
for
from
them, in terms of what's feasible for them, is the other locations are actually not feasible. Loomis Park is their priority.
Okay.
Commissioner Richardson, what do you like me to do? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Francis, let's recognize
Thank you,
Francis and
Madam
get a
Manager.
report.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As the manager stated, in September, we were directed to meet with the market operators, which we did to discuss the concerns that were raised by certain commissioners and members of the community. And I can list the points that were discussed and possible outcomes. Florida Fresh is willing to review the current vendor categories to make changes to the market offerings to better reflect that of a farmer's market, if that's the wish, to benefit the residents and the visitors. This would serve to remove categories that are perceived as not artisanal, while reducing the hot food component to ensure that there are no conflicts with local restaurants, because that has been an issue raised. They are aware of the community desire to have flowers. This has proven to be a challenge in other markets, but they're willing again to work and explore ways to incorporate. As the Madam Manager stated, there have been market activations in 41st Street Corridor and Collins Park. However, Florida Fresh has expressed the desire to solely operate in Loomis Park, since it is the most viable location for them. And then one suggestion was to reduce the footprint. They have expressed that they are willing to do that as well. And should all these points be agreeable by the City Commission, the administration would work with the City Attorney's Office to ensure that it is included in their agreement and to reinstate them. But again, this would be for only Loomis Park. And if you have other questions, we do have members from the market here. We have Vice President of Florida Fresh Market and Tony Morales, partner of Florida Fresh Market, and the Vice President is Iris Casanova, and they're here if you have further questions.
Well, Commissioner Ariola, Mayor, is it okay if I continue?
Yeah.
Thank Commissioner Ariola, it's your item, so I don't want to step on your toes, but I would be in favor of supporting moving forward with the modifications that were enumerated and allowing for another year of you want to call it a pilot or whatever you want to call it, but I would, I don't believe in like putting something up there and then 2 months later saying, let's take it away, because you can't run a business that way. But I would be supportive of giving this another year with the changes that were just enumerated. And so if you, I'll make the motion, but I'll let you make the motion. It's your item. I don't want to step on your toes. I'd like to hear from you.
Well, thank you. Look, if we all recall, I think it was the July meeting, I think we heard some testimony also in the September meeting. If you looked at a lot of the vendors, and I didn't know this until I, heard from them, a lot of minority-owned businesses, small businesses, a lot of female-owned businesses, we all champion small businesses, particularly minority and female-owned businesses. A lot of them seem to fall in those categories. And there was a lot of public support for this in terms of, people who go and buy their produce and fruit and things there. So I'd like to see more of that in artisanal in nature, something unique to Miami Beach that you can't necessarily find other places. In the past, and there was a prior vendor who I think originally had this contract, and I don't know how the procurement happened, I didn't like it. It was like a flea market. They were selling tchotchkes, it was low end, the tents were ugly, and it was a disaster. And I think, it was just a bad procurement way back. And I think we've got a vendor now that wants to make us happy, make the neighbors happy, and do something we can all get excited about. So I'd like to give it a shot to make this work. For my 2 cents, artisanal in nature, as unique as Miami Beach, 2 Miami beaches we can make it, and as beautiful as we can make it. Having, these white tents that look like it's a tailgate, that to me doesn't look good, doesn't go with the image we're trying to attain, doesn't look good in Loomis Park. So to the extent that we can work with aesthetics and the product and vendor selection, I think we can hit a home run with this. And I'd rather give it one last shot and try to make it work rather than kill it.
And
So-
Mayor and Commissioners, if I may, we do have images. I don't know if communications can bring it up of what they currently, because they do focus on aesthetics because they know it's important.
I mean, I'd like everyone to give input so that we get this right, things you want and don't want, so we get this right. We've got a vendor that really wants to make this work. So that's my ask of you, and I'll move the item.
And I'll second the item, Commissioner, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
If I may, I'll tell you this. When I go out there in the weekends, and I'm at Muscle Beach every weekend, and I see the vendors.
Looking or
there.
working out?
Both. Both. Yeah, why not both?
Muscle Beach.
Muscle Beach, yeah.
Whose is that?
Huh?
Who's that? Who's that?
That was your idea.
That's right.
That was your idea. There's a pull-up.
You guys are going to miss me. 8 years of greatness.
I run there, by the way. I run down there. But anyways, when I'm there in the weekends, what I notice is that there's things that I like about it, and then there's things that I don't like. There's things that just seem like an over commercialization of the park. You have tents selling clothes, you have tents selling jewelry, you have tents selling hats, and to me, it feels kind of like flea market-ish when you have that going on. What I see that people kind of like better is the natural products, the juices, the coconut water, the fruits that they sell there, that type of stuff. And even there was a while when they had these warm boxes with these prepared foods, and that just seemed out of place. But I think anything that is health oriented, natural products and the juices and all that, it goes well with the theme of Muscle Beach, and it goes well with the theme of the park. So meanwhile, we get rid of all these other elements, the dresses, the hats, the jewelry, and these little other knickknacks that were being sold there, and we just focus on the natural products. I'm willing to give this another shot, just because it does have a good vibe, and I know the area residents don't like it, but I've also come across there many residents of Miami Beach who that park belongs to them as well. And I will go back to what I said about Pier Park. The park belongs to every resident and taxpayer in the city of Miami Beach. It doesn't belong to one neighborhood association, it doesn't belong to one set of residents. But I do give deference to those residents, and I'm taking into consideration the feedback I've received from them. So I get the concerns of the residents of the area that perhaps at times it felt a little bit commercialized, and I do see that. So I think eliminating the knickknacks and the clothes and the hats and all that other stuff will get us in a better direction while still providing what other residents have enjoyed, which are the natural, more natural products that align with the theme of the beach and the area.
Mr. Rosen-Gonzalez.
I'm gonna vote for it today, but I do understand why businesses might be disgruntled, because we have people paying exorbitant rents on Ocean Drive that are selling juices and selling other types of drinks. And here we go, we've got these tents, so instead of walking over to the cafe and sitting down and spending, whatever it is, they're buying it, they're buying it at the market, but it's only 2 days a week, correct?
Correct, Saturday and Sunday.
So, I mean, if it is something that locals are using, it's fine, but we have to remember, I'd like to locate it as far away from where our cafes are as possible, because I really don't think that they should be competing with people who are paying those super high rents to be there on Ocean Drive. Otherwise, it's just not fair, We almost wanted the market to be less about produce and food, or produce, stuff that you can't get at the cafes, like stuff that you can't get at the establishment, so that there is no competition.
And if I may, they can speak to more on both points for the categories, because they are aware of, there are different categories that they can make artisanal as well. So I think they can speak best to that. And the location currently is from 6th to 8th Street, because we did propose higher, and we received feedback to move it lower in the beginning. So that's where they are now. Is it okay for them to comment?
Sure.
Hello, thank you for listening. My name is Iris Casanovas, and as you probably know by now, we initiated Florida Fresh Market about 13 years ago, and we operated, and we're very proud to operate our markets in luxury, very high-end locations. For example, Shops at Merrick Park. If any of you have not been there, if you have, you know the market. If you haven't, I invite you to go there. It's one of our prides and joys, and I can tell you that market started with about 6 struggling vendors, and it took a while. We're almost 8 years into it, and we have a 300 vendor waiting list. It took a while. It doesn't happen in 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. Honestly, not even a year. It took us a few years to get it there, and it is the pride of the city and just so many that come to us and tell us, we want something just like that. Now, as you can imagine—
May I interject? Does it help the local businesses?
1,000%, and that's where I was going. Thank you.
People go.
People go for the market, and a lot of the businesses, initially we had about 60-40, 60 that didn't want it. The manager there at the time, who's now calling us from Georgia to open up markets in Georgia, was very effective in negotiating it and just giving it a try, just like Commissioner Richardson is doing right now. They were very open to it, and now we have the opposite effect. Folks and retailers on the other wing, where Gucci and Louis Vuitton and Neiman Marcus and Mayors are, ask why they can't have us over there, because we are actually drawing so much business. As a matter of fact, if you go on Saturday to the Shops at Merrick Park and you go on Sunday, Saturdays typically are the better ones for retails in most locations, certainly this area. You can throw a bowling ball down any hallway and you won't hit anybody. Go on a Sunday and you are going to have a hard time trying to get around, because it is so packed in a good way, in a very good way. So that we can get it to happen, we absolutely can. That the businesses can not only survive, but flourish with the market, absolutely. As a matter of fact, we bring a lot of positive, family-oriented traffic to the area. As far as the items, we highly curate the items so that they are handmade, they are homemade, because you do have items that are dress items, for example, but we make sure that they are specifically, for example, I'm thinking of one right now, that they are hand crocheted, that they are handmade. Going back to Merrick Park as a prime example, we have someone that's actually knitting on site. She's actually knitting the items, and she's making them there. You see them, they're so beautiful, they look like they could actually be in a retail store, but she is actually making them herself. So it's not in my opinion, it's not so much about eliminating just everything, just kind of looking at them one by one and, picking and choosing what fits best for the area. But we're very confident that we can make this a beautiful market that people actually are desiring to come to. We have dozens and dozens and dozens of comment cards. We did start obtaining suggestion cards and comments. Once we heard a few negative feedback, we quickly put up these comment cards, and we just have so many of them that we have so many residents, so many visitors that don't want to see it go away. The vendors themselves, you've seen the passion that the vendors, when they've come here, that you can't make that up. They are absolutely passionate. As a matter of fact, they're waiting for us right now for us to hopefully give them a positive response. It corrects itself. If the vendors weren't doing well, the vendors that are selling the bread and the coconut and the nut butter and the honeys, if they weren't doing well, they wouldn't be there. They have no contract, they have no lease. So it's working. It's working not only for the vendors, but obviously for the public and for the residents. So we hope that we have an opportunity, not for a year, but for many, many years to come, to build it into a destination market.
Mayor,
Thank you.
if we could just poll the members, because I think the votes may be there. based
Okay,
on the
anybody
public
against
comment,
it?
so.
So what's the motion before us?
The motion was to extend the market for 1 year and direct the administration to negotiate the changes that were enumerated today about the types of vendors there. And
What are the
then-
type of vendors that the administration is going to look at?
Francis, you want to
So,
repeat those?
yes, so we have, it's a long list of categories, but the major change would be that in all categories, whether it's food or clothing items, it has to be artisanal where it's made. So it won't be like a baseball cap, it's maybe a hat that's made, because.
No, I can't support that.
Okay.
I think that, let me put it out there, I think it's tacky.
I couldn't hear you.
I know the
I'm
audio
sorry,
here is
I
not
couldn't
always
hear
good. I can't support that. What if we're talking only about, fruit, juices, natural products, coconuts, that type of stuff, I'm fine with that. These other artisanal products, I've never been impressed with them. To me, they cheapen the park, they commercialize the park. It's not with me. To me, it's not aligned with the theme of the park. If we're talking about healthy products that people can enjoy after they work out or while they're walking through the park, I'm fine with that. And we're talking about plants and flowers, I'm fine with that. But we're talking about dresses, hats, jewelry, knickknacks, souvenirs, that type of stuff. That is a hard no for me. And in addition to that, for a year, I have an issue doing this for a year. I'm fine with us maybe reviewing, doing this for 6 months with an update in 3 months so that we can review where we're at. But I would just want to be very clear. I don't like the feel that right now is that it's kind of commercialized. And that's the part that I don't like right now.
Sure, and so the difference would be that would be strictly a farmer's market. So if it's the will of the body, then we would negotiate.
That's what I'm more inclined for, a farmer's market.
So if you'll yield, I think we have to ask the vendor if they can operate within those parameters.
Commissioner Dominguez had asked to speak. Commissioner
Yep.
Dominguez?
Thank you, Mayor. I would be more in favor of doing what Commissioner Fernandez just said, doing 6 months with a 3-month review. I also want to make sure that we carefully evaluate the vendors. I remember going through there and seeing the same company of empanadas in 3 locations in the exact place. It just was not good. I know that the location is moving so as not to affect the condos. I will tell you, I recently had dinner at Avalon, and one of the first things the owner said to me, thank God that market is gone. It really was such an ugly view for my guests from their windows. So keep that in mind too with the tents, because at night everything is dark, but during the day when the people are looking outside, they didn't like the tents.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson, you were
So
speaking.
if we could hear from the vendor, so you have to decide. It seems that you have votes here. You'll have 4 votes if you limit the type of vendor there, but it may not make your event financially viable. So tell us what you think.
I think at this point, we may have to regroup and then speak to Francis and their group. And we have made this work before. One of those markets particularly is the Square in West Palm Beach. It is a much smaller market because not only is it raw products and no artisanal items, but also there is no cooking going on, obviously. So it does limit substantially the number of vendors that we can have there. So I think we would just have to have that discussion and then just see, exactly how many vendors. It can be done. It can be done.
So in that case, members, if we want to move forward, we can authorize the administration to move forward with the limitations that you identified, Commissioner Fernandez and Dominguez, and also to make it a 6 months with a review after 3 months, and then it would be after 6 months, you'd have to come back and get reauthorization. So, but I think we have the votes to authorize that today with the limitations that have been enumerated.
Commissioner Ariola?
Yeah, I mean, if you can make it work, I suggest you take what you're hearing today and make it work. If and when it's successful, if you find, hey, there's another product category that, there's a strong demand for, and we can, make it work for the residents and the visitors, you can always come back to the commission. You work through staff, say, hey, look, can we add a category? And, you'll go before the neighborhoods committee, and they'll probably give you a trial for 3 months, 6 months to add a category that we might not be contemplating here. But take what you got, be really successful, and then think about, maybe expanding if that's the will of the commission and
I think that sounds
and the
fair.
residents.
Yes.
Okay. All right, who's opposed at this point? Anyone? All right.
So what did we decide?
All good.
No, what did we decide? This is
they're-
a discussion item, by the way. It didn't say take action.
Yeah, we're telling them to go. Commissioner Richardson, Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
Or Commissioner, explain.
Yeah, I moved it, yeah, it's, the action is continue the discussion. They have to bring us, you're gonna have to bring us back something to approve, right, sign off on?
No, actually, if we approve today, we can take action on a discussion item.
The item states that.
Not what legal has told
Hold
me
on,
previously.
One at a time.
So, listen, it seems like there's consensus here to having a 6-month project with the limitations that were enumerated by the body, and they can move forward on that. So it would only fail if the administration sits down to negotiate the contract and they change their mind and say, no, we can't be successful unless we sell T-shirts and caps, in which case the administration is not authorized to move forward with a contract. But once they start performing, in 3 months there's going to be a review, and in 6 months they'll be out of business unless it's reauthorized.
Yeah.
That's right.
And the item states that the administration is seeking direction from us.
Yeah.
And that's the direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're authorizing them to issue a contract for up to no more than 6 months with the parameters that you outlined, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? No objections?
I'm going to vote no.
Okay, no vote, 6-1. Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez, you were the second.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you all. We heard your item the moment you put it on the agenda at the very first time you asked us to, 6 meetings ago.
Mayor, as a point of order, we are past our termination time at 7 p.m., so I would move that we adjourn.
Okay. Moved and seconded.
Was not, is,
Well,
May I ask your direction? I'd like to spend up to $10,000 to assist with the fixing of the shell menorah, so we can have it in place on Lincoln Road in preparation
do
for
you
the
need our
holidays.
You do
direction on
not,
that?
yeah, point of order, you don't need our authorization.
Well, the only thing I had authorization for was to actually house it. It has never come into our possession, and it's damaged, and it needs to be fixed.
Madam
So-
Manager, you have authorization
You have
to
that-
spend up to
I think you have that authority
$100,000,
for
so.
under-
Wait, can I add one thing? Can I add one thing? As you know, Roger Abramson, this is his menorah. He's going to be repairing it with the shells.
Just for
And
the
what I
record, we're
would
doing
like to
R9
ask you
AE?
guys, what?
R9 AE?
Yes.
The shell menorah.
R9 AE. What I would like to ask you guys is, if we could make a little sign at the bottom calling it the Roger Abramson Shell Menorah. Does anyone have an issue with that?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Meeting-
You're okay with
yeah.
that?
Meeting's adjourned.
Okay, so including the Roger Abramson Shell Menorah.
So, Mr. Mayor, well,
Yeah, up.
well, we had an item having to do with the deployment of the new public safety specialist for high-impact weekends. And that, it was just an update, so I would just like to ask the administration to at least provide us with an LTC on that, because.
Okay.
Mayor, as a point of order, we are past our time.
Yep.
So unless there are 4 votes to
Yep.
continue, we are adjourned.
Okay. We're adjourned. But I agree with him.